Hey, so we're going to be talking about 5 must-know tips for making money on YouTube and going full-time faster. But this is the Coffee with Cannell show. So check out time codes and chapters because this opening training will be a few minutes, and then we're going to do some coaching calls and some Q&A so you can skip around in the video. But here's the big idea. Let's talk about 5 must-know tips for going full-time faster on YouTube. We're going to be covering the single most effective way that you can earn money based on your channel and your niche. The problem with a lot of creators is they're trying to apply income streams that are not best suited for their channel. I also want to talk about why focusing on one income stream or fewer at the start can actually give you an advantage. And then tip number 4 is going to be interesting because I want to talk about the number 1 mistake that creators make that slows their growth and how to avoid it. And this is coming from a question that came in from Appliance Insider. And he said, okay, I followed your pattern and I got monetized. Hello, come on, that's amazing. And if you're new here, I encourage you to subscribe because we want to help you get monetized and succeed on YouTube. And so that's a great milestone. And so he goes on and he says, a faceless YouTube channel is making almost $1,000 a month, which is really cool. And then he says, I think my next step should be to create a digital product like a consumer report style review of washer brands to warn people about warranty issues. I thought about trying to get a sponsorship from certain products. I'm not sure what direction I should go. And here's the question. How do I triple my income and also remain anonymous? Because this is a faceless channel. Thanks, Sean. So the big question is, how do I scale from $1,000 a month to $3,000 a month? So I have 5 tips for you. And as we go through these, you can apply these at any stage on your journey, whether you're just starting or you're more advanced. I think these will help you. Step 1, identify the content and activities driving the most revenue. So one of the most powerful things you can do here is if you're already earning $1,000 a month, where's that coming from? Now, I checked out your channel. It is a faceless channel doing appliance reviews, looks like some fair use content from throwback videos of old washer videos and whatnot, but you got to $1,000 a month. I'm guessing that's from probably YouTube ad revenue and affiliate marketing. But whatever it is, step 1 is to say, okay, if any money at all is coming in, where is that money coming from? And really get clear on that. And any business owner could take this deeper too. What activities are driving the most revenue in your business? And a question comes up of what's the best way to earn money based on my niche and my content style? And so what I mean here is if you want to get monetized in the first place, or you want to scale your revenue from 1,000 to 3,000, one of the best things to do on YouTube is to figure out the best ways to earn money based on your channel. For example, affiliate marketing works really good for product reviews. But for vlogs that are more entertaining, when people have low purchase intent, affiliate marketing isn't necessarily a good income stream. So if we were to contextualize this, Appliance Insider is a really cool niche, faceless. You can talk about washers, dryers, home appliances. You're really perfectly positioned in a niche like that to do YouTube ad revenue, affiliate marketing, brand deals, certainly. But in the question that our Think Media community member asked, should I next create a digital product? It's like you could, but here's my advice. Go research and see if other people with appliance, maybe tech, maybe consumer tech YouTube channels have successfully created a product like that. Do your research. Now, I've done mine, so my advice to you would be, I actually don't think a digital product, a course or a consumer reports, I don't think that's vetted. It could be, but I don't think that would probably be a good use of your time. And so to apply this wherever you are on your journey, you don't want to be doing affiliate marketing if affiliate marketing doesn't align with your core niche, the best ways to earn money for your channel. You don't necessarily want to be pursuing brand deals and sponsorships if you don't have enough views or subscribers, but maybe you have an offer, or you're a coach, consultant, or you want to be an expert, you have something else, you want to create courses. Okay, you're going to teach. Well, then an income stream like coaching or masterminds or courses could be best because you can make big money with a small audience. So again, the big question we should all ask is, what's the best way to earn money based on my niche and my content style. And in the case of today's Q&A, I would suggest, actually, let's go step number 2, double down on the content that's generating the most revenue. So I would double down. You're already at $1,000. I would double down on what I'm guessing is YouTube ad revenue and maybe affiliates. In fact, I checked out Appliance Insider's website. They also have YouTube Shopping. That's a new opportunity where you could do affiliate marketing directly through YouTube itself once you're approved and you meet those requirements. So in addition to being monetized, YouTube is offering the ability to earn affiliate commissions if you talk about a product in a video, like a washer and a dryer. And one of the videos I saw Appliance Insider doing was walking through a Lowe's, of all places, meaning this: you didn't even have to buy a bunch of washers and dryers, talking about different models, tagging those models in the video. It's pretty genius. And then those clickable affiliate links via YouTube Shopping were around the video. So here's my recommendation. You already got to $1,000. Double down on the types of content that's got you that far, because I believe that your quickest way to triple your income to $3,000 is going to be to do more of what's working, as opposed to getting distracted perhaps with creating a consumer reports or a course at this time in this unique situation. And let's just touch on the myth of multiple streams of income, because I think that multiple streams of income is actually a pretty overrated concept for 99% of creators. And here's why: because ultimately, while multiple streams of income may sound appealing, focusing on your primary, most lucrative stream can oftentimes lead to greater success. So there's this report from the IRS that says this: the average millionaire has not 1, not 2, but 7 streams of income. So people hear that and they're like, multiple streams of income is the key to making millions. Well, let me challenge you. The person who asked the question today, you're not a millionaire yet. I mean, maybe you are in another category, but not according to YouTube. You're making $1,000 a month. That's only $12,000 a year. That is an incredible milestone, but you are $988,000 away from being a millionaire or $1 million of income. So while, yes, the average millionaire has 7 streams of income, the average new creator shouldn't be chasing multiple streams of income too soon. Like, again, you might say, well, Sean, you did that video on your 21 different streams of income. And yes, if you want to check that video out, we can link that up in the description. You can watch that later. But consider that this is not the first day in my career. Consider that there's 30 W-2 employees working at Think Media. So multiple streams of income is amazing. And for even solo creators and side hustle creators, it's still something to dip your toes into. But I think it's overrated. I think it's a myth, especially at the start, because it can end up becoming a distraction. So here's step number 3. Increase outputs and optimize your systems, processes, and content quality. So Appliance Insider asked the question, I'm at $1,000. How do I get to 3,000? Here's what's cool. The way you got to 1,000, I'm guessing, well, let me ask you, how did you get to 1,000? You uploaded YouTube videos, you got monetized, you got views, you've got ad revenue coming in, and you've got some affiliate income coming in. And that's $1,000 a month. So this might seem overly simple, a little bit boring, but here's my advice to get to $3,000 a month. Just do 3 times as much of what you've already done.
Uber Eats is delivering more deals so you can watch more basketball. Right now, get a buy one, get one Whopper from Burger King to get food to watch basketball. And then more food to watch more basketball. Order now, only on Uber Eats.
Colgate Optic White's unique technology gives you a visibly brighter smile in just 3 days.
IRS e-file is now open. Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, get your biggest refund. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. File now.
Well, there's a saying that atrial fibrillation begets atrial fibrillation. It is a progressive condition, and the earlier that it is detected and treated, we can prevent that progression, and there's a better chance to maintain normal rhythm for a patient when it's detected earlier.
So the question of what are the symptoms of atrial fibrillation, it can be quite variable for patients, and that can also be a challenge because everyone may not have the same symptoms. But in general, the common symptoms are going to be a rapid pulse. Some people may feel palpitations, an irregular pulse, which can also be felt as palpitations. People can sometimes feel short of breath, possibly chest discomfort, dizziness, fatigue, exercise intolerance. Rarely, but sometimes people can pass out.
If it's not detected early, not only can it be progressive, but it can lead to other cardiac problems such as weakening of the heart muscle or a condition called congestive heart failure. And it's also been demonstrated that if patients have atrial fibrillation and it's not identified and they're not treated with a blood thinner to protect them from a risk of stroke, it could also be a risk factor for dementia. So protecting the overall cardiac health, protecting and preventing the progression of atrial fibrillation, preventing perhaps onset of dementia and risk of a stroke. These are all reasons why it's important to identify it and treat it as early as possible.
Done. That's what the Coffee with Ken show is for, friends, is for profound insight. But it's actually sometimes the common sense is not common practice. And so, man, if you've already got to 1,000, and if you're watching this, you've already got to $20, what if you just double down and improve what got you to 20, what got you to 1,000? And specifically, there are some things to improve. The outputs, meaning this, if you just triple your uploads. Now, I know we get into challenges because you're like, well, it's hard enough to upload the videos I am uploading. But rather than asking or assuming there's no way I could upload 3x the amount of videos I am now, what if you reframe the mindset? You go, how could I get to 3 times the amount of uploads I'm doing right now while maintaining quality? Now you start thinking, could I delegate? Could I reinvest some money, hire an editor? Could I create some systems? So here's the advice: increase the amount of outputs and then optimize your systems. Now, you actually might not even have any systems. That's a problem because we don't rise to the level of our goals. We fall to the level of our systems. By simply being more efficient in your workflow, you could probably increase your outputs. Systems could also be related to software or tools that help you, processes, your workflow, how you get things done, but then also increase your content quality. Because here's what I learned, back when I earned my first $2.12 in affiliate marketing, it was proof of concept that you can start small, you start where you're at, you start at zero, you eventually make a few dollars in affiliates, eventually get monetized. And it could be really slow at the start, but here's the really cool thing with earning your first dollar online. It's a light bulb moment to be like, all right, it's not much, but it's proof of concept. Now, how do I improve that? How do I turn $1 into 100, into 1,000, into $100,000 a year income? That's going to be a matter of improvement and focus. And so congratulations for getting to $1,000 a month. Just improve that. Might seem overly simple, and there's tactics to it, but as at the high level of these 5 tips, it's like you already hit 1,000. You absolutely could get to 3,000 by doing what you've already done better, more efficiently, more creatively. And with that, you still might be like, okay, but what exactly should I do? Well, that is a big trap creators fall into, and it's the I can figure it out myself mentality. And so at this stage, sometimes I've seen this happen, you just don't know what you don't know. One of the biggest life-changing things that has always helped me was investing in myself. I'll be reading through a book, and then I'll hit a page and I'm like, oh my gosh, I never even knew that. That's the exact mistake I'm making as a creator, as trying to build an online business. I didn't know that until I got some external advice. Even better was getting coaching or investing in an online course, because if I just think I'm going to figure it out, it's like being on this exact video. It's like you might be seeing some light bulb moments that are an outside perspective. In fact, if you actually are interested, this would be perfect, Appliance Insider. I don't know if you know that we have coaching, but if you are interested in doing that with Think Media, I have learned that courses are great. Membership sites are awesome. Books are incredible. Free content like this is incredible. And that's our mission here at Think Media, is to help 1 million purpose-driven people create a full-time living doing what they love on YouTube. So you can engage with us at all kinds of different levels. But there's a lot of people in our community. You should jump into our coaching. Why? Well, because a coach can help you identify blind spots, can help you challenge your assumptions, can help you develop greater self-awareness, and self-awareness is a superpower, can help you avoid pitfalls, completely altering, like, oh, instead of that taking you 6 months, it's only going to take you 6 weeks because you have coaching and feedback, and it can accelerate your progress. And in the context of Appliance Insider, it's probably the perfect time to do it. Again, whether our stuff's right for you or not, you're already at $1,000. So now it's like reinvest and build more momentum. Get feedback, because the I can figure it out myself mentality keeps a lot of people stuck, because you don't know what you don't know. And you don't even know what to ask AI to help you with. And you don't even know what to search for. And you don't even know if the path you're going down is the right path. Feedback, insight from somebody with proven results that's further than you, priceless. And so if you want to learn a little bit more about that, and that sounds interesting, meaning doing coaching with our certified coaches, you just go to thinkmediacoaching.com, or we'll have a link to that. It's actually application only too. So we only select people that it fits. So there's really nothing to lose and everything to gain by just checking that out. So that's thinkmediacoaching.com if you want to check that out. There's also a link in the description. Step number 4, avoid distractions and chasing shiny objects. So now, if you have doubled down on the video types that are working, the content formats that are working, the way you got to $1,000. And now you're also taking your time and your energy to say, how do I improve my processes? How do I improve my systems? How do I even make better content to just scale up my revenue? Number 4 is the mistake 99% of creators make, and 99% of entrepreneurs make, and creatives make, because we're ideal people. Can you relate to that? You got a lot of ideas. You want to do something new, right? And so avoid distractions and shiny object syndrome. What is shiny object syndrome? It's a tendency to be easily distracted by new, exciting ideas and opportunities, often at the expense of staying focused on current goals and strategies. AKA, it is my number one syndrome. It is literally, I don't know if this is describing you, but it's describing me. It happens when someone jumps from one idea or project to another without fully committing to completing what's already working, which can slow progress or lead to burnout. In the context of business or content creation, it refers to getting sidetracked by trendy tactics or ventures instead of doubling down on proven methods. So one of the most important aspects of you getting to 3,000 from 1,000 is avoiding distractions and shiny object syndrome. And the challenge here is, it's not that you can't create that course you want to create someday. And it's not that you can't, start maybe reaching out to more brands. I wouldn't even do that right now in Appliance Insider's case. I would say, okay, ad revenue and affiliates is at 1,000. I'm going to scale that to 3. And that is the only thing I'm working on. Systems, processes, efficiency, more content, better content, like improving this and building stability at this before you start doing other things. And one of the biggest mistakes I think we make is we don't consider the second order consequences. And by the way, even right now, we're promoting Amy Porterfield's online course, Digital Course Academy. Highly recommended if you know it's the right time for you to be making an online course. But let me also issue a warning. That is an incredible thing you should do. The question is, should you do it right now? And the question is it the right sequence of events for you? Because the second order consequences of certain things that we do is that now we might need to be thinking about, okay, is there going to be returns or customer service? If Appliance Insider creates this consumer reports digital product, it's like, not only got to create the product, you got to keep it maintained. You think about, you get to start doing list building for it. You start doing all this other stuff. I recommend all that stuff. You just got to decide if that's the thing you should do again right at this moment. And you always might be working on the next thing while you're working on the current thing. I'd give you the 80-20 rule. Take 80% of your time and focus on good videos, ranked videos, more AdSense, more affiliates. And for sure, then, if you're like, yeah, but I want to do the digital product thing, make sure to vet your idea. And there might be a different direction you want to go. That's why I love Amy's stuff, because she's the best at it to help you really dial in before you even created a digital product that'll succeed and be successful. But the punchline would be, okay, I might want to be working on that as well with 20% of my time, but really put the blinders on 80-20 to focus on the most important thing that'll scale your revenue. And in this case study that we're working through, there's already 1,000 coming in. So getting to 3,000, I'm not saying that's going to be easy, but it's going to be practical. It's inputs and outputs. It's kind of mathematical. Of course, there's some YouTube and algorithm and which video, and it takes creativity. I get it, but it's inputs and outputs. So guard your focus, avoid distractions, and avoid shiny object syndrome. And I'll get to tip number 5 here. But if you also want to go a little bit deeper on this and you love trainings like this, hit the like button. And if you didn't hear, we're doing a challenge. So we have a free YouTube challenge coming up. That starts next week at the time of going live on this particular video. So tube1kchallenge.com, 5 days. Every day you'll learn something. And every day you'll be challenged to do something and take action. That's why it's called a challenge, because it's challenging, getting you out of your comfort zone. And I want to encourage you this. 2 things we know right now about the state of YouTube. Number 1, there's more opportunity than ever before. Algorithm is promoting small creators. We know that the creator economy is going to triple in value in the next 3 years. The next 3 years, it's going to go from a $250 billion industry to a $500 billion industry, according to Goldman Sachs. There's massive money in the system. Brands continue to want to invest in influencer marketing, AKA brand deals and sponsorships. We are living through a time of better tools than ever before. AI helping us go faster, create content faster. So it is an absolutely incredible time to become a creator. And at the same time, it's also more competitive than it ever has been before. And there's more distractions than ever before, meaning not just YouTube, just things to do in general, other platforms, other places for people's attention to be. And YouTube continues to change. There was a whole rollout of new announcements and new opportunities. So let me just encourage you, our challenge is free. And so getting on the cutting edge of what's working now, what are the proven fundamentals that work, what's the new stuff that's working, what's the latest stats and information you need to know, what's a way forward, and also what is the most practical, shiny object-free path to success? Because one of our obsessions here at Think Media is helping you find the shortest path to revenue, create money for the mission, go full-time or add additional leads and sales to your business so that you can focus on the practical thing that keeps you in business. Cash flow is oxygen. Some people think maybe we're too focused on money. I'm like, well, last time I checked, I couldn't pay my mortgage with subscribers, likes, and views. So just money is important. And so this challenge is all about how to get your first or next 1,000 subscribers, and also the different ways of making money right now, including some of the new opportunities. So it's totally free. If you haven't heard about it before, it's 5 days. There is like limited replays. So if you can't be there live Monday through Friday during it, you can watch it after work or before bed, after the kids go to bed. Tube1kchallenge.com, link in the description down below if you want to check that out. But let's hit tip number 5 here. And it's this. Step 5, explore new financial opportunities once you've stabilized, automated your processes, and freed up your time. So we're answering a question of, I'm at 1,000, how do I get to 3,000? Double down on what's working, identify where the money's coming from, double down on doing that, increase outputs, improve things, and get to 3,000. In my opinion, that's going to be your best way to get there. And then, after you have stabilized to a point, explore new financial opportunities. Automate your processes. And to that end, that could be as simple as you're already at $1,000 a month. I would consider hiring an editor right now, if that's needed for your content and you don't have one. That might sound crazy. You might be like, Sean, I can't afford it. A lot of creators need to hear, you can't not afford it. You got to buy back your time. You know, you could go to onlinejobs.ph and find great editors in the Philippines where the wage you'd pay them, $300 to $500 a month, is going to be life-changing for them, but it's also life-changing for you because it's getting you back 10, 20, 30. That's full time too, by the way. So they could be editing for you 40 hours a week. And just that mindset. See, a lot of us have trouble jumping over that hurdle. But what happens when you get 10 or 20 hours back a week? And right now you might be in the side hustle season and you're juggling. I'm just offering you a way of, you're paying your bills some other way. You're making $1,000 a month. Don't even consider that money that you're going to use to pay your bills. Stay at your day job longer. Go deeper. Get promotions there. And then reinvest the side hustle money, and get some automation and some processes and some stability. Because the other thing that you might find is you're also like, that's $1,000 a month now, but it went down to 200 and it wasn't as stable as you thought. So there's a lot of wisdom to the security. And some people, even people on our team and stuff, there's wisdom to maybe even doing YouTube part-time and being anchored in a job you love or different ways you could do it. Bottom line is this: step 5, explore new financial opportunities once you've stabilized, automated your processes, a video editor, a thumbnail editor or designer, mastering AI, and then big key, free up your time. Because I want to take the time you do have to double down, but when you can buy back some more time, and we'll also link up in the show notes my conversation with Dan Martell. If you haven't watched it, he's the author of Buy Back Your Time. It's must watch. So of course, always check out. We got a lot of rich resources in the show notes. But the goal would be to buy back your time. And then at that point, it's such a better place to be like, okay, now the digital course, or now really being thoughtful about not just chasing one brand deal, but having like a system for how I'm going to consistently do brand deals. And, with all of this being said, one of the reasons why, when I talk about automation that I love, and our favorite thing at Think Media is ranked videos. I don't have time to talk about that, but when you rank a video on YouTube, especially with a faceless channel like Compliance Insider, you rank a video today that's talking about best washers, top 5 washers, this washer versus that washer and dryer, refrigerators, appliances, right? That's what you're doing. And a video doesn't just get some views, but then you got to create another one. But it ranks, it gets views for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, a couple of years. That's stability. I've got thousands of ranked videos that are truly giving me passive income that didn't just let me buy back my time, but allowed me to scale my business, hire other people, and continue to reinvest in the business, in myself, in my learning. I was just on with my coach this morning at 8:30, talking about the future, getting ready for 2025, and then earning more money and reinvesting the money, stabilization, automation. But ranked videos is one of the coolest opportunities that YouTube offers us. Because when you master that skill, which we'll be teaching at the free challenge, then you're freeing up your time, you're buying back your time so that you can maybe make the course or make another video or take the time to train the editor or take the time, whatever it is you want to do. So again, if you want to register for the challenge, you could go to tube1kchallenge.com. That's coming up. If you're interested and you'd love to do coaching with us, thinkmediacoaching.com. We'll link that up in the show notes. A couple other resources in terms of some episodes to check out. Again, I don't want you chasing shiny objects, but you might be interested to watch my video on 21 different income streams, because that'll give you at least maybe a what's possible over a 1 year, 5 year, 10-year time horizon, and thinking about the sequencing of your online business. But even if it's really smart to have future planning and future vision. But our next step now is to identify that most important activity on your YouTube channel, that income producing activity, that IPA, and to put the blinders on, kill distractions, avoid shiny objects, triple down on that. And if money's already coming in for you, let me encourage you, scale the income streams that are already coming in to such a place that you have some freedom and some time that you've purchased back so that you can then invest and go into the next level on your YouTube channel. So this is the Coffee with Candle show. Smash like if you enjoyed our opening sequence today. Today, we are doing a lot of cool things. We've got Kimmy coming on the show for coaching, Laura coming on the show. We'll have some conversations there. We'll be doing some Q&A. And today's episode's also brought to you by Opus Clip. I'll tell you a little bit more about them later, but that's another resource that we have for you that'll help you buy back your time. It's an AI video editing tool, link in the show notes, but we'll hit that in just a second. I'm fired up. Let me know where you're watching from. I'm going to take a sip of my coffee, and let's get into the show. What is up? Sean Cannell here, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel. This is the Coffee with Cannell show, a live stream show that we do on our Think Media podcast channel. Whenever we do it, is there a consistent schedule? I don't know. 2 times a month, sometimes more, sometimes less. How's that for clarity? Well, thank you for being here, whether you're watching on X, YouTube, Facebook. It would mean the world to me if you shared this, hit the share button on LinkedIn, and smash the like button. Today, I'm joined by one of our Think Media coaches, Alex Parker, who in just a second, I'll ask if he had any aha moments or thoughts in regards to lessons he's learned from the students we're coaching in regards to maybe the 5 tips today. But Alex is a former musician and audio engineer, photographer, tech nerd. He helps a lot of our students dial in their setup. If you're ever frustrated, fear of the gear, imagine just getting like coaching from Alex. He's doing it all the time. HDMI, change the settings, get this right. Your camera's overheating. Here's why. Here's why your footage looks wrong. Here's why the color is all messed up. He's a genius, and he is a great human being. Alex, thanks for joining me today.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Sean. I really do. There was a lot of great nuggets of truth in the opening segment, but I gotta say, the creator trap one really resonated with me, that I can figure it out myself. I'm one of those people. I'm one of those people that thought, I got this. I don't need any extra help. But even just from working here at Think Media, the amount of aha moments I've had myself, and that's actually what makes our coaching so special, is getting in those stage calls, diving in deep with one another, and really being able to call one another out from both a viewer perspective, a consumer perspective, and a creator perspective. So there's a lot of value inside of what you said there with that creator trap. Really appreciate that.
Appreciate you, Alex. And man, feedback is priceless. We just can't see what we can't see. And so it's, I love the circle of coaches that we have, because iron sharpens iron, and the way we process ideas and titles. And we just did a deep dive training on AI yesterday, and you're learning on stuff there. Caleb's doing mid-journey stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff happening in our coaching. But with that, I want to get ready for Kimmy, and I can't wait. Kimmy is everything kitchen, cooking, and storage. 392,000 subscribers. Kimmy, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you. I'm excited to be here. A little nervous, but I'm very excited.
Well, I'm excited to be getting to hang out with you, and Alex and I will be, I think he'll look at and give you some feedback on maybe channel, thumbnails, some different things that he looks at, as well as the conversation we have. But give us a little bit of your story. When did you start? What's the vision of your channel? And how's it been going lately?
I have been on YouTube since 2012, so I've been around for 12 years. Started just as a hobby, and because I love editing and film, I dived deep into that for high school. And I just shared my journey as a young mom at the time. I started the channel when my oldest was 12. She's now 24 and married. So I have 2 kids in the home and out of the home. So I was sharing the ups and downs of motherhood. I have anxiety, and at the time my anxiety was at the highest. And so I was just sharing how I was putting these routines and systems into place in my life as this young mom with ADHD and anxiety, and sharing, my buckets were organizing and family life, and cooking was always there, and building up a food storage was always there. And over time,
When you see what it's really like when our skin touches wool, you see why we need Downy. Adding Downy to your wash not only makes your clothes feel softer on your skin, it breathes life into your laundry.
Cheetos pizza thing, it changes everything. Hey, you guys try this? Very tasty. Hey, Donnie, don't you got someplace to be? Sorry. Cheetos Cheese Pizza Puffs. Proud to be the second best pizza thing.
Starburst, different every time.
I just, you learn, well, maybe I shouldn't have my family on YouTube as much and my children because the world is a little wackadoo. So I scaled back in 2019, like really sharing the intimate parts of my family. And then I noticed that the food was really taking off. And if I had really understood the game back in the day, I would have saw long time ago that I should have had 2 channels. But as we know now, the algorithm is your audience. And so I know that what my audience is watching, they're also moms too. But now I'm in this different phase of life where I'm a half empty nester and I'm still sharing the food, but I had to really just drive the food content starting in 2020. I just doubled down on the food because I just couldn't bring them into my personal life with just things we were going through. And it blew up and it was timing, right? 2020, all of that crap that was going on. So people were really interested in growing their pantries. And so I doubled down on that content and went all in. And then, so I did get a bunch of new viewers, but I also have my viewers over here that love more of the deep down homemaker content and day in the lives, and they really did feel abandoned. And but now it's like how I want to bring that full circle again with what is driving my channel, but also I pivoted once and I want to do it again, but this time I think I have to do it slowly. And not so hard like I did before because the timing was right with what was going on in the world. So I would like to bring it full circle with how I started, but I want to stay true to how YouTube drives your channel, but also what I would love my heart to drive the channel to as well.
Well, I'm excited to have that conversation, but one additional question for you. Mm-hmm. Being a mom, or you've been in different seasons, how do you get it all done? And what is your weekly YouTube workflow? Are you shooting and editing your own videos, making your own thumbnails? Have you put any systems or team around what you're doing? What's just kind of the state of running a channel your size, 233,000 views a month? You just grew 1,000 subscribers. You're at almost 400,000 subscribers. Right now, just the day to day.
I'm sorry, you froze. But I think I got what your question was. I did have an editor until maybe 9 months ago. And when I had my editor, it really freed up the time. It was like I could create and be free in that, even when I was going through family stuff that was hard. It was just like, oh yeah, here, take it. And I have to say my channel grew leaps and bounds by having that editor to free up time. So right now I am editing. I built my team right now to help me more on the product side. And it was like you said, where am I putting my time and my focus on making that passive income? And so I really have been giving the income that I would right now to my editor towards the back end to help with, putting my end game together. It was like, now at this point, I'm like, what's my end game? Where do I want to be in 5 years? And we're working backwards. So my money right now is going towards someone typing up the recipes for the cookbook, that part. Someone is doing my email so I can grow my email list and marketing that way. And then I have my amazing coach, Alex. And so that's where I am focusing my money right now. So Should I be editing my YouTube videos right now? No, but I'm in this stage right now where I'm falling back in love with YouTube from this weird journey my family's been on for the last 5 months, because I'm a totally different person. I'm the same person that my audience fell in love with, but I've been through some things, and yeah.
Yeah, well, I love you sharing your story, and I know that it's always encouraging to just hear about the seasons of life, and I know a lot of people can relate to. I can relate to. Man, I've been doing this so long. I feel like I'm falling back in love with YouTube. Kind of a funny thing to say, but I mean, you get into the operations of the business, running the team, dealing with different things. I feel like a fresh wind in terms of content, but the fact that sometimes ebbs and flows, and there is kind of an emotional roller coaster, ups and energy, ups and downs of seasons of life. That's the content creator journey, and it's very refreshing, I think, for all of us listening to you to hear that. So to clarify your question, I would love to reach new viewers, but my primaries come from your subscriber base. But you want to bring new people to the channel. Do I start another channel? Maybe, I mean, you mentioned it, but if you consolidate your question, how can we help?
Well, I'm noticing that I had a video go viral in May of 2022, 40 foods that freeze well. And it has just, I mean, that is constantly bringing new viewers in.
Miracle shower cleaner?
Oh, that one is so old. That one doesn't bring any more traffic.
Okay.
But the 40 foods that freeze well, I have brought in, and it brought in an older crowd. Like, I don't know where this video was shared, if it was book, but I have now this older crowd of like 60 plus following me from that video. And but I still have my strong base. And so I want to bring in the new viewers. And I would like to go back to, like, I've been so focused on the pantry and building your pantry and food storage and saving on your groceries that I want to also bring back in the things that started the channel, the routines. I have a planner. I changed and pivoted my channel right when I started creating a planner. So the only parts I put out on this is the shopping your shelves, the menu planning, all the fun party planning and things that are in here. So I want to bring in new viewers, but also like keep the essence of me. And with all the women that I'm attracting, you know, yes, they want to save money on their groceries. They want to build their pantry, but they're also going through motherhood like I am. And a lot of them, the age group are from like 40 to 60, and they're going through these ups and downs with their teenagers as well. And so I guess I am just trying to, I want to service YouTube. I know the YouTube game, but I don't, maybe Alex can chime in because he knows my brain very well. I just want to be able to kind of make it full circle and in a way for me to enjoy what I still do. I love live shows. Yeah, I don't know, Alex, I don't know if you want to translate for me.
Sure.
I'm in this really weird stage with YouTube right now.
Yeah. So some of the stuff we've talked about in our accelerator meetings is how to, like she said, still have that essence of what her channel is about, but still deliver on the pillars of what make her channel. She's in her apron. So freezer hacks, fall homemaking is a video she recently did, grocery hauls, organizing the pantry, like these core, almost tutorial-esque videos that are helping people, teaching people how to be better homemakers and better mothers and all that good stuff, but also talk to the viewer like a friend, like that friendly neighbor, still having parts of her life that she can reveal, not too personal. And so a strategy we were looking at was still focusing on those 4 pillars, but then also creating more casual talking head videos. She's actually done a couple that have gotten anywhere between 35 to 50,000 views. And so we were thinking, if you can just casually get, post 3 or 4 of these videos and get 120 to 160,000 views a month casually, there's nothing wrong with that. I guess our debate that we've been discussing over time is, would this be better suited for a second channel, or do we inject it into the rotation of her primary content library?
Yeah.
Genius. Okay. This is really good, and this is going to serve everybody listening, I think. wherever they are at their journey, because we're all managing tensions. One of the things we say at Think Media a lot is a lot of things are not problems to be solved, they're tensions to be managed. The tension between what does the YouTube algorithm work, what goes viral and what works, and the tension of what is your passion, what feeds your soul, what kind of content do you want to make? If you go to either extreme, you're in trouble, because if you don't serve the algorithm at all, right, well, then you get no views. And so unless you're just doing a hobby channel, then you're not impacting or reaching anybody. If you completely sell out to the algorithm or to trends, you might lose your soul in the process in just terms of like, I don't like what I'm doing anymore. So it's a tension to be managed. Time tensions, the tension between focusing on videos that get views that are maybe even easy to make. Some people critique reaction content. So easy. It might get a lot of views and it's sustainable. What about more deeper dive, artistic? It takes more energy, but you like doing it. Cool. But maybe it doesn't get as many views. So a lot of things are not problems to be solved. They're tensions to be managed. What I would like to actually start with, Kimmy, and is a exercise that the audience can do as well. And it's just called Solve for X. What are you solving for? What's the big vision? Here's what X could be. Money, enough to pay the bills each month. It could be ultimately impact and identifying who you want to impact. I want to help moms in a particular season of life, and that is the mission. It could be creative expression. You're solving for, yes, doing your YouTube channel, but what season of life are you in? Scale it, grow it, teams, systems. How big can this get? Let's do multiple channels. Or lifestyle. Solve for work 4 hours a day. Solve for work 20 hours a week and go to Pilates or go on walks or travel a little bit. And we always have options, meaning everybody listening to this. But I would imagine with 400 subscribers, you have certainly more options than others. So while this is not a framework we ask once, we continually ask it. What am I solving for in this season? I have a 2-year-old and 4-year-old now, 2 boys. Sean Bradley just turned 4. I'm solving actually for family, being 1 block over away from my stepdad, Phil, and my mom, Susan. And when it's sunny in the Pacific Northwest, I'm solving for 3 walks a week, at least with my mom, to keep her moving, time with the kids, and scaling Think Media, but not the same as maybe some other business guru online who they're solving for build the biggest business in the world or make the most amount of money in the world. What are you solving for?
Right now, with my season of life that I'm in, I am trying to make time for what is coming in the future. My daughter, they are in the middle of trying to have their first child. And I know how much time YouTube takes. And I want to be, when that happens and that baby's here, to be ever more present, that I have systems into place, that I am generating the income with YouTube, that if I don't show up for a week, it's not going to kill things. And I want to solve, like, building our savings up. And my husband has an amazing job, but man, the opportunity and what I've already seen from YouTube, this is our number one go thing where he can just focus on his work and his career.
Okay, it's good clarity.
So,
how about this? And feel free to not share exactly, but what dollar amount are we solving for monthly? Or
here's
roughly a percentage increase?
I know. Outside, just AdSense wise, I'm chasing what I used to make, and I want to bring back in averaging, from $10,000 to $17,000 a month on AdSense again.
Okay, but also, can we just simplify that and say, let's just get to $10,000 to $17,000 a month, no matter where it comes from?
That's true. That's true.
So
That's true.
Right. I mean, because this is I guess probably the power of coaching. It doesn't have to be AdSense, and it could be, and it certainly would be a mix. But when we solve for X, we then can start reverse engineering pathways.
Yeah, it does take the pressure off the YouTube algorithm and all that. I see where.
Yeah.
What you're saying, it does take that.
Okay, cool. And now this is fierce clarity. And I want to challenge listeners. Clarity is power, to be thinking through what you're solving for. So if I hear you right, you want more time in the future. So you want to install systems, create more income right now, build up your savings right now. And you have time to work right now, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of a grind season on this. Empty nester, but wanting to really lean in to grandma mode.
Yeah.
Because your daughter will and be able to be in that season. So you want more freedom in the future. So you're making wise decisions and even putting in the work today to create that.
Yes. And that's why I let go of my editor. I freed up pathways of, paying out and putting it towards these other systems, more digital products, other things, the cookbook, other things that we can use through our email marketing and all of that to create like a funnel and create that passive income.
How much and then how many hours a week are you willing and able to work on this right now?
I can't even tell you how many hours of work I week. I am a workaholic right now, and I have been for the last year. Well, I've always been with YouTube, but I would say in the last year, 2 years, I really have been focusing on this, and I put a lot of hours in. Like, I couldn't even tell you.
60.
Probably more than that, a week. More. Yeah, probably 60 to 80.
60 to 80 a week on right now. And are you able though to have stability in at least paying bills? You're trying to create margin.
Yeah, my husband's job does all that. That's not a problem. I'm building up what I'm trying not to get too personal. We basically bought a house that we spent to help one of our family members go through something very hard. And YouTube, thank gosh, it helped pay for that. Like miracles opened, doors opened. And now that is behind us, it's recouping to be able to get back our retirement and things. So
do you have to keep the house or can you sell the house?
We already sold the house. We did 5 years ago. We did all of that. We sold the home, dipped into 401k, got a loan, and I paid off that loan in a year with YouTube.
Great.
I would say we paid like almost $100,000 in a year. My YouTube channel exploded during the time we needed it to explode. It was unreal. And then right when that loan got paid off, I relaxed and there was no more fire under my butt. And I was like, okay, we're in rebuild mode. If we could do what we did last year, this year, great. No, that didn't happen. It was like my body was like, there's no more fire, relax. And then I had to find out who I was without this adrenaline and driving me. So
how long? So you kind of take your foot off the gas, you're saying?
I did. I didn't want to, but my body was like, you need to take your foot off the gas. It's time to figure out who you are now without this chaos. So
where's your fire now on a scale from 1 to 10?
With YouTube? Oh, God. I mean, there's
fire.
no...
Yeah, YouTube. Just fire in general, the previous fire.
It's hard because that fire was more like, if we don't do this, we could really burn everything down. And now there's no emergency. So I have the fire. I would say my love of where my heart was from the start of She's in Her Apron is there back. And so there is a fire, just not an emergency fire. So I mean, I wouldn't know how to scale that. I mean,
scale 1 to 10.
I mean, my passion, I would say...
No sevens. It honestly, means you're either an 8 or a 6.
No, it's high. I would say my desire, my passion for it is like a 9. I mean...
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I could easily quit YouTube, find a 9 to 5, but I would be so heartbroken. I love my channel. I love my community. I love who I serve.
Oh yeah, totally. Well, and by the way, there's absolutely no need to do that. You have much. You have momentum, skills, subscribers, experience, a good niche, all the things dialed. So there's a lot of opportunity here. Well, from my perspective, and I know, I mean, you're in coaching with us, so we could constantly talk about tactics and videos and thumbnails and all kinds of things that you're doing with Alex. But a couple of just big ideas.
It's time to begin the hunt. To share the excitement and bake your tails off.
Endless ways to Easter, M&M's.
Can hire, manage, pay, and develop a global workforce, all while staying compliant.
Toss, wash, wow, smell
Unstoppable.
My old FemCare wash didn't keep me fresh, but Secret Deodorizing Body Wash gives me 24-hour whole body freshness by actually washing away the 6 causes of body odor. Plus, it's pH balanced, so I can wash with it everywhere. Secret Deodorizing Wash.
A couple of just big ideas. I think that it sounds like you have it, but I think one of the first thing that comes to mind for me is vision. Like where there is no vision, people perish. And where there is no vision, we cast off restraint. Now, it actually sounds like you have it, because if you got a 9, then passion is so interconnected to vision. But I think just recapturing vision and just getting what does that mean to capture vision? I lose vision a lot. I have to refine my vision multiple times a year. I find that when I start getting discouraged, maybe disillusioned, I lose a little bit of fight. It's because of overwhelm. It's because of fatigue. But it's odd as it sounds. I might need a nap. I might need a break. But more than that, I need to recapture my vision. And I hope, and so what would that mean? I think actually, do you have a written plan right now defining the season that you're in for, call it, the next even just 12 months?
I don't know if I have it written down, but I do have the vision laid out.
So I think that even immediately after this, and a lot of it will probably be sticky, but I think it's powerful to write it down, because you already told me, to me, maybe even more, you got your plan. I don't even necessarily mean the actual plan. I mean, like, what am I solving for? If we bring it all the way back to solving for X, this is the time to grind. I'm already grinding, but this is the time, and this is why. Refill savings, increase income, develop systems. And you could attach timelines. Do we know when you want your grandkids will be? Is it an exact time? Is that going to be like 1 year, and then they're going to be kind of young, and then what are we looking at? 3 to 5 years, 7 years?
Yeah, I mean, we're just waiting for that phone call. I mean, and so and when you said vision, it was interesting. Last night I was really pondering about this, and love AI, love vidIQ, ChatGPT. And I got the coolest little thing that popped up was, let's embrace the messy middle together. And I'm like, that's what I'm in. I'm in this weird, messy middle. And I would love to incorporate that. I've always shared on my channel, progress over perfection. It doesn't have to be perfect. And man, if I let this perfectionism creep in the last 2 years, and it's definitely holding me back. But just diving into more of this with the help of AI, just getting the messy middle. And I'm like, okay, we're in the messy middle, but there's a way forward.
I love that. So this vision is key for all of us listening, getting clear on our vision, kind of clear on our why. That's going to be a driving passion. And I think also out of that, I mean, it sounds like you're smarter now. You're wiser now. We all are after the stuff you've been through. I don't think you need to go back into emergency mode because our nervous systems also can't handle that. However, I do want to recommend you go into urgency mode.
Okay.
Not emergency mode, but urgency mode. All great leaders, CEOs, they have a sense of urgency. And they have more of a sense of urgency than anybody they work with. Anybody you hire, you're the next editor that you're going to hire. You can't blame. Why would they have urgency? Unless that's just their genetics. But it's like, yeah, they want to work for you. It's a value exchange. Things are going good, but it's up for you to keep that tone and that pace. We say at Think Media, urgency without anxiety, because sometimes urgency could be like we're frantic, we're anxious. We're like, well, we don't want to be that, but we need to be urgent. Especially, we can't take it for anything for granted. Yesterday's home runs will not win today's games. The market is more saturated, and there are more challenges, and there are new giants to slay. So we got to be on offense. We have to have that urgency, and it's the power insight is that the mission previously of help a family member, get the house, solve the situation was fuel. So finding that new fuel, and this is all under this big idea of vision, but finding other things to motivate yourself every day. And you're not lacking motivation. You're working 60, 80 plus, but we'll talk a little bit about maybe smarter, not harder too, but like just keeping that urgency strong. It's not even just for the amount of time you're putting in, it's even for the decisions you're making. There's a book called High Performance Habits by Brennan Marchard. It talks about the 6 things high performers do consistently. And one of them is they raise necessity. They increase urgency. And raise necessity, you already have the ingredients. And it's urgent that you do the right things today and get the right things in place so that in 5 to 7 years, you're sipping tea, watching your grandkids play, able to take them out, pay for the zoo tickets and all the food there with just zero stress, solve problems. Like it's urgent because so high performers just raise necessity, period. Wherever they find that. But I do think that right now, I think there's also probably, it sounds like you've done it a little bit, but I think there's maybe the need to grieve some loss. Many people we coach that lived through 2020 on YouTube beat themselves up that it wasn't what it was then. They're like, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with my channel? What's wrong with my AdSense? And one, we have to always, of course, innovate and adapt. But 2, we also just have to look at it practically. Think Media's views when the lockdown started doubled overnight from about 150,000 views a day. We have a lot of ranked videos to 250,000 a day. Like we didn't even do anything. And then we were popping off videos. Even the Coffee with Candle show. It's a great show. I'm grateful everyone's here. This is amazing. We were hitting numbers, but why? Well, people had nothing to do. People were all locked down. It was different seasons. So going through any season, I think it's also, I hope it's encouraging to just kind of consider to say, okay, I want to grieve and process the past a little bit, accept that that's what it is, but maybe develop a new set of lenses to scan the landscape today and to create a plan accordingly. It also is, views are generally down across the platform. Down's probably the wrong word. I think the key word is more widely distributed.
Yeah.
There's just more options. There's a lot of people doing pantry stuff. There's a lot of people doing YouTube stuff. I'm not mad about it, not sad about it, just aware of it. There's still there's the opportunity for you to create more or less like infinite wealth. It's kind of a hypey term, but it's like the ability in the creator economy to like turn your creativity into cash is absolutely astronomical. There's no lid. Even if you're like, well, but my views are down, my AdSense not 10K to 17K like it once was. You could have a 30K a month business, and everybody listening to this could as well, because of how much money and opportunity there is in the system. Not from AdSense, most likely, but depending on how you innovate, what you create, et cetera. So anyways, as we land the plane, vision, I do think urgency without anxiety. But then my next big idea, and then we can talk to Alex and do some Q&A and transition to our next thing, and I'm curious your feedback as well. But I think one of the most important mindsets, and this is more what I would attach urgency to, is the aggressive investing in your business. You got to hire another editor.
Mm-hmm.
I think you also need to ask, what are your next 3 hires? And I would, like you said, you do not have any fire under your butt like you once did because there's a level of comfort, your husband's income and everything else. This is also why urgency is so important.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the power. Damon John wrote a book called The Power of Broke. Never read it, read the title. Makes sense. It was kind of like the mindset of even if you've got some comfort, you have to go back to that power of broke mindset. Because when you're broke, it's like you got to find a way and solve the problem. When there's a level of comfort, well, I can do the 60 to 80 hours. You know, I kind of, I don't want to sound extreme here, but you might have had to let that editor go. But you said I let the editor go, maybe as a way of kind of being efficient or something.
Yeah.
No, that's not like, no, you need the editor. Like not only the editor, you need to be thinking, not just creator, you need to be thinking CEO, not creator mindset, CEO mindset. What would a CEO do? Would a CEO let the editor go? Now, again, maybe the individual, or if they weren't the right person, but no, a CEO would be thinking about what are the team systems, sustainability, scalability. Would a CEO be trying to solve for just regaining 10 to 17K in AdSense, or be thinking about, okay, how do we just solve for a 50K a month business? Shoot for the stars, you'll hit the moon. Let's actually reverse engineer that, because if we start thinking a little bit bigger, then we can start, it'll maybe alter our entire plan. So just think it a little bit bigger in terms of investing in your business. You're obviously already doing that, you know, coaching with us, but I'd be thinking about when you've tasted 10K to 17K and there's been a recession for you and others can relate to the seasons, and you've gone through the different seasons and all the emotions. It could be easy to go into conservation defense mode, but defense is important for any winning team, but you're never going to score if you're not on offense, and CEO mindset is offense. And so now this is for you to figure out your risk tolerance. But what's interesting was I was with my coach this morning, I was talking about how at Think Media, we've been running 1% profit for like this whole year, kind of, which by the way, is pretty cool because I mean, you know, it'd be worse, would be like negative 10%, you know, like deficit. 20% negative would be also worse. 50% would be worse. So like, thank God we're profitable, but a little bit nervous, especially in a business like ours, which is actually quite a bit different than my peers. Many are more solo creator, few assistants. We're a media company, so I'm running CEO company mindset. Now, that's a hard mindset because especially when I could have the mentality, and this is self-awareness, take everything with a grain of salt here, there's this idea of stay small, keep it all. What kind of business do you want to build? I threw out, like, why not solve for a 50K a month business? Well, that's still going to be up to you. But if you reverse engineer the math for 5 to 7 years, like whatever that is, it's going to be up to you. You're already ready to hustle the 60 to 80 hours weeks for right now. It's just determining where you want to invest that time. But here's the big idea.
These jelly beans taste like Starburst. Different, but good, right?
That's because they're jelly beans made from Starburst.
Oh.
Wait, this basket tastes like Starburst.
Starburst. Different every time.
Not how you would have done it. You bundle things right. That saves you up to 10%.
Try Crest 3D White. Finally, a daily whitening toothpaste for whiter teeth in one day.
Introducing Restore and Protect from Valvoline, the first and only motor oil to return pistons to factory clean.
There you are. I'm looking all over for you. Can't take my eyes off it. It's absolutely captivating. Hey, Meta, translate that.
Which one of you is real?
It's writing up there. It kind of ruins it.
I'm talking to my coach who works for a media company, and They were running 4% profit and just made a land investment to scale, and now they're -9. They're like, that's just a different way of playing the game. That was not because one other key point here, we're at record top line revenue at Think Media this year. So this stuff messes with me because I'm a small town kid, like, what are we doing? And it could be easy for me to get a little bit into fear, a little bit, which is false evidence appearing real. It could be getting in caution, and prudence is good, but there could be, if we're making decisions in fear, we're making our decisions wrong. And I could get into fear. I can get into comparing myself to others. I can get into overwhelm, but it's just kind of refreshing. That's the power of coaching, right? It's just like this. It's like, oh yeah, okay, just a reframe. Shoot. And I know this person's like on crazy offense. I'm out here solving for like family and kids, and like, let's take care of the families that think and scale and serve our customers. And like, but it just was a good reminder that, yeah, that's like actually really normal. Like, let's look at the math. Like, top line revenue is record breaking. Think Media is going good. We're aggressively reinvesting. And that's the last thing I'd want you to consider. Of course, it's going to be you talking to your husband, thinking about it. And at the stability you're at, there's nothing you should ever do that risks you going homeless. I mean, you can, of course, minimize the downside. Like my wife and I, retirements, different things. Yeah. Like, so we're on, you get what I'm saying. So, but aggressive reinvesting is saying, let's tighten our belts. We don't necessarily need this or that luxury or this or that thing, or let's actually, and with no guarantee that it's going to work with maybe the staff I pay and whatnot. Maybe I look back in a couple of years and I'm like, wow, a lot of profit just went to operations, and not a lot of profit, as much as could have, has gone to us. But that's the self-awareness thing. What are we solving for? We're solving for the families working at Think, the impact and legacy. And we come all the way back to self-awareness of what is it you want to build? Who are you? What are you solving for? And we've talked about that. But from my vantage point, seeing the ingredients and learning from you and hearing about your story, your vision, to me, I think it's getting that vision super clear, raising necessity, raising urgency, but then also aggressively reinvesting in your business. Calculated risks, but getting the editor in place, getting perhaps, thumbnails in place, getting things in place that are not necessarily not that you have a small mindset, but it's not thinking small. It's actually thinking big. It's thinking a little bit bigger. And it doesn't make sense to perhaps the smaller mindset, but it makes logical sense to the CEO mindset that is also, end of the day, so clear on the vision, because you're thinking about the lifestyle for you and your husband. You're thinking about the time with grandkids. You're thinking about sacrifice over the next 5 to 7 years, because the 50 after that are going to be insane because of the smart strategic decisions and hustle you're putting in right now. And then you're operating off of that framework going forward. What's your feedback for me, or any aha moments from this conversation so far?
I am loving where you're saying with the vision of where to really put the time, the focus, the money, and to be able to push out that vision. When you said raising the necessity, I think in urgency without anxiety, I have anxiety and I have ADHD. So you could see how, when you were saying in the beginning, chasing after shiny things, that's me. And so I think just really focusing in on which habits, which necessities will really bring the change that I want in 5 years. And maybe some of the things that I am doing right now, like taking on the editing, is not really getting me there. And it's creating more fear and anxiety.
Oh, 100%. Like, literally, first practical step is get another editor.
Yeah.
As soon as possible. Because you got 60 to 80 hours. Even if you keep that up, which sounds like you will, and that's great. I can relate to different seasons of, like, for sure. Like when you also love it, but it's what you're doing, you understand the opportunity. Last thing practically, and I want to hear from Alex. This has been a good conversation. I thank you, Laura. We'll be talking to you in just a second, plus Q&A. If you have questions, Coffee with Candle, 4 question marks before and after for text questions. But I also just, in my opinion, based on what you're solving for, because that was why this conversation really needed to take place, I think, to really get to hopefully, the best next step for you, because it's going to be based on what you're solving for. Now, it might be, I know you talked about your love for your audience. You talked about impact. You talked about purpose. You talked about all of that. It's like, that's a disclaimer, because I know like all of our audience is purpose driven. And I know people that also follow us, they're not uncomfortable talking about money, and they might be like, Sean, you talk about money so much. 100%. That's literally, we're helping people make money on YouTube. I would focus on the 5 tips we just talked about, because you're more in that place than Appliance Insider from the beginning of this live stream. He was making $1,000 a month. He's trying to go to 3,000. In my opinion, your best way to generate more money for the mission is not to start a second channel.
I don't want to.
Yeah, well, good. If you don't want to, that's another reason not to do it. So we already, nice to scratch that off the list. I think it's not to overthink some of maybe the creative things you want, like, because you can do all this stuff. Like, by the way, you could vlog on your own channel, or like share, you could experiment on your own channel, call it 1 out of 5 or 1 out of 10. Don't worry if some video brought in an older audience and a younger, like sometimes we overthink that. It's all important, but it's like you can do the stuff on your main channel. I think what's more important is not thinking about what's like that creative expression thing. It's literally what is gonna bring in money. So another way to say it is do what Alex says. He's like, there's certain pillars, and just kind of like in any given week, and I can relate, and my wife has ADHD as well. So and I probably do as well, or some kind of another form of it as creators. But, thinking about that, I think it's just getting a simple plan. But to me, that simple plan is like, make great videos that serve your audience, but also that bring in money.
Yeah.
You got all kinds of affiliate marketing opportunities. The last video I clicked on is a paid sponsor. Like, you already have all that stuff. So it's a lot of like just tweaking what you're doing, which was the exact 5 steps from the beginning of this video, avoiding shiny objects and distractions. And you're already beyond where that individual was, because I would aggressively reinvest. Like, even if it reduces your income to a point, you're not indiscriminately hiring people you're not ready to train or onboard, but it's like, get editor in place. Free up your time to make better video, time codes, chapters, ranks, watch time, affiliate links, video ranks, lots, more money's coming. Oh, there's a big income producing video. You know what I mean? And video by video, your genius multiplied by Alex and his coaching, I think it'll raise both. So I'm aggressively investing. Editor, okay, how else could I hire around this? Great videos, and buy back your time. That, ultimately, even if you want to keep working 80, buy back 10, 20, 30, 40, because now you have 40 to make your next best video or chase the shiny object. Kyle Anderson, as I bring Alex on, was just talking about, because there's this thing on my mind, and he's our content producer. We've got Think Media main channel, Craig, Nate, we've got podcast channel. We're doing the Coffee with Cannell show. We've got our coaches. We got Alex on here. But I have this Sean Cannell channel that I want to do. I want to start vlogs. Sounds like a weird way of saying it, but kind of like vlogs, and kind of maybe more storytelling and a little bit more maybe business development and whatnot. And man, I think about it every single day. It's a shiny object for me. I think about it like literally, I spend a lot of energy on it, and it's cool to dream, but then I really get back to like the broken things or things that need to be fixed, improved in just my business. And I'm sure you and everybody listening to this can relate, because it's like we have a new idea or a new thing, and it's cool. You don't want to start a second channel. I actually do want to lean into that channel, but I think it's, I can leave you with this. It's a very hard work to do, but what are your next 15 moves? And that's sync with sing. Number 1, hire editor. Number 2, and you might say it number 2 for 2 years. Everyone could benefit from this, because you define your next 15 moves. 5's good, but 15 is, it's a grandmaster in chess, is how many moves ahead do they think? And so it's like, I'm about to go through the holidays. It's like, move 1, hire editor. Move 2, Fire the person who's not like actually really move 3, part-time virtual assistant to manage and handle and scale brand deals. Move and then subpoint, train person, individual, get them plugged in because we'll help you with that as well. We can have Mark come on and accelerators and different things, give you all of our resources. Again, you could get to 17K a lot faster than you think by just like putting on the focus down on those moves. And then move 7, you actually might want to start this other channel. You'd probably be more optimistic about it if you felt like, I just have too much money, too much time. You know, like you're like, Alex, what's your challenge right now? I don't know. I just have way too much money, way too much time. Like I'm just like over rested. I'm getting like too much sleep. All my anxiety is gone. Like it's just frustrating. You know, it kind of sounds funny to say, but would be the nature of the team, the systems, the buying back your time, so that you then are like, you can dream a little bit more. And I know we're always dreaming and ideating, but that's the sequencing is like, I don't want to be working on move 8 or 11 when the most logical and important 1, 2, 3 should be focused on and stayed on. Don't do move 4 when move 1 is not done. You get the editor onboarded, you try them out for a couple of weeks, they don't work. You think it's a 1-month process, but you probably already know, might end up actually being a 6-month process. Fine. Mm-hmm. But like really making sure that person, you like the quality, the systems, the communication's working. You decided if you're going to use Slack, you decided like you've got that going, your payment processing's happening. It's all good. You're scaling it up a little bit with them. Even an accelerator, we'll camp around that with you because so often it's like we don't really truly delegate. We just dump. So even the people we get on our team could be at such a higher level of performance if we did more training, more a little bit deeper, more a little bit. And this is not, I hope that none of this sounds preachy, but this is just coming out of all my own pain and mistakes because it's literally, I chase the shiny objects as well. So I did the work this morning to focus on even like, okay, cool. It's cool. I got my dreams of some of the other things I want to get to. What are like the next 3 moves? And, I've been clarifying those as well. So any final aha moments? And then Alex.
It's time to begin the hunt. To share the excitement and bake your tails off.
Endless ways to Easter M&M's.
Teeth sensitivity is so common. It immediately feels like, somebody's poking directly on their nerve. I recommend Sensodyne. Sensodyne toothpaste goes inside the tooth and calms the nerve down. And my patients say, doc, it really works.
Explore spring style in-store or shop online at alteredstate.com.
For the ones ensuring the job always gets done, and the ones wearing many hats, Grainger offers professional-grade industrial supplies and real-time product availability. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you choose to be challenged, the sky isn't the limit. It's just the beginning. Find your next level at ArmyCivilianCareers.com.
Context and closure on the convo, but Kimmy, any questions for either of us about a lot of what we've talked about so far?
I do have a question, but I do want to hear what Alex has to say.
Sure. I thought the conversation was great. Something that Sean brought up, Kimmy, that you and I have talked about a lot is that grieving of the past and accepting like, hey, we're in a new phase of life right now. We're in a new position here with your YouTube channel, with what your message is, with who you are inside of this season. And I think hiring an editor is actually going to be a really big W for you because it's going to help relieve that stress and allow you to just isolate your focus on this vision and double down on that content that can bring you in money. And I was looking at, while you guys were talking, I was looking at Clutterbug. I know we talk about her quite a bit, but she has, almost 1 million subscribers. She's getting around just as many views as you are. So, but she's outputting a lot more content. So if you had an editor, crushing your vision outputting and doubling the amount of content that you're doing, plus with the more casual stuff that we were talking about, Sean's right. You can get to that place that you want to be quicker than you realize, especially with the planner. Like, I think there is a lot of clarity in the conversation you guys just had.
Yeah. There were so many, and it made a thought pop into my head of like, I've been told over the years, don't chase the vanity metrics. Like, and I keep going back to my retention, AVP in the videos. Yes, that fall video, decorating video that I did really was for my core viewers. But I also enjoyed doing it, and I missed sharing those types of content on the channel. I got out the gate 60% average view AVP or AVD, whatever it is. And I got to keep going back, like, not focusing on the vanity metrics. A lot of these videos that have low views, for me, they have high view duration. It is what these who I'm targeting love and want. And I just need to, when I'm trying to work out my business, working out products for them, working out things, tools, even freebies for them, in return to help grow my email list, I know what they want. I know my audience. I am stuck on all these rules with the algorithm, but now they say algorithm is the people. Okay, well, I'm not seeing that on my end, but maybe it's more I have to do. But I really think in this season of life, with everything you were pointing me towards, Sean, is screw what the algorithm is wanting. I know who I am reaching out to. It'll get to them. That if I have my editor back again and training them again on how to do the video, that I can have more time to work on the passive. I can do more live shows because I'm not editing. I love the connection on live shows. In fact, I just looked on my Shopify, that 24 hours on my live show, just connect 4 hours on that live, 4 hours, just connecting. We sold $1,200 in product in 24 hours. And yes, that's great. But also, when I went back and read all the live comments on that live show and just like, this is awesome. I love serving these women. That first hour, I was answering their questions on building up their pantry. My friend Becky joined us, and my hardcore people that have been with me from the start know who some of these figures that have come into my life over the years when I did more day in the life. This was so much fun. And there's so much meat in this, and I wish my microphone was working and it wasn't, but oh well, I'm still going to take snippets and post it. I think I got a lot out of this, and I know you need to get to your next guest, but I think for everybody watching live and on replay is, we could get stuck on the vanity. Don't go for the vanity, hit for the heart, because it'll show up later in growth and in your wallet. But I think we need to remember, and I go back to your niche course all the time in VRA. Who are we serving? Why are we serving them? And honestly, God will fill in the rest.
Kimmy, I really appreciate you jumping on, and just thank you for being a part of our accelerator program. And thank you for coming on today. Future is bright.
Thank you.
Love everything you've built so far. I'm excited to see the continued growth, and I love your vision.
Thank you. I really appreciate your time and your advice very, very much. Thank you.
Appreciate you. All right, Coffee with Cannell. Laura, thank you for your patience. We're going to be going to you in just a second. Smash like if you're getting value out of this conversation. We had a kind comment come in here from Susano saying, don't normally watch the lives, but high value here. Respect. Well, thank you for the kind feedback. And this is the Coffee with Cannell show. So we do a training at the beginning. We shared 5 tips today on the topic of the video. You can see in the title. We just did our first coaching session with Kimmy. I've got one of our Thinkpedia coaches, Alex, here with me. We're going to do some Q&A, and then we have another coaching conversation here in just a second. But today's episode is brought to you by Opus Clip. And we have been talking a little bit about systems, and we've been talking about buying your time back. And if you haven't heard about Opus Clip, you can check out the link in the description to try it out for free. And the big idea is you could take one long video and turn it into 10 viral clips 10 times faster. So all you have to do is upload a file or just drop one of your YouTube links, and it'll trim your video into these vertical videos. If you've seen the videos with these captions on there on screen, you're like, man, how do they have the cool looking captions and the animations? You can then take those videos and upload them as YouTube shorts, or if you're expanding out onto Instagram or TikTok or Facebook Reels or other places, Opus Clip is loved and used not only by us, but by all kinds of creators and business owners and entrepreneurs. So use the link in the description to try it out. You can clip anything and you'll be surprised by the genius insights it has, because what it does is it listens to what you're saying and it compares that to keywords and viral topics on the internet and search topics on the internet. So it does the heavy lifting for you to find moments of what you said. For example, in Kimmy's sake, she did a 4-hour live stream. Boom. Opus Clip will just find you probably 100 clips. And of course, maybe 60 of them are ones you wouldn't want to post, but 40 are out of the 4-hour video. And now you can upload those as YouTube shorts, helps you go further faster. And so check out Opus Clip, and big thanks to them for being one of the sponsors of our Coffee with Cannell show today. Now, I am curious from you if you've had any aha moments listening to this conversation, whether you just joined or whether you are have been here the whole time, because we just went deep on this last conversation, and we're all about action, not just information at Think Media. So it's nice to know any ahas, or what are you going to do next? What are some of your goals right now? I would love to hear those. Farmer Marshall said, recently I started receiving several sponsorship offers. Did I pop up on a list or did companies find me? Well, it could be anything, but chances are they found you. Companies are more mature now to go look for, like if you're doing gardening, farming, and it's companies I would assume that would want to sponsor that type of content. They have teams or agencies that are looking for macro, micro, and nano influencers to do deals with. So ultimately, you getting sponsorship offers probably in your email inbox or your DMs is a common occurrence, assuming you've built some momentum and some influence. A couple words of caution, though, is you do want to vet those sponsorship offers. In some cases, it might even be kind of like based on your thumbnail and your urban gardener title. And this happens a lot on like Instagram, they're like, we want to send you free sunglasses. And you're like, I'm not a fashion channel. We want to send you free clothes. And they actually want you to like buy them. And there are just different things that happen that are not great sponsorship deals and are sometimes even scams. So just be thoughtful about that, because once you get to any level of size as a creator, in fact, Alex, who's got a great YouTube channel, we were talking about one opportunities hitting his email inbox, and I gave him some advice. I was like, verify the person is coming from. Is their email actually the company's domain? And that should be a high enough level of trust. But I'm like, man, people can spoof stuff like phone calls. I got a call from the IRS the other day. They're like, it wasn't really the IRS. They're like, you owe us. It's a scam, So you want to check like who's the person that's promoting it. Can you find them on LinkedIn? Can you have a deeper dive conversation with them? Can you go back and forth? Is it coming from the company's official X account or Instagram account? Can you vet it? And then can you go through the process of vetting, the deal, just making sure it's legit and then jumping in? So I don't know why or where they're coming from, but future is bright for influencer marketing, brand deals, and sponsorships. There's never been a better time to get fierce clarity on your niche, grow your channel, get position, and be findable, be contactable. Because what's happening to Farmer Marshall can happen to you. If you're in a niche like urban gardening, there's endless products online that companies want to reach other passionate urban gardeners with. And you, even as a nano influencer, less than 1,000, I think 1,000, 1 to 10,000 subscribers, nano influencer, 10,000 to 100,000 micro influencer, 100,000 and above macro influencer. I don't know, check my numbers. But with a small focused niche audience, you can start making good money, but niche audience is going to be really helpful. And Farmer Marshall, I think that's one of the keys. Your name is incredible. I know exactly, urban gardening is clear of what you're doing, So whether it's accessories, sprinklers, tools, fertilizer, there's endless companies that are wanting to work with influencers like you. So thanks so much for the question. All right, well, next up, we've got Laura. Now, Laura Gibson is got a music channel. So I want to bring Laura on and welcome her to Coffee with Candle. Laura, good to see you. How are you?
I'm good. A little nervous too.
Well, listen,
I'm excited.
I'm so grateful you're here. Thanks for jumping on. And thanks for your patience. I know we're like an hour and 27 minutes into our show today, but tell us a little bit about your channel. When did it start and what are you up to over there?
Okay, my channel started like, my first video I think went out about like exactly 11 months ago. So last October. And it started off as a music reaction channel.
Yep. Okay.
You can see that it's like it was because of I grew up 90s boy bands, Backstreet Boys fan, and when I found out about so in September of last year when I found out about NSYNC's new song, I wanted to learn more about NSYNC songs because I really didn't follow them so much, and what I was doing was I was doing music reaction videos that were lyrically based. So I was focusing on the lyrics because I had struggled through what I would call or if you want to use the DSM-5, it was an almost depressive episode. So this is a while back in 2021, but because of good old NSYNC, I wanted to see if NSYNC had other lyrically focused that could help people with their mental health, as I had found, because I did a lot of research on the Backstreet Boys because I lost 20 years. I didn't even know they were around.
Well, I love you sharing a little bit about the backstory. How can we help today?
Okay, so I started it off like that. Then I took a break. I created another channel. I shared it more personally. And now what I'm trying to do is transition and go. I just put it out on Sunday earlier than planned. And this channel has yet to, I speak about the fact that I have the Backstreet Boys help me with my depression. But in this channel that's been around for 11 months, I have never said why I was depressed. So this video that just got put out has that in it. But this channel has been more music related, but there's always been mental health in there. But now I want to increase more of that mental health, and to me it's a gradual transition. It takes time, and I know I've worked with Alex in the past, others, and I just have come right back to the same thing, even though I don't feel it's a really great niche. I got a social work background, I got a music background, I'm trying to put it all together, and that's how I came up with the lyrics, focusing on lyrics.
I got you. Okay, awesome. So your question is, how do I succeed and grow and get views on YouTube in light of the fact that is my niche good? If I want to pivot to also now talking more about your depression, how this has helped you. You even said 2 days ago, why expand beyond boy bands? So you kind of had a boy bands music reaction channel. You're thinking about expanding into kind of a more mental health channel, and you're wondering our advice for that process. Do I hear you correctly?
See, at the beginning, everything was lyrically based. So I was focusing on the lyrics of songs from the Backstreet Boys, but then also I have Taylor Swift 3 videos in there, Ed Sheeran, Imagine Dragons. So those are all from the fall. And then that's when I switched and I was like, no, I got to bring in more of my personal background and my medical condition. So I created the other channel. And then I was like, no, I went to my first, I'm in my 40s. I went to my first music concert, and that was in April of the Backstreet Boys. And as soon as I went to that event in Cancun, a 4-day event, I was like, I got to stick with this. So I was doing, it became more entertainment, but still I was sticking in tidbits of mental health, and I actually did make one full video on what I learned from the experience.
So what is your question for me? How can I help?
Basically, it's a transition of like, I already know what my next video is, but the transition of trying to, bring more mental health into my videos, not lose subscribers, or can I have 2 audiences,
Good. Okay, I understand. So, let's start with the question that we started with Kimmy. What are you solving for? What's your ideal outcome? And what's your most urgent need? Clearly, right now, with the size of your channel, it's not like it's paying your bills or anything. So is it a hobby that you hope turns into something because you love talking about this stuff? Or is your ultimate goal to earn thousands a month from YouTube and turn this into an online business? What's your dream scenario?
That would be what I would like to do, is like make it like a 9-to-5, like get my 9-to-5 job. But I don't know if that's even doable. So just within the last probably week, I was thinking, oh no, maybe I need to like really go search for another full-time job, something that I'm gonna really enjoy.
Yeah. I think you, well, number one, I think you probably should, like, just take my advice with a grain of salt. My personal journey, Think Media, I was working a full-time job for 5 years. And if you look at the views now compared to what it was then, we all are in different circumstances and situations, but I think full-time job is the foundation, assuming so you can pay bills and cover different things. It's work on your day job, while if your aspiration is to go full-time on YouTube while you're working on your dream job. And we talk about the 20% rule, which is this. Number one, define how much money you need to live on a month, conservatively, but that baseline, 3,000, 5,000, 7,000, whatever it is. Number two, get planted in a day job that helps you live, survive, and that also maybe, is something you enjoy or not enjoy, but that gives you enough sanity to then work on your side hustle. And then the 20% rule is when you get your YouTube channel, kind of like at the start of Coffee with Candle today.
12 grams of protein in every serving. Quaker Protein Instant Oatmeal is there for active mornings, friendly competition, and big moves. Quaker, bring out the good.
I heard it's going well on Greenie's Smart Essentials.
Yes, it's highly nutritious.
Guaranteed life probiotics.
And it supports 6 vital health needs.
And dogs like the taste?
Indications are positive.
Wait, next weekend? I gotta go.
IKEA.
Plans take you by surprise? Shop online and choose delivery or pickup options at IKEA-USA.com.
Discover must-have spring dresses for $20 at Target.
Kind of like at the start of Coffee with Candle today, Appliance Insider's at $1,000 a month and needs to get to 3,000. It's nice to have that kind of clarity. 1,000 is not enough to pay bills fully, but it's massive momentum. And that would be our Q&A today at the start of the show that inspired it. Has a faceless channel, earning $1,000 a month, wants to get to 3,000. Here's my advice for them that could apply to you and everybody listening. He is now at the 33% rule. His targeted monthly income, 33% of that is being generated just from YouTube, and that has crossed the threshold. So what is the 20% rule? It just is that once you're earning 20% of your needed monthly income from your side hustle while you have a full-time job, it's arguable that it's safe to say, don't email me if it doesn't work out, but it's arguable that it's safe to say that you could give your 2 weeks notice and go all in. Because if you can earn 20%, actually, to be clear, this is the 25% rule. If you can earn a quarter of your needed monthly expenses from a side hustle while you have a full-time job, then you have proof of concept. That's like your channel's gotten monetized, money's coming in, sales are happening, your offer, whatever it is. Now going all in on it is still a risk and still really scary, but is actually a calculated risk, and it's a wise time to do it. When I went all in on YouTube with no freelance clients even, I had gotten Think Media to about $300 to $500 a month in affiliate income and a couple $100 in ad revenue. So that's not a ton of money, but that's like $700 a month. Well, again, multiply that by 4. It's just my wife and I, no kids, living in Vegas. We could live off $4,000 a month. Like, so when I went all in, it was a leap of faith, but there was a practicality to it as well. We scaled up beyond that. There's other expenses, but the punchline, that's the 25% rule. And that was a detour around the question of, I think it's important while on the YouTube journey to perhaps be anchored into a full-time job. Of course, it's all personal for you, but while you're building up your side hustle, that's number one. I think I'd say this number 2. Have you identified any successful channels that have combined like any kind of music reaction and mental health and built like a lucrative, profitable business out of it?
Yeah, that's a negative. I really haven't.
Yeah. Well,
and so that's why I know that you heard my story of how this channel started. It was just like out of the blue. Ooh, I got a great idea, because that's how I learned about all the Backstreet Boys 20 years is by, I came across reaction videos, learning about them.
Yep.
So that's what I knew.
So I think I read a quote once, and it's very powerful, and it's about entrepreneurship and business. And in essence, it said, novice entrepreneurs chase novelty, where seasoned entrepreneurs chase essentially practicality. So what does that mean? It means that oftentimes the creator mindset thinks, what is my passion first? What's my passion? Backstreet Boys, boy bands, the music. Okay, cool.
Helping other people. That's
helping
my
other
passion.
people. Well, sure,
through music.
But let's drill down on that, because today is garbage day for me, garbage and recycling. That's super helpful. I'm not being funny here. Do you have any interest in starting a waste management garbage business? Well, you said your passion was helping people. That would be really helpful to people, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I'm not trying to say your passion's not helping people, but I am trying to challenge you and all of us as listeners that, if we throw out helping people, because if you were really solving for helping people, then you would maybe take any way of helping people. What if you just went down to a local kids organization and volunteered. I'm not suggesting that you should do that or that would make you a good or a bad person. I think self-awareness is actually being more clear that, yeah, I do want to help. Sure, I want to help people make a difference, but maybe we like over sanitize our vision sometimes. I think it'd be like, okay, it could be like, I love music and I want to make a lot of money. I want to make enough money to live. And I want to help people I want to do it ethically. I want to do it in a way that changes lives. And that's what ethical business is. It's adding more value to others. It's a value exchange. You get paid in proportion to the amount of value we add to the marketplace. Business owners, this is a cool conversation. There's a good book called Business Secrets from the Bible. They say, who actually is like more impactful, Bill Gates or Mother Teresa? And who would honor God more, Bill Gates or Mother Teresa? Now, everyone listening is gonna be like, yo, Bill Gates, he's got some sketchy, okay, but we're talking about net impact. What I mean is like net impact of people maybe saved, vaccinated, saved in terms of by food, like fed, vaccinated, controversial, because, different things Bill's done. Maybe that analogy doesn't fit today's life, but who is more of a saint, Elon Musk or Mother Teresa? I just offended half the people listening to this. Who's provided more jobs? And by providing jobs, how many more kids have been fed? And by feeding kids, how many more kids will go to school, get ready, and then will live productive lives because of also the culture he's created at his companies? How much money he's given away? The net impact of the billions is given away. I'm not diminishing Mother Teresa. Here, listen, I don't even have a dog in the fight. I'm here for the conversation. What I do want to challenge is you and everybody else to consider your vision, your motivations, and maybe your relationship with what it is you're trying to do and even money itself. Because I think it's a fascinating open question to say again, is it the person that's on the front lines feeding and serving the poor, or the greedy, wealthy capitalist, as many might criticize? If we actually think about the net impact, I just think a lot of us probably judge things wrongly. And now motivation, of course, comes into it and whatnot, but amount of infrastructures or cities or people's lives that have changed and mouths that have been fed compared to the amount of people okay, you get where I'm going. Bottom line is just, I want to encourage you and listeners to consider. Here's actually the quote: novice entrepreneurs chase novelty, seasoned entrepreneurs chase viability. What does that mean? It means that they'd be way more interested in starting a waste management business than they would starting a music reaction channel. Now, I'm not encouraging you to start some kind of physical business that you and I probably don't have the skills to start. What I am encouraging you to do is, I just heard you say this. You said, I said, what are you solving for? You said, I would love to do this full time. Is that correct?
Yeah, if it's not completely YouTube, but
online, freedom, work from home, full time. Let me encourage you this. If you learn from the successful entrepreneurs, they're going to prioritize viability, or they're not going to do something on YouTube that doesn't have a viable financial opportunity tied to it. And I'm really sharing with something you already know. There are no other mental health music reaction channels that are successful. Now, I'll placate the critics, because somebody will be like, well, what? You're taking the artist's soul out of this. Yes, there's one person. Okay, well, there's one person, but let's reverse engineer it. And Laura, I'm sure you know about our 3 Ps. Success on YouTube is at the intersection of passion, of proficiency, what you're good at, what you know about, what you could talk about, what you could help others with, but also of profit. And the profit P, if it doesn't pass all 3 tests, you don't do it. Well, we already know your channel doesn't pass all 3 tests.
Okay.
So the opportunity you then have is to just really do some introspection and to consider, because I might get misunderstood. It's like, let's just go back to, what are you solving for? I think even the 17 people who've watched the video of uncovering the truth of why you were depressed, that is amazing, Laura. Like, if you could help just one person, if you can help 17 people, and I do believe you want to help people, and you are realizing that your story can do that. But there's also, maybe you could volunteer at a local church and share in a women's group and also help 17 women there. Like, there's different ways we could achieve different things that are happening in our lives. You share your depression, you could, but if we want to build a profitable online business, we can't chase novelty or just passion. We have to think about viability and practicality. And to me, that's digging deep to say, okay, you could pivot this channel. It's not too big to pivot, 132 subscribers. You could take it a new direction. You could unlist videos. You could leave them up. You could do some other things. Music reaction channels are very successful, but then it's a reverse engineering of strengths, weaknesses. You know, I watch Anthony Fantano, internet's busiest music nerd at times, from different albums. He's there's a reason why a lot of people watch him. He doesn't even really react to music. He just actually rates an album. It's all verbal. And you're like, bro just can talk about the different tracks and he can articulate. He's like a Rolling Stone level journalist of modern music that is coming as an extension of his passion at scale. So you're like, okay, well, he's probably a multimillionaire. So you're like, okay, there's a long tail of channels like his and other music reaction channels. But it also would seem to me like you missed the whole Drake and Kendrick beef. Do what I just said make sense? Do you even know who that is?
No.
So that's a good point. So, and I mean that to say you love Backstreet Boys and even trending. I don't know how trending they are right now. They're a little bit older, NSYNC. They're still a massive super fan tribe. But here's what I'm getting at with that. Drake and Kendrick Lamar, the hip hop artists, just went through this whole series of diss tracks, and people got insane views. People made so much money off this stuff. Now, but the point is this. That would be at the intersection of passion, proficiency. You're obsessed with hip hop. You love talking about hip hop. And Kendrick released the copyright rights to all of his songs. Like, people could like stream and react to his songs, monetized, not Drake's, but monetized across the internet. And people that were listening to this stuff, they're getting 100,000 views, 350,000 views. So there is a viability to it. Here's my point. You don't need to try to be somebody you're not. You didn't even know who Drake or Kendrick Lamar is. That's not a bad thing.
Oh, I know who Drake is.
Oh, okay, sorry. But the Drake
performed with them.
With Backstreet? That's a weird matchup. Okay, so you know Drake, but bottom line, you don't sound like you're the biggest Drake fan.
I don't really know him or his music well enough.
And not that you should. But what I would say, hip hop is by far the largest and most influential music form that is listened to, which I'm just looking at it from an entrepreneur point. How big is the audience? What is the total addressable market? What are the other reaction channels doing? What is the style of their reactions? How do they monetize? If you want to go down that path, that's the kind of research you would do and the repositioning you would do. But I would caution you against, and you weren't going to do this anyways, but trying to be somebody you're not, and all of a sudden being like, okay, well, the most financially viable thing would be to start talking about hip hop and to join. Well, no, not if you're not actually passionate or listening to Drake, Kendrick, curious about the lore, the iceberg. People make tons of money off of Kanye West because he's so weird. It goes so deep. He's so prolific. There's so much different stuff. Have you heard of an iceberg video before? So you could go like,
I'm not doing well.
Kanye West iceberg. The iceberg is like kind of a Reddit. So look at this. 3.2 million views on part 1, 2.6 million views on part 2. But this would then be the entrepreneurial strategy of reverse engineering these videos, of being like, oh, okay, do I just get on and react or just talking head in your bedroom or wherever you're filming? Or do I look at what is even happening here? This is flashing through and giving me a seizure, but you've got clips, it's a documentary really. And you've got a 50-minute mini essay documentary. An iceberg just means a lot of people know about like these facts of the person, but how deep, how niche do you go? And people will go into Kanye, MF Doom, underground hip hop, all this different stuff. That would be the research process. Where I would say if you were like, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking about doing, I'd be like, yeah, it's very viable. That would be a viable business. And to that point, I bet you there's a Backstreet Boys iceberg.
Well, yeah, I've thought about doing something more. I don't want to say documentary, but something of a larger scale, which requires more research. It just,
yeah.
I'm just building my channel, and I mean.
So we got 332,000 on more of, it looks like some red flags, more controversy. We've got a feud thing going. Here's we do got to end. So here's my advice for you, and I know we're coming up to the top of the hour here. So Alex, we could say goodbye as well, but I think I have a hard stop. And so my advice for you is, number one, I know there's been kind of intense conversation, and so I want you to be encouraged. I hope that there's a lot of nuggets in this conversation. It's macro to add value to you. Here's what I'm obsessed with helping you with. I do want to help people with my particular set of skills, being YouTube and business combined, and thinking about where do you go from here. So for you, it's doing some self-reflection. It's thinking about what your next moves are. And I think it's getting fierce clarity. To give you some practical advice, I would go into doing some research and some reflection. Research and reflection. Reflection is, okay, if I'm doing mental health, passion for music, passion for boy bands, Backstreet Boys, maybe other bands, okay, cool. Research, what does that actually look like? Researching business models, researching other creators, researching channel types, and thinking outside of the box. Because music reaction can work, but you want to, if novice entrepreneurs chase novelty, just what they feel like doing, what they love, what they think might be cool, and they hope they could get paid for their passion. Again, there's stories of people getting lucky or 1% of 1% succeed that way on YouTube. But I think there's a reason why we have like more success students than anybody in the business. There's a reason why people that follow the VRA system are more consistently successful than any other course or program out there. It's because of the practicality and the business acumen that we bring into the conversation. Because it's a hard conversation like this to be like, listen, if it's a hobby, cool. But if it's going to be a full-time business, let's architect that whole thing. Let's reverse engineer that whole thing. You've been a VRA in the past. Do you still have it? I know previous, like people are grandfathered into Lifetime.
I was part of Elite, but then I left because, like, the school year's begun and I'm actually supposed to be at work.
Yeah.
But I'm not.
Well, I got to jump too really fast because we're at the hard stop. But let me just encourage you this, and you can get it separately, and we'll link it in the description, and we can send it to you. In fact, listen, we'll just gift it to you, so you could stay on, and Andrea or Steph or Alex, we'll just give you our niche finder course, and if anybody wants to check that out, we'll link it in the description. To me, that's your next move. Being open-minded, and if you decide I want to get a full-time job and do this hobby, I support you 100% because it's the self-awareness of I want to do that passion and that hobby. But if you want to go full-time, it's time to rethink, re-strategize, reorganize, and Niche Finder is the exact program that we've created to help you walk through not just the 3P framework, but multiple frameworks, just a few sessions. Anybody can follow it. Anybody can learn from it to create not just a successful channel that gets views, but a channel that is positioned for consistent profit, a channel that has been reverse engineered to create a part-time or full-time income for you. And I think we've already discussed that. Could you hit a little miracle one day or luck on the algorithm, and could this channel blow up? It's possible, but hope is not a strategy. I want to live with faith, hope, and love, and then I want to get to work and practically build out something that is a strategy, and Niche Finder will walk you through that. So I appreciate you, Laura. We're going to hook you up with that. So we'll just connect before you jump off. I do have to jump because I'm 2 minutes over. So
thank you very much.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much for jumping on. And Coffee with Cannell. I'm 2 minutes late to my next meeting, so I just want to send you love and respect. I know there are some other questions. Save those for later. Join us for the next one. And subscribe if you're not subscribed. Check out show notes and resources in the description down below. My name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel, and we will.
Go, Sulati. Maybe you just need a Snickers pecan.
Try Crest 3D White. Finally, a daily whitening toothpaste for whiter teeth in one day.
So welcome to the Coffee with Cannell show. If you check out time codes and chapters, here's what's coming up. I'm actually going to do a training right at the start. Then we have 2 different coaching calls today, and there's going to be a lot of things you can learn from those conversations if you want to start or grow a YouTube channel. Maybe you're thinking about starting or launching an online course and you feel stuck. We're going to be talking about that today. And we're also going to be doing some Q&A. So if you're just jumping on the replay, I want to encourage you to check out time codes and chapters to skip around to the core content. But the main question we're going to start today with is, if you're multi-passionate, should you start multiple channels, and when is the right time to start multiple channels? And so let's dive in. So our question is, should you start multiple YouTube channels? This question actually came in from Tyler, and he said, I have many content ideas, so much so that the topics are all over the place. Would you recommend starting several channels, each with a respective topic, or just have one channel for everything? The delivery will be more or less the same. Thank you. So my question for you is, can you relate to Tyler? Do you feel multi-passionate? Do you want to start multiple channels? Are you not sure which channel to start? I actually want to cover 4 parts of an answer to this question, because it depends on what stage you're in when it comes to, I think, doing this right and doing this well. I think it also is interesting to consider 5 reasons you should start a second channel. I've written those down. And then also some deadly traps of content creation that could cause you to lose money and might possibly drive you into burnout. And so let's dive into these. So in answer to Tyler's question, really it should be one channel, one niche. That's our big idea. And so when Tyler said, would you recommend starting several channels with a respective topic? Well, each channel I think should have one channel theme, one channel topic, and basically one channel, one niche. So if you do have tons of conflicting passions, I don't recommend uploading that on the same channel. Like, I want to play Minecraft one day, and then I'm really into politics, so I'm going to do a news show. And then I'm also really into psychology, so I'm going to talk about how like the human brain works, and I'm just going to throw whatever out on my YouTube channel. No, one channel, one niche. So if you have multiple passions, then should you start multiple channels? That's an interesting question. Let's dive into the 4 parts. Part 1, let's talk about the seasons of life of a content creator. And the first season is going to be the side hustle stage. And this is going to be where you're doing something else, probably a full-time job, part-time job. You're working a 9 to 5. And so building a YouTube channel is a side hustle for you, right? That's the side hustle stage. Now, the side hustle stage sucks. Can you relate? It's really hard because it's really like the worst season, because you have time scarcity. You're torn between your side hustle and your main job. You have energy depletion. Are you just tired like me? I've been full time, but are you just tired? Parents said amen, but you have energy depletion. It's hard. In the side hustle season, it takes like double the energy because you're doing your main thing and you're doing your side thing. There's the financial constraints, and there's the mental bandwidth limitations. I know that maybe you feel like, man, I want to work on my YouTube channel, but it's hard to focus and minimize distractions, and I'm tired after work. And then there's also social sacrifice. YouTubers say amen. You just know that your friends are like, can we hang out? You're like, I gotta shoot videos. We can't hang out. But here's the thing, is if you're in the side hustle season, you have to focus. And so I think starting multiple channels can be very dangerous. And we say a lot that if you try and chase 2 rabbits, you'll end up catching neither of them. And this reminds me of my story 14 years ago. I really fell into the trap of chasing multiple rabbits all at once. I kind of was just saying yes to every creative passion that I had. And I started too many YouTube channels while working my 9 to 5, and it divided my focus. I started a video production channel for my business. That makes sense. I was working on this company called Clear Vision Media, doing like wedding videos and stuff. Then I was trying to build my email newsletter. I started writing an ebook. I started another channel called Think International, which was like a faith-based leadership channel. I then was getting like a little bit of money here and there to, do some consulting for small businesses or speaking. Then I started another YouTube channel. Are you stressed? Which was like my tech Think Media channel, right? And that's the main thing that a lot of people would know me for today. But look at what's happening here. And then I started a blog for the Think International page. And by the way, I'm doing it all. And you could probably relate. I'm like designing blog images and reformatting the site, WordPress, SEO. No AI. Like I wasn't able to just like, hey, can you scrape the script of this YouTube video and like turn it into like a better blog post? I was like writing the blog post, trying to rank and search and SEO. I'm just so stressed thinking about this. I started to build out a mini course, like a 4-video YouTube for Churches mini course. And then I started another YouTube channel. Yes, 4 YouTube channels. Sean Thinks, Clear Vision Media, Think International, Think Media. And a lot of people, this is a trap, y'all. Then this is a trap in the side hustle season. So there's a book we recommended. You can check this out in the show notes if you want. It's called Essentialism. And one of the things that Greg, the author, says sometimes what you don't do is just as important as what you do. So if we're answering the question of like, okay, I have multiple passions, should they go on separate channels? Answer number 1, yeah, they should go on separate channels. But the next follow-up question is like, should you start multiple channels though, especially in the side hustle season? I don't think so, because essentialism says this, that your energy is just going to be going in all these different directions, never allowing you to really create momentum. It's like a shotgun blast versus a laser. Whereas essentialism on the right side is stacking all of your energy into one effort, one focus. And I want to encourage, this is bigger than YouTube, because really as YouTubers, I think we want to go full-time on YouTube, or as business owners, we want more leads and sales, and we want momentum in our personal brand. But I think a lot of us are divided in 360-degree direction instead of figuring out what is that laser target, what does winning look like, and really focusing our energy. We often say that focus stands for follow one course until successful. So I want to encourage you, don't diffuse your dreams across a dozen distractions. Channel your energy into a singular pursuit and watch it flourish. But then we get into the solopreneur stage. So you might say, Sean, okay, I thought you said there is a time and place to start multiple channels in an intelligent way. You have multiple channels. Not only did you once, and it was sort of a mistake early on, but today, really focusing on Think Media as well as the Think Media podcast channel. Okay, well, there's different stages. So the second season you'll go in, and let me know, are you in the side hustle season or are you in the solopreneur stage? Side hustle season is you got a 9 to 5 or a part-time job. Solopreneur stage is you cross that finish line in a way, which is also a starting line, which is I get to do full-time YouTube full-time, or I am an entrepreneur full-time working on my business, working on, my goals. And I wake up every day and that's what I work on. But it's still hard because now it's all on you. If you're self-employed as a full-time YouTuber, content creator, digital entrepreneur, like the solopreneur season is the one man, one woman band, right? And so you actually now at least have some time back. You traded your 9 to 5 for a 5 to 9. Am I right? And so you don't have to go work in another job, but you're working your face off still, but you got a little bit of time back, right? Your energy is at least kind of focused more because it's not divided between two things, but now it's on your YouTube channel. Some money's coming in. You're able to pay the bills from YouTube revenue. Your mental bandwidth is at least a little bit better because it's all around the thing you're building. You're still sacrificing social life. Like you don't got a life. Come on. You thought you were going to have a life while you're building your side hustle? Is Sean proposing hustle culture? Not really, but apparently you don't hustle if you're even thinking that. So listen, ultimately solopreneur season. And what I think about here though, is you still want to double down and focus. It reminds me of this quote from Bruce Lee that says, I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. So what would happen is even though you have more time, Even though, okay, now I'm full, like one YouTube channel got me to full time. It got me a level of financial freedom. So now why not start a video podcast and another channel and a few other things and write a couple ebooks and start a couple other things? Well, I just want to challenge you. What if you just kept drilling in the same direction, stayed on that essentialism focus, follow one course until successful? You know, I've never said this before, but I thought about coming up with a quote for this year. And here's my quote. I fear not the man who has uploaded 10,000 videos on 10,000 YouTube channels. I fear the man who has uploaded 10,000 videos on one YouTube channel. That's the power of focus, right? What do you think about the Terminator LED GVM photo shoot we did? All right, relax. And you know what's actually funny is Michael Zuber literally did this. Like when I first interviewed him from One Rental at a Time, he had uploaded 10,000 videos. And if you haven't watched this, definitely check out, we'll put this in the show notes, a link to this interview. He not only talks about how he does $80,000 a year in ad revenue, but he's built about a $300,000 to $400,000 a year online business, in addition to his whole real estate portfolio. And one of the things he's doing is he's not editing any videos, but he's just uploading like crazy. And he has a certain format and he explains the whole thing. And so it's definitely worth watching later. But here's my point is imagine if you uploaded 10,000 videos across 10,000 channels. There'd be no momentum. What happens when you compound your efforts? So if you're in the solopreneur season, I want to challenge you, avoid starting multiple projects and multiple side hustles. You know, if you know my story, I wrote a book called YouTube Secrets with my friend Benji. And in an effort to promote the book, we launched a whole nother channel. You know, hindsight's 2020. I look back, I'm grateful. Got to about 700,000 subscribers. We got to interview a lot of legends like Casey Neistat and Gary Vaynerchuk and others that were on the channel, as well as over hundreds of entrepreneurs and content creators using YouTube. And it helped really launch the book. And our book is like the #1 best-selling YouTube strategy book in the world, I think, with like 135,000 copies sold or something. So it was a success. But one of the biggest things I learned as I started to shift into full time was that when I was trying to like chase even 2 companies, and that was kind of more the side hustle and Think Video was the main hustle, but it was like I was kind of torn. And even we had early team members, like when I was still just kind of a solopreneur and no S Corp yet. And like, I think even our own team was kind of confused, like early contractors and stuff. It's like, what are we doing? We have video influencers, we have Think Media, we have some other stuff going on. And so I'm grateful for the whole season, super grateful for the book, grateful for the impact, grateful for the lessons I've learned. But if I can encourage you, like even if I think about the solopreneur season, focus deeper and focus longer. It's hard to do 2 things. It's hard to run 2 businesses. It's hard to run 2 YouTube channels. It's hard to be married to 2 different women. I would know. Relax, okay? I wouldn't know, but my wife does like the polygamy shows, like Sister Wives. And so listen, ultimately, there's nothing weird. Sean, okay, we're just going to keep it moving. Let's hit this. Resist the allure of the shiny new object. True solopreneur success comes from mastering one channel, one offering, one business model at a time. And here's the thing. Climbing a mountain, there might be multiple paths, but choosing one and steadily climbing it leads to the summit. Switching paths constantly delays progress. Switching tasks constantly. You know, they learned about multitasking. That task switching and multitasking doesn't even really work for the human brain. If you're like, oh no, I'm the outlier. I can really multitask well. Actually, probably not. Like neurology, psychology, you might be able to pull it off. But the power of focus and deep work and slow productivity, it doesn't, this is interesting. It might not even be the best path to the top of the mountain, but at least you picked a path and you stuck with it until you reached your goal. Follow one course until successful.
Boost. That is so true.
The most powerful clean in any universe.
Yeah, that's better.
See Marvel Studios Thunderbolt.
Explore spring style in store or shop online at alteredstate.com.
Nationwide is more than you think.
Yeah, their client-ready market updates make it easier for me to guide clients, giving me more time to keep plans on track. Total time saver.
Okay, say that 3 times fast. Total time. You can now because you have more time. Genius.
Interview scheduling shouldn't take you away from higher priority tasks. With intelligent scheduling tools in Greenhouse, you can get ahead of interview conflicts, automate manual workflows, and streamline your scheduling stack. Hire better all together with Greenhouse.
Because constantly switching paths delays progress. And many entrepreneurs end up with unfinished books, unfinished digital products, unfinished funnels. And the same happens with multiple YouTube channels. You got big dreams, and then all of a sudden, and you know what's kind of interesting is, again, I think that the whole video influencers era was pretty powerful. I mean, the channel's there, haven't uploaded in a while, hundreds of thousands of subscribers. It might have a future. Benji and I talk about that. But here's what's fascinating is, like, something's got to give. He's got 5 daughters. I got a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. And we're oftentimes like, what if we also did? I'm like, bro, it's hard enough to try to, take care of my kids. It's hard enough to just focus on the one business. And I've got resources and a team. So it's like multiple YouTube channels. And my point is it stopped. Which I think it's okay. It's okay to stop a channel or retire from a channel. But if you're going to sustain over the long haul, I think some of the principles in this training are important to consider. And so there's a couple of solopreneur checkpoints I want you to encourage you to check out before expansion. If you're in the solopreneur season and you want to launch another channel or another project, I encourage you get automation set up. That you've got systems, software, tools, routines that are so optimized, or at least optimized enough that you could be consistent over a long period of time to create more margin so that you could seize the opportunity of a new channel. If you don't have automation, you haven't crossed that checkpoint yet. You haven't defeated that boss, so you shouldn't level up and go to the next stage. Also, delegation. I would think you have hired an editor or delegated some editing or have some thumbnails happening, or you've delegated other things. Like you're in a season of life where you've delegated house cleaning and you hired a landscaper with your resources from your YouTube business, your online business. So you've bought back your time. And in doing so, you're now said, well, with the new time that I've bought back, I'm going to invest that somewhere else. These are 3 checkpoints, and also consistent MRR. What's MRR? MER. Consistent monthly reoccurring revenue is actually what it is, not MMR based on the scene. But you know what's cool is we're going to upload this later and we can edit. And so I can actually fix this and look at that. So, and then the third one is consistent MRR, which stands for monthly reoccurring revenue. There's some level of consistency, whether it's brand deals, whether it's ad revenue, of course, ups and downs, but you have some level of stability. Like, you don't want to take your eye off of the ball, if you will, when your main income source might feel a little fragile or not automated or not consistent, or there's not a team around it, there's not systems around it, and yet you're going to divide your focus and expand. I think too many people expand too early. So then ultimately build sustainable success by nurturing your primary revenue generator before branching out. Really get your monthly reoccurring revenue at a level of consistency and nurture it and go deeper and deeper and deeper on it until you get to part 3, season 3, which is the scale stage. We've defeated the final boss of the solopreneur season and the side hustle season. But now new challenges await on the horizon. And this is the scale stage. And so the scale season, now you actually have more time. Like they actually say for business owners that build businesses in almost any industry, it's funny because Think Media is like 8 or 9 years old. They're like, you don't even kind of like catch your breath or get a level of life back until year 7 or 8. Like you start to kind of be like, wow, I didn't realize I was like living in burnout for you just like, I didn't realize how crazy it really was. Like it's all just kind of been a blur, I've been just, and so you kind of get some time back. Therefore you can kind of nurture your energy. You've got more money. You've got your mental bandwidth is actually still limited because that's one of the things they talk about. It's not just energy management or time management, but it's really like mental management, like decision-making fatigue. Like I'm trying to be a CEO and a creator, and it's ridiculous because it's like there's a lot of decisions and weight, and there's a lot on your brain. Even if you've got time, you still don't have necessarily mental energy. It's a separate conversation. And you maybe got your life back a little bit. I text my friend Jesse Tillman, and I was like, he asked me a question, and my answer it was like, "Hey, can you hang out? Can you guys meet up for dinner?" And then I said no. Here was the thing, though. He texted me in 2019. And I texted him back in 2023. So it took me 4 years to reply. And I was like, no, we're not going to be able to make it. Kind of funny, because obviously it was like 3 days later. And I texted him like 3 years later. No excuse, actually. I'm probably just a bad friend. But you kind of get your life back. You're in the scale season. That's that next season. And so, okay, you're in the scale season. Start another channel. You have my permission now. You've got monthly recurring revenue. You've delegated. You've got some automation in place. You've kind of got your life back a little bit. Your mental bandwidth is a big load because you're carrying new challenges. Yes, there's some money coming in, but in the words of the prophet and philosopher, the notorious B.I.G., mo money, mo problems. You know what I mean? So you are still dealing with issues. They're just different issues. And a lot of stress, just different stress. But you might want to start another channel at this stage, which brings us to part 4. Why should you start multiple channels? Why you should start multiple channels. And let me encourage you, this actually applies to every stage. So are there exceptions to, in my humble opinion, wise goals or checkpoints for us on our creator journeys? I think there are some exceptions. So here they are. Number 1 is maybe start a second channel for a creative outlet. Okay, cool. Like, the point of the second channel isn't like a major distraction. It's that every once in a while, I feel like I need to rant or riff or, get something off my chest or shoot a vlog or I want to film travel and it's not right for my main channel. Well, it's a creative outlet. Do what you want, and maybe have it kind of be a no pressure channel. That's one of the ways to think about it, where it's just a place where you experiment, you upload whatever you want. It's not interfering with your main channel, so why not, right? And an interesting thought, though, is for a creative outlet, we did a coaching call on the Coffee with Candle show, and this was TikTok for somebody. Like their place to rant and talk about issues that were important to them was just another social media platform, and yet their main channel could stay focused. So that's one reason. I think you're maybe going to do a different content format, aka video podcasting. We started the Think Media podcast for actually a few strategic reasons, but one of which was just so it was a dedicated place for a video podcast to live, which was not the original promise of the Think Media main channel. I would also say the reason we started the Think Media podcast was because the promise of the main channel was tech and cameras, as well as YouTube tips, whereas the promise of the Think Media podcast was much more the strategic thinking. Yes, YouTube tips, but the business and going full time and then email marketing and packaging what you know in an online course and all of that kind of stuff. And so you may have a different content format, like a video podcast, or something that's sustainable, like you go live once a week. You go live once a month. It's just different, right? Number 3, why you should start multiple channels. Maybe it's time for change. Like you're just done. We don't even have to have a debate. You're like, I'm just sick and tired of this topic and I don't want to make videos anymore. well, that's a pretty good reason to stop making the videos. So like maybe start a different channel, stop the main channel. Now you might just be tired, and know this, tired eyes rarely see a bright future. So maybe take a nap before you make any drastic decisions about completely leaving the momentum of your main channel, but it could be time for change. And you might have a new strategic vision. And so I've seen this happen for a couple channels. They realized maybe the subscribers they gathered on one channel were so mixed or so divergent or so the audience they wanted to build, the clarity they now had for their future necessitated starting a new channel. And you might have a new strategic vision of how you're going to use your main channel, your second channel, how you want to tie some channels together, which brings us to media company, which again, there's a time and place. You might go, well, Mr. Beast, kind of a sketchy time for him right now, but you might say he's got gaming and all of this. Yes, but he's got a massive empire and a massive team. Barstool Sports, Valuetainment, these different media companies, Dave Ramsey, and multiple personalities, and some people who have their vlog channel and their main channel, but maybe they've hired editors, so they kind of have like a multi-channel strategy. Well, that's totally fine, but I would encourage you want systems, you want team, you want consistent monthly recurring revenue, I think, to do that in the right way before you expand into more channels. So while there are exceptions to the rule of thumb remains the same, that spreading yourself across multiple channels too early can lead to distraction and reduced impact. And I want to end with a quote to sum up this entire training from Dr. Phil McGraw, and it says this: God only gave you one ass, so pick a horse and ride it. You can't ride two horses. Thank you, Dr. Phil. All right, that concludes our opening session here for the Coffee with Cannell show. I'm fired up today. Let me know if you had any takeaways from that 22 minutes of content. And you know what? I'm going to sip my coffee because it is time to get into the show.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Want to take the next step with Entivio? Then it's time to talk to your healthcare provider. With Entivio, you may be able to pay as little as $5 per dose. Plus, our team can help connect you with additional support programs. Entivio, Entivio, Entivio. Sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all in the all-new Nissan Murano.
Welcome back to the Coffee with Cannell show, where we have trainings, 2 coaching calls coming up today, answering your questions, some really big announcements. And so shout me out where you're watching from in the world, and any aha moments from that opening training, let me know. And I do see a couple questions coming in. We'll start those and get to those a little bit later. And I want to welcome my co-host today. One of our Think Media coaches, Caleb, is a family-focused entrepreneur, devoted husband of 5, and has a woodworking and jewelry business together. And he's also a content creator and one of our Think Media coaches, been working at Think Media for a couple of years. Love Caleb and his family. Caleb, here's my question. What did you think about that conversation in light of the fact that you and your wife run a channel? You also work full-time at Think. You also have a woodworking business that you also do. Any thoughts on the conversation of how you pull all that stuff off?
And what's interesting is we have recently, for my wife, like in the last 2 months, launched coaching for her. So just in the last 45 days, she's made over $2,000 just from coaching, from like Zoom calls, getting one-on-one clients. And so we thought we were busy 2 months ago, and now we're like, dude, we added something else to our plate. So we have 5 kids, the small business I work for, Think Full Time, my YouTube channel, her YouTube channel, coaching now. Yeah, it's been wild. And this summer was probably the wildest summer of our lives. So how do we do it? Well, I have a therapist, number one, and so does she. Like, not joking. So there's like literally.
You guys drive?
I'm sorry?
Is it a virtual therapist?
Yeah.
Yeah, FaceTime.
Yeah, FaceTime, Zoom. Yeah, it's wonderful. But no, like literally helping with organization, all those sorts of things. So we believe in therapy, like literally. And so we have 5 kids. When we have issues with them, we'll see a specialist for kids. So we've done that when they have like issues sleeping and all that. So something literally the therapist told us was, you're at a season with so much stuff going on that you're actually going to have to invest in these things to help you guys with everything that you have going on. So we actually took that to heart, and it's a big part of like us moving forward. It's like where we need the help, we are going to put the money there to get the help so that we don't crumble under the pressure of all the different things. So wow, we got deep there in like the last.
That's a good takeaway. I meet with my therapist today, virtually.
Yeah.
And this afternoon. Like, if there's a big takeaway for everybody watching, like, get therapy. And bro, entrepreneurs and YouTube creators and couples, I just think, that are couples trying to build businesses, like, bro, Sonia and I, like, just the pressure of seasons, business, add kids in the mix, entrepreneurship, it is hard.
Man, is it? Yes, it is. And then, like, I tell people all the time, all that stuff is hard, and I am an extremely complicated human being. Like, just me, myself, is a lot to handle. So, she needs therapy for herself and to deal with me. So, but yeah, how do we do it? Like, that is literally a step one. You have to be super realistic about the realities of everything that's going on. Like, time is super limited when you have all of these people and all these situations and emotions you're trying to manage. So, knowing that she's building something up, and knowing that some of the things that I'm doing on my business, I'm kind of like falling back a little bit, that means I have to step up in other areas to give her the freedom, because I'm also helping her launch these things. So I'm looking at it like very strategically, like, all right, not just what does today look like, but what does the next few months, years look like? And I'm like, honey, we can launch you into something that has literally, we never thought your mind is about to be blown with where I think you can actually go. So what does that mean for Caleb? Caleb needs to watch kids a lot more than he probably wants to. And so I do. And I give her the space and I give her the time. And if she's got to give classes, she knows she can come to me and say, look, I have this, let's just look at your schedule. Let's get it on there. And I'm totally cool with that. So yeah, all that. And I'm also jumping back on my channel. And so we just have open communication lines, and we meet together and look at our calendars and put things on the calendar, and just, it's like a business. We literally run our house like a business.
Family team, you gotta, State of the Union meetings, calendar meetings, looking ahead. But I love your transparency, and thanks for sharing. And I know this was refreshing for a lot of people listening. Caleb's going to jump on in just a second as we also get into our coaching calls. We have Daisy coming on as well as Steve, and a lot's coming up. But a couple things. One, today's episode is brought to you by vidiq.com/think. Do you use vidIQ? Question number one. Question number two, what is one of your next video ideas? It could be really rough. In fact, Daisy, drop it in the chat if you're able to chat. What is one of your next video ideas for your channel? Something you're thinking about designing, or you could do even our private chat in the back end, and we'll have Daisy coming on here in a second. But if you haven't checked out vidIQ, what's cool is right now you can actually get a $1 trial for 30 days. And even if you cancel, really build some momentum on your YouTube channel in the next 30 days. There's a link in the description, vidiq.com/think. And I'm going to see. So Daisy's next video idea, she's going to be coming on for coaching in a second, is about being thrifty, frugal, and thriving as a Christian homemaker. Very cool. So let's check out one of my favorite vidIQ features that's brand new and AI based. So we're going to talk about generate thrifty, frugal Christian homemaking tips. Okay. And then we're going to just click generate. So this generate tool is really cool. First of all, it's going to tell us a couple keywords here right at the top, and it's going to build out an entire video in one page for us, like a whole plan. So it came up first with the title, Frugal Christian Homemaking Hacks for a Tight Budget. Pretty good. Now, again, you could spin this, go a couple of different directions. It's also going to tell you some top keywords, AKA tags. Now, it's not because tags are going to ultimately help your video, but you do want to know, what am I trying to rank for? So now we have Frugal Christian Homemaking Hacks on a Budget. Here's the title tool. If we click make shorter, make longer, add excitement, we can actually now spin some different versions until we find a title that we love. Smart Christian Homemaking Tips for Tight Budgets, Incredible Frugal Hacks for Faithful Homemakers, and maybe Daisy decides I'm going to do 21 because she thinks of 21 tips, 21 incredible frugal hacks for faithful homemakers or Christian homemakers, you know, and so it's going to just walk you through a couple other ways we could spin the title. And you can also then just click the copy button here to copy the title right over to your video. Now it also is going to give you your description, which YouTube themselves, and Todd Bupre was talking about how, yeah, tags don't help much and they just help with kind of misspellings. But we look a lot at the description a little bit more, and we look a ton at the title. So the description matters. It's not like it's going to make or break your video in a way, but
Here we go. Sniff test. Wow. My smelly workout clothes, they don't stand a chance. If your laundry needs some extra TLC, I love to use this fabric rinse. It removes all that extra residue that your clothes or sheets have been carrying. Makes them smell like they're new. Dane has got my back.
These jelly beans taste like Starburst. Different, but good, right?
That's because they're jelly beans made from Starburst.
Oh.
Wait, this basket tastes like Starburst.
Starburst. Different every time.
Try Crest 3D White. Finally, a daily whitening toothpaste for whiter teeth in one day.
Discover must-have spring dresses for $20 at Target.
Your engine is dirtier than you think. No matter your vehicle age, it's building up damaging deposits that hurt longevity and performance. But at Valvoline, we've revolutionized a way to completely reverse them. Introducing our newest innovation, Valvoline Restore and Protect.
But if all things being equal, you actually reinforced your description with good information about the video versus the person who didn't, it gave you all of this for you. You could just click copy, post that over, maybe tweak it, and then look at this. All your tags are done, copy those, paste those over. Now, we also have some, obviously not the final thumbnail you're gonna use, but we've got shot composition. We've got ideas for the thumbnail that is actually really based on psychology and even what's working on YouTube right now. vidIQ's AI is studying YouTube. There's something about the open hands. This is a real thing. Have you noticed my thumbnails lately? It's kind of like the openness of, as opposed to it's open body language, and that's working at a higher click-through rate. So it's even kind of including that with also some simplicity here. You're not showing all of the tips. So just some different. So you got some ideas, you could work on those, and then it outlines the video for you, which again, you've got more work to do, but it leads you through the hook, the introduction, present a problem or a challenge, develop it out, climax and key moment, call to action, conclusion, and summary, and you can even click generate script. That is just the generate tool with vidIQ, and it really is a game changer. And it's gonna help you go faster, help you make sure you don't miss any steps. And again, you can try it out for just $1. Build some momentum, learn some lessons as vidIQ kind of walks you through best practices, get some videos going. But then on the other side, when you try it and see that you love it, stick with it, because I use vidIQ every single day when I'm preparing videos. It's part of my suite of tools. We just did a coaching call yesterday in our elite program, and I went through the different tools I was using and how I use them. And so I understand when finances are tough, you can definitely hustle and be resourceful. But just like a contractor has hammers and nails and different tools that are necessary to get the job done, software tools like this can be very helpful as part of your content creation process. So you can check out a 30-day trial of vidIQ Boost for just $1 or go to vidiq.com/think. And with that, I'm excited because this might be one of my favorite opportunities here. We get to have a Coffee with Cannell guest today, a content creator, but also a former employee of Think Media who's now out on her own doing big things. And as she transitioned into being a mama of 2, that was the big transition. Daisy, we miss you. And we're so happy for this season in your life, though, and everything that's been happening. And I am so excited for this conversation. But how have you been?
Thanks so much, Sean. It is so exciting to be here. I was pumped to be invited to be on today's Coffee with Cannell, and I'm excited for all of the knowledge that you have to be applied to my channel. And it's so interesting to be on the other side, and I'm just pumped.
Well, I just want to acknowledge you and thank you for the massive impact you made at Think Media, and also so excited for this family season and this YouTube season. So tell us the vision of what's been happening over here on your YouTube channel.
Wow, it's been so incredible. So I've been on YouTube for over 10 years, but I've always had a lot of fluctuations with my consistency. And recently, back in June, I decided that I was going to hone in on my homemaking niche. So I told myself I'm going to post consistently for 7 days to just beat that idea that I needed to have perfect videos. Like you say, done is better than perfect. And one of those videos actually blew up my channel. It's coming up on 60,000 views. From that video alone, I've gone over 2,500 subscribers, which is amazing. That's the one that you're seeing on the screen. And from there, it really kicked off this entire community of Christian homemakers that I've been able to build such beautiful connections with. And that's really the goal of my channel, is just to be able to encourage other homemakers and be able to apply biblical truths to our journeys as homemakers and mothers. And yeah, now it's just figuring out how to create searchable content. That's kind of my problem right now. Is I feel like the titles that a lot of the other competitors in my niche have, they're not necessarily SEO focused. So that's one challenge that I have. And then also just being able to continue to make spirit-led content while also figuring out a strategy that's not going to put my integrity on the line.
Man, such good questions, and congratulations. Can you speak a little bit to just your experience? Like we say, you're one video away, and you were a part of course, Video Reiki Academy for years as you're working on our team and whatnot. You might have heard us say that a lot. Now you've experienced it. What kind of, was this surprising? What would you encourage others in terms of, also you've been on YouTube for 10 years, and yet now with all of your learnings and all the seasons, putting it all together and taking some bold action, starting to post again, a video pops off and really triggers your channel. And now it's also outlier after outlier. I mean, it's just like been really just back-to-back videos. You have tons of momentum. Yeah, what's been that experience been like?
It's been incredible. I will say that I did use vidIQ's feature to figure out where I wanted to rank. And I think that made the biggest difference. Putting a lot of effort into my thumbnail, I think has really transitioned my channel direction, just because now I feel like I figured out what my audience is looking for and then kind of like what can set me apart. So yeah, it really is true. You are one video away, because I literally was feeling so defeated prior to that video going viral for my channel, because I felt like I was talking to an empty room. Nobody was like really engaging with my channel. And then after that, it was just the floodgates opened, and it just truly felt like I found my niche, my people found me, and they just felt so much connection to what I was saying in that video. So now it's just really continuing that momentum and continuing to be vulnerable, and also just being strategic in what made that video different from all of the others, and continuing to just build on that connection that I have with my audience. But definitely doing your research and being strategic with what videos you think have the capacity to go viral.
Such great advice. Well, excited to talk a little bit about this. Let's hit a couple of your questions. I want to, one of your questions was coming up with video topics and the difference between ranking and search-based videos, and then we could call them trending and suggested-based videos. And a lot of your competitors are doing the trending suggested-based videos, right? They're doing titles that are maybe like not necessarily a search term, but are more curiosity-based. Is that what I heard you said?
Correct, yes.
So I think that this is this ongoing debate in YouTube, and I actually don't think it necessarily needs to be a debate. I think that the question between should I do evergreen or should I do trending and suggested, it's like it doesn't have to be either or. I think it should be both, and it doesn't hurt your channel per se. You can still be faithful to the topics and the desires that your audience wants while doing both. And so the powerful thing is oftentimes our evergreen search-based content actually is slow at the start, so people abandon it because their trending and suggested videos might be more 1 out of 10, but sometimes fall off and stop getting views 3 or 6 months later. So the missing piece of a lot of channels is like a baseline of evergreen views that are giving them views 24/7. So I think what I would do is I would just build out both, and I would think about, I think clearly to double down on your success, more morning routine stuff. And I think that just looking at other ones, okay, morning routine, Christian girl morning routine, you're thinking homemaker. You think you might go mom though? That could be another piece of thinking about what are your, let's ask Coffee with Cannell, what are your keywords? And yours are Christian. That's a big key. Homemaker, I think, is one, but I would say mom. You would agree with that?
Yes. I think from my experience, if I focus on the mom aspect, it's so general that it has to be paired morning or Christian homemaker. That's what I have found be the most successful with my tags and my titles.
I still think you could hit mom. For example, this type of video right here would leave, Christian mom morning routine and even 6 habits to transform your life. I mean, success leaves clues. Now you're going to spin it your same way. I want to encourage you to try this. And again, you might take it over to something like Generate and I didn't really change it much here because it's already pretty, but you sort of spin it. Maybe you have 5 habits. That's assuming you're going the habits direction. I think that's interesting. And we could use even other tools like maybe come over here to our AI coach and say, can you give me 10 variations on this title? And maybe this inspires like 6 life-changing morning habits every Christian mom should try. I think and that's, to me, that is evergreen. I mean, because it's habits is very searchable. And then, every Christian mom is kind of searchable. And I think it's both. I think meaning, and I want everyone listening to this to be thinking about, there's different angles that would still hit your audience. So I think that's one way to go. I think then the other way to go is what is like maybe a video title of a competitor that is less search-based that you could think of?
Like, for example, it could be something specific like the art of cultivating peace in your home. That's a very popular topic that a lot of Christian homemakers have made. But I just personally wouldn't go out of my way to look up that specific title.
Yeah. Yeah, I think when also if we start kind of studying like this, okay, habits of a homemaker, cultivating peace, this is still very much, it's kind of both and search-based. This was a 100x outlier score. Are you familiar with that now?
Yes.
Yeah, so that one on an 11,000 subscriber channel, I think is something to take note of. One of the things I do would be like screenshot this and maybe take it over here to the ideation and sort of then, again, you're going to go your own direction, but start if that inspires you. So I would build out both. And I would think about, another thing you might say is what are some trending video ideas for an audience of Christian homemakers, Christian mom homemakers. And then what we'll be saying here is curiosity-based titles, knowing kind of the language that we want to use. And so what happens when you pray over your home every day? It's interesting. That's pretty interesting because it's long. So you maybe could could trim it down. Like you could say, can you make this as short as possible? And that's a pure curiosity-based question. Daily prayer, what happens to your home? You could spin it a couple of different ways. Surprised benefits of a minimalist lifestyle for Christian mom, how I turn chaos into calm. What do you think about some of these ideas? Any inspire you?
Yeah, I definitely saw a few that I mean, whenever I use AI, I always modify it based on the language that I would specifically use. But yeah, there's definitely some that I could see myself using, because you hit it right exactly the way that it happens. Is my videos will do really well for, let's say, the first week, getting thousands of views, and then it kind of just tails off. And that's where I mentioned it's not searchable content. So once kind of the hype dissipates and YouTube isn't pushing it out anymore, it'll be maybe like 2 or 3 views every day versus initially it's like hundreds of views.
Because that's your core audience consuming it, but then where does it go next?
Correct.
And you are articulating, honestly, I think the problem with 99% of creators that are lacking sustainability, especially when your value is family and kids. And so it's both. We want to hit record and post and hit our core audience, but we also want those passive views and that growth that's happening. Hence the dream of Video Ranking Academy. We want to truly rank videos. So I think, you don't have to go 1-to-1, but if there was a strategy, it might be thinking, okay, can I try to rank for something that's very much evergreen? And then also, can I do, I think about It's Judy's Life, right? And my good friend Benji and whatnot. And of course, their vlog titles are all, she did it. It's official. Getting ready to leave home, and so these are all core audience based titles. Great. But as they've learned, you kind of keep posting. It's the nature of a 4-day-a-week vlog. Versus, I suppose, I wonder if we look at the channel stats, if we look at view trending videos, and we look at 5 days, 7 days, 18, the first time on a bullet train during summer, bullet train, people searching for experience of the bullet train, that one's a little bit more searchable. Thus, it's still getting 200 views per hour 18 days ago. But I think what gets more fascinating is 12 years ago, maybe that's because it's their first one. A lot of people go back to watch the first vlog, so it keeps getting views. Tokyo shopping is a little bit more searchable, and perhaps this logo and people that want to see inside of this store and the logo is on this thing. Any thoughts on this conversation?
Yeah, I feel like I still get a lot of returning viewers from my Christian morning routine video where they've literally said, like, I will go back to that video just to be re-inspired. But yeah, like you said, you just have to keep posting, which that's where I would like some direction on how I can maybe retitle some of my videos now that first wave of all of my viewers have watched, how I can make them more evergreen, because I wouldn't say that they're necessarily not evergreen by nature. It's just the titles themselves, I feel, are.
Yeah, that's a great question. And so I want to answer that question in just a second, but to give our community here an update, hey, if you have a question, put 4 question marks before and after it. After the next few minutes of Coaching with Daisy, I'm going to answer some of your questions. This is the Coffee with Cannell show, a unfiltered conversation with raw tips to help you get views and grow your YouTube channel, or start your YouTube channel, or grow your business with YouTube. And I do want to welcome, answer Daisy's question, and also bring Caleb on after this for any thoughts of like a channel review, maybe thumbnails. I think the one opportunity you do have is there is an opportunity to go trending and suggested when the video launches. Title it a certain way. Title it maybe like Judy, she did it. You have to actually have context in that. But when you're followed, you're like, I did it. And it's so much mystery. They see your face, they maybe see your Bible. That the only reason that's going to be clicked is because of core audience, because of subscribers, because of that fan base, because of, that's there. So it's a different style. But you can go back later after things plateau off. And I think it'd be a 2-step process, identifying a new title. And you even could try new thumbnails. Not that it may need that, because if you want the packaging right, you could launch a thumbnail split test on a video that's 2 weeks in. And then also I would promote it again on the community tab, because you have new subscribers, but I would go to your community tab and promote the video just to get a little bit of traffic to it. And then with your hopes of taking a video that shifted from, again, trending and suggested, more curiosity based, to having an evergreen shelf life. This is hard to keep up with at Think Media because we post a lot and we have a large library. And so I'd say we're not even caught up with it, but our goal is quarterly to go back through and think about what videos have plateaued and leveled off that we can channel. And whenever you search a channel, you maybe want to search for something like, let's say, like I just posted a video on Think Media, which is it did very well. And it was titled, "My YouTube views exploded after fixing this." That is a trending suggested title, because this is not exposed. It's not. And what I fixed was my intro. It was all about doing hooks. So I could have done a video like how to start your video, how to hook, which probably wouldn't have done as well out the gate, but would have been much more searchable, like how to create a hook for a YouTube video would be the search-based version of that. So then the logical thing I could do, call it maybe a month even from now, maybe sooner or later, is to repackage that video as something. And that the other alternative is suggested can be evergreen for years. It could just keep being suggested, and it plateaus at different times. And so what we're studying is we are taking times to periodically, that's why it's part of our 7R process. The review R is not just like, oh, quickly review the analytics. It's actually like a seasonal practice and habits and disciplines of going back and even reviewing videos in your past library, thinking about re-optimizing content, reviewing your strategy overall, reviewing cadences and different things, and perhaps reviewing evergreen versus trending titles. Does that make sense? So I think once your videos plateau off, you could go back and re-optimize some of your videos in your library.
Yeah, because even when you were going through some of the other Christian homemaking content, I kind of saw an opportunity where the first part of the video title was something searchable, but then the nuanced part was the second half. So being able to just hone in on that first part that is SEO optimized, then adding my own flair to it.
Yes. Daisy. Okay, let's see. Caleb, what are you thinking? You're looking at the channel. Any thoughts, feedback as we land the plane with Daisy?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's so good. That's what I'm thinking, is it's doing so well. A few things that maybe you want to start to play with is I definitely would split test the thumbnails like 100%.
And I do, yes.
Okay, good. Then one thing like on that, the guard your heart from anger. One thing that I think, like, I wonder, like the first one, Sean, the very first one, if you scroll up a little bit. So if the thumbnail itself, like if actually, I think it might have a little bit more impact if we were more zoomed in on you, and maybe just the words mom rage were just like a little bit bigger. So it's like, we see you, we see mom rage, especially. Another thing is some of the fonts might be pretty difficult to read. That cursive font looks pretty tough to read, and especially on mobile, it's going to be really hard. So bigger, like, especially one like that. I remember one time I shared a thumbnail with Ian, our thumbnail guy wizard, and it was of my wife, and it was like she was frustrated about something I was saying, and it was a nice picture of her, and he was like, zoom in, like, and I was like, how much? He was like, zoom in, massively zoom in, because it's the emotion that we're showing, right? And so for you, it's like this frustrated mom with a book looking away. Like, you're supposed to be paying attention to the kid in the book you're reading, but you're looking away.
Yeah.
And then it says mom rage, and I was like, whoa, what's going on? This seemingly lovely Christian woman has some mom rage.
Yeah.
So anyway, just get into like the psychology of that and painting that picture with the thumbnail. And then,
by the way, you crushed it with that topic. I mean, it's a 10x outlier. I think it goes to a whole nother level if you even update the thumbnail. And thinking about, again, this is I just threw it in the generate tool, but I do think if you were your face, maybe stoic, doesn't have to be. Some people have the critique of Do I have to have like these extreme, wild YouTube faces? I don't think so. In fact, I think that era is kind of past in a way. But we can have micro emotions on our face. Maybe just you look done, you look frustrated. Something to consider. Back to you, Caleb.
Yeah, exactly. And then like kind of more of like a personal question for you is like, what do you see for yourself moving forward with this channel? Like, do you see yourself doing memberships, coaching, anything like that? Is that even a desire of yours?
Honestly, I feel like because kind of gaining this momentum has been so new, it's been a little bit like overwhelming to think about big vision for this channel, because my first goal was always just to have a really engaged community, which I feel like from seeing my statistics with like comments and just engagement, it's been really good. But I haven't really thought about that, just because I do want to honor, my family and make sure that I have availability to them first and foremost. My channel is always going to be second to them. So I haven't really thought about any other monetization strategies. And again, that's like one of the challenges is how do I maintain my integrity to just having this be a way to really encourage homemakers, Christian homemakers specifically, without, being so like money driven and, questioning my integrity of like, oh, you're doing this for money. But I do want to be able to know how, I'm already putting in all this effort to my channel. So it's like, how can I maximize what I get from it?
Yeah, so it's something to just keep in your back pocket to think through. I think channels like this, kind of like your channel, my wife's channel, I think are super like ripe for memberships, for community, for going that one step deeper, for Bible studies, for all of these things. And the way that we've positioned it for like my wife, it's in the private community are topics that are way more sensitive that she personally would not want to share just like publicly out to YouTube. So it's like what she talks about over there is like some really way more deeper stuff where like I'll jokingly show up on one and they're like, no, this is for women only. And I'm like, all right, like bet, I'm out of here. And they really love that. So, just yesterday we were having a conversation and she was like, man, like I feel like I'm so consumed with their lives and like all the challenges that they're having and all these things. And it's like, it becomes overwhelming. And I was like, look, your job is to be a light in that moment that you have with them. Like they've had an entire life. They've had 30, 40, 20 years of life. And your job is to be a light in that one moment they have with you. And that's your job. Like that's your only job is I'm a light here on YouTube. I'm a light right here when you come onto my video. And if you have memberships at some point or some sort of one-on-one, it's like, I'm here for this period of time and I'm gone. And so one of the ways, like I said, that she's done is I share information that I really wouldn't share or topics that I really wouldn't share publicly. And her only like big promise to them is like the main big promise is one live stream per month with them. And it's just like some sort of teaching that she does. She prepares the teaching and goes live with them. And that's it. I think she's added some other things like Zoom calls and a WhatsApp group. And, she's focused and really trying to develop this. But anyways, just something to keep in your back pocket. I think you could make it happen. And the engagement that you're seeing in the comments and people really liking this, I think it's just another opportunity for you to work a little bit more focused and helping a specific group of people. But I feel what you're saying. And we all have that. Little bit of a struggle, but you'll be able to help some people if you do that.
No, that's super helpful, especially like coming from your wife who I'm familiar with what your wife does. I follow her on Instagram. I've chatted with her a few times. Like I could definitely see that in the future, once I'm able to build a system that's, feasible to maintain. But yeah, it's encouraging to hear that she was able to find that balance without it being so overwhelming and consuming.
Yeah, you got this. So excited for you.
Daisy, you were crushing it. I'm so grateful that you jumped on Coffee with Candle. Before Daisy gives us final words, I want to encourage you, smash like if you got value out of that conversation. We have Q&A coming up and another coaching call and a few announcements. But Daisy, did you have any aha moments today?
I sure did. I think one thing that I take from this conversation is that I don't have to feel guilty about making strategic content, because at the end of the day, I do have a mission to help other women be encouraged in their homemaking and motherhood journeys. And if that takes a little bit of creativity and strategy, then ultimately it's going to be helpful for them. So yeah, I'm just going to go back and work on re-strategizing some of those older videos and see how they do.
Awesome. Well, appreciate you, Daisy. Thanks so much for jumping on. And we're going to have Caleb back in just a second. We do have some questions coming in. It's helpful if you put questions before and after. 4 question marks, I prefer. But someone asked, what does it mean to have a 10x outlier? So when you have vidIQ installed, you can see these little scores on people's videos. So if you go to somebody's channel, call it a competitor's channel. Like, let's say you are looking at different homemaking channels and you went to Daisy's channel. You could see that this guarding your heart from anger and this mom rage topic was a 10x outlier. Means it got 10 times more views than the channel's average. This was a 5.2x outlier. So this is a way of identifying across channels that are maybe similar to yours, the same as yours, kind of same topic, and to look for what kind of topics are really, popping off. And inside of vidIQ, which, by the way, if you want to try this out, you can go to vidiq.com/think and do a $1 trial. We could type in something like Christian homemaker, which is Daisy's topic, and actually look at outliers across the platform. Becoming a Christian homemaker, part 1. Christian modesty. Now, Daisy is on the vidIQ outliers. Shout out. And her video that popped off got a 34x. But that was morning routine as a Christian homemaker. Stop being lazy. 15 things I don't do as a Christian homemaker and mother. And that was a 20x outlier to the channel's average. So what the goal here is, okay, what can I learn from the titles, the topics, the thumbnails, the packaging that might inspire my next video? So that's what an outlier is. And that's just one of the many tools inside of vidIQ. If you want to do a trial, link in the description, or go to vidiq.com/think. We also have another thing. If you're specifically a faith-based creator, this Thursday, I am doing a live class. If you go to expandgodskingdom.com, we're going to be talking about specifically YouTube strategy for Christian content creators, ministers, churches, and ultimately how you can master YouTube as a church, ministry, or purpose-driven business. We're going to be talking about the financial opportunity. And I know it sounds weird and makes people uncomfortable, but you need money for the mission, unapologetically, right? Of course, you want to do that ethically and transparently. But if you got a big vision, a big mission from God, it's like, how are you going to fund it? How can you buy the cameras or hire the video editor someday, let alone pay your own bills, right? So we'll talk about the financial opportunity. We'll talk about how to create multiple streams of income, and then 3 powerful tips for really figuring out that clarity plan for your YouTube channel, as well as how to get views and subscribers. So anyways, you can see that this is, at the time of this Coffee with Cannell, it's happening in 2 days. And you could just go to expandgodskingdom.com if you want to register for that, or there's a link in the show notes down below, as well as all the books and resources and stuff that we're talking about. Now, this is the Coffee with Cannell show, so some cues have been coming in, and I've got some A's for your cues. I hope I'll do my best. Is it a good idea to have other social medias to promote your YouTube channel at the beginning? This is a throwback all the way to our opening training, which we talked about, should you start multiple YouTube channels? And I think I would encourage you to be careful. If you try and chase 3 rabbits, you'll end up catching none of them. And I just mean careful, like, it's hard to do well on Instagram and do well on TikTok and do well on YouTube. There's tools, there's AI, there's repurposing, for sure. But you only have so much time and only so much mental bandwidth in a day. So my advice for you is to pick 2. I think, and when I say pick 2, I think YouTube is 1. So maybe 1 support platform, because rather than even do 3 different things, maybe you love Instagram. Instagram has a DM feature, which is a pretty big deal, especially for if you want to really connect with people and have conversations. YouTube does not have that. So a lot of business owners and coaches, consultants really we'll even use YouTube to leverage Instagram and the DM feature. But perhaps you pick one in addition to your YouTube channel, because remember, focus stands for follow one course until successful. And then identify the season you're in. Are you a side hustle, solopreneur, or scale season? I'm on a lot of platforms with 2 accounts, the Sean Cannell account and the Think Media account. But there are 31 W-2 employees that work for Think Media and like 10 contractors. That sounds insane, but like when we're doing, and that's like not just on content, by the way. You know, we have a coaching program and I think 6 or 7 Think Media certified coaches. So we have other things, a lot happening. But the punchline is I post a lot of content, and by I mean we post a lot of content across a lot of platforms, but we're in an entirely different season. So identifying the season you're in and identifying the right things to do in that season and the things you should be saying no to and avoiding is going to be a big key to, I think, making it to the next goal that you want to reach on YouTube. Sean, when you're using multiple camera angles, what are you using to control those? You said in the kitchen. I don't know if you mean these multiple camera angles. I am using a Stream Deck, and I have a PC and I have a capture card inside that has HDMI ports on it. And that's what I'm using to control these. What I'll do is I'll link in the YouTube description to a video on this office tour if you're interested. 3 different Sony cameras. It's called My Dream Home Office Desk and Productivity. I go through all of the different software and tools that I'm using in this exact setup. And so we'll make sure that that ends up in the, I posted it in the comments, but we'll make sure that gets into the show notes for you. Thank you so much for the question. All right, we're going to go to Steve here in just a second for our next coaching conversation. But community post is good to share the link and write some details highlighting the video to help promote the video. Absolutely. One of the most underutilized YouTube features by a lot of creators is the community tab. Now, I don't think it should be overrated, meaning, oh, if I start using the community tab, I'm about to take over, the world with my YouTube channel. Well, no, because the problem is, if you want to succeed on YouTube, you have to post videos on YouTube. Profound, huh? But it's true. And if you're trying to ultimately reach people, you got to be posting content. But notice this is today a new. When did this come out? Today. Is it Tuesday? Yeah. So we have a new podcast that comes out on Tuesday and Thursday. I posted this morning. 3 hours ago, I got up and I posted on the community tab the new podcast that came out. Now I have 2 channels. So I actually promoted it on Think Media over to this channel, Think Media Podcast. But yeah, I think that using the community tab, Gary Vaynerchuk spoke at our Grow It Video Summit, and the word that stood out that he used about the current era of social media and YouTube was success right now just requires more rigor. And rigor means attention to detail, more nuance, more attention to the small things. And so when we are doing thumbnail split testing and leveraging the community tab and packaging our videos better and using tools like vidIQ, like all these little things stack up. And you might feel like, man, competition is fierce. It is. YouTube is hard. It is. So, but it's possible, and it's just more rigor. It's learning a skill set. It's learning the nuances. It's adapting. It's pivoting. It's getting 1% better with every upload. And so again, the community tab is it's a piece of the overall picture, I would argue. Could you get away and succeed without using it? For sure. But why wouldn't you? So I think that I'll add that to our to-do list. I think there's probably a training. I would love, Drea, for us to find, I know it's out there, but probably if we titled it suggested, like, try this. The 99% of creators are missing this tool. It's like, crap, where's our community tab training? It's unfindable because it's not searchable. Let's find it. We'll put it in the show notes. We'll debate about it. We might have to ask Kyle. I don't even know where I would find it, but it's out there. And I probably have 36 things to say on it since that video was recorded, but that would help you, and we'll do our best to add that back to the show notes. Okay. I cannot wait because coming up, we've got Steve, And we are going to be talking about he's got a fitness channel. He is helping boomers seek pain-free living. So I want to welcome Steve to the Coffee with Cannell show. Steve, how's it going?
Hi, Sean. Thanks for having me in your coffee. I already got some takeaway. I think I need to hire a therapist.
Yes, for sure. We all do.
Totally relate with your when you shared about being a solopreneur, and I've been a solopreneur now for 18 years, and I have 5 contractors. But so I'm at a point in my stage in our business that we're trying to get more attention on YouTube. So our focus is more therapeutic Pilates. So we use Pilates and therapeutic exercise to help people get rid of pain instead of medication and surgery. So currently I'm trying to dedicate at least 10 hours a week to build up my YouTube channel. I attended your Grow Video Live in April. So I started with 228 subscription. Then ever since it grew from there to thank you for the coaching of your team, Think Media. It grew from 228 to almost 2,000 subscriber. So I had one viral video. So hopefully I can say I can't believe with 15 videos it went viral. One of them to 51,000. It's still moving. So I'm trying to eventually get the end game is have membership coaching once a week to scale myself instead of I'm trying to get my life back basically. So less work with I'm giving up a lot of my clients to my staff and focus on I can coach people 50 to 100 in an hour on YouTube or more. So that's my and that's one thing I learned also from the Grow with Video Live, the 7 R's. The secret is the system. You mentioned that. So I've been trying to fool around with YouTube since 2008 and crickets. So until I finally, my wife brought me thanks to my wife for her support and bringing me to YouTube, Grow with Video Live. So I need your help, Sean.
Well, I love it and super grateful you're part of our community. And thanks for being a part of Video Ranking Academy Accelerator. And yeah, I mean, it's awesome to see almost 2,000 subscribers. We would call it VFM, viral for me. You had a 100x outlier here with how strong legs keep you walking in your 80s. I think one thing you could do here is let's see if the thing with vidIQ is it connects to your channel. So it's connected right now to Think Media. And when I go to the AI coach, I can look at basic and advanced chat. Do you have vidIQ?
I have to ask my wife. I think probably not.
Because at least do the $1 trial and try it out for a month. Because when you go to advanced chat on the AI coach, it's personalized insights for your YouTube channel. So if I was to say, like, based on my channel, what video ideas do you have me, was one of just the quick prompts. I can't do this for your channel because I don't have vidIQ connected to the analytics. And here's it spitting out some video ideas for me, which is just really helpful if you ever hit like a writer's block. But what I was going to go for here is let me ask this. What video ideas could I follow up with based on this video? I want to see if it'll read a YouTube video. So yeah, so it's that. So the other thing you could do here is maybe take it to a different AI. Well, again, it'd be connected to your channel and it's looking at mine. What I'm after here for the tip is success leaves clues, make part 2s. How strong legs keep you walking in your 80s. Wow, so inspirational. You've read and replied to these comments, which is great. 75, super fit. I walk 5 miles. I'm not 80 yet. I'm in my 60s, but I subbed and I need to make my body stronger. Start, squat. This is interesting. You could go back and see time codes and chapters. Notice this too. Have you seen this before? This like
I've never analyzed that.
See the white?
Yeah.
So this is when a video gets to a certain size, the public, including all of us right now watching this, can see these peaks and valleys of where audience retention is. You can always see this though in your back end and your analytics. This is fascinating because also what this shows is it shows that people really rewound or liked this part where you're actually showing them the things. Look how much it peaks here. And then is this somebody at your place that's helping you?
Yes.
I think that's
a client.
As a client, and that's I think continuing to go deeper with clients is going to be super powerful. Like I thought early on, I don't think anyone would have a problem with, the illustration you showed. Did you say something related to like when you were young? Because you showed like a really fit young person.
Yeah, I just.
And then you cut to like older people. Was that part of the story? Because I'm not listening to the audio, so I want to make sure my advice is correct. I mean, I guess like the general B-roll is helpful, but here's what I'm getting at. This is the inside of the peak of your video.
Okay.
So evidenced by actual data. What happens if we move this more up front? And what I'm looking for is maybe more clients, more raw, more tutorials, more B-roll of what's coming up. Because the community loved, and here's bottom line. You told me you're seeking baby boomers or 60 plus, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so people are going to want to see, I don't care about young fitness models or bodybuilders, or people they can't relate with. They're looking for those they can relate with. I think that's an interesting insight. What's also an interesting insight is how do you turn what happened here into a video itself?
Okay.
Like meaning essentially in Coffee with Candle, lean in for this part. It's like you put out a 9-minute video, but what this is telling you is that the parts that people love most are these peaks. So then what would that look like to turn that into another video that's like all of the best stuff and trimming out the weak stuff? This is how we analyze the audience retention curve and continue to improve our videos. Because at the end of the day, and I know we talked on our coaching call yesterday, click-through rate and average view duration, if we go in and study and say, okay, my storytelling clearly is not that great because at this point I lost them, or this part got too data heavy, but what they really wanted was tutorials. Okay, that gives me an insight that maybe I create a video now that's like home workout for women 60s over 60. Home workout, beginner workout at home for women over 60. And then you start, okay, this is interesting. By the way, 5.4 million views. It's going to be hard to outrank this, but this is what I'm after.
Okay.
Because, and then what am I also getting to? The other one was more like maybe information why you should be doing this. Could you walk me through? I mean, either you lead me through something that people could follow along with? Okay, so one angle the entire time. They do have the little headsets on. Could you do something like this?
Yeah.
With the time codes and chapters. With
I can do that.
There is wireless microphones. And could you have one of your clients in the video?
Yes, so we could do that actual live, yeah.
And so it's not even just do the 1 10-minute home workout for legs or whatever, but do 165 of them over the next couple of years. Now, this is a crazy result, but this speaks to also, it's 4 years old. This is evergreen ranked content.
Yeah.
I'm guessing this video, 5.5 million views, has earned, 5.5 million. Let's call it just a $3 RPM. It's going to be $3,000 times 5.5. This video has probably earned $16,500.
Whoa.
Is that crazy?
Yeah.
Now, actually, They don't even have enough subscribers. Like, so they're not even monetized, which is pretty wild. And they clearly didn't, triple down. But over 60, do these 5 exercises daily. I think, so some of these are interesting. So I would add this to you can of course watch the replay of this and kind of go back. Here's another good one that they did, full body workout for seniors. You're kind of like giving away a free online course. You're just giving a workout they can do. And what's crazy is this. Like, how many baby boomers watch YouTube stats? Watch this. That's not true. About 50% of YouTube users in the United States are baby boomer. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, so that's 31 million people. I want to say there's maybe a different stat that's 15% of baby boomers, or a share of US, that's 50% of YouTube users, period. I think it's actually something like over 80% of baby boomers themselves are watching YouTube. I think there's a clear reason why. It's free, like if you have ads, and it's on smart TVs. So you and anybody listening to this, you're trying to reach Gen X, you're trying to reach baby boomers. The party is not over. Like, it's not like the ship has already sailed. The party is just getting started. To think about what kind of content do baby boomers want to consume, millions of people from home, to get healthy, to learn, and that could go to all kinds of things. That maybe want to download your thing and be a part of your thing and do some coaching. Yes, but I'm even just saying an ad revenue business. Like, just pure reach, because millions of baby boomers, we're just talking about the US here, are watching YouTube, and it's on their TV and they're in their living room, and they might be starting to get pain. And so you start realizing, studying the VRA 7Rs, there is endless entry points into attracting the audience you want to reach. You might meet them at rheumatoid arthritis. They're looking to solve that. You might meet them at back pain in your 60s. You might meet them at they're already wanting to work out. We did a training that will also link up, and I can point you directly to it, Drea, for our description, on the 5 levels of awareness. I would study that after this. And the 5 levels of awareness was, here's the actual training. And it speaks to the kind of like 5 different levels of YouTube topics you could be hitting that could be attracting people into your world. But I think we've covered a lot here. So it was unaware, problem aware, solution aware, product aware, most aware, and the different levels. We'll link up that training. Okay. But the future is bright. So do you feel like you have a good action item? What I would love to see, at least initially, is more of this incredible and generous client that was willing to be in the video. Okay. Like maybe I want her specifically because she looks awesome. And so anybody you could get, but it's like, that's a good team. Like, and she was already willing to be in the video. Maybe eventually you cut out some kind of deal with her. You're like, listen, like I'll start giving you 2% or 5% of ad revenue or something on videos you're in. I'm for real. Cause it could, we'll see where this goes. And you've got, the evolution of your thumbnails, but some of the tutorials, you guys are doing stuff. And you're also, not only will this blow up your business for the people that want to work with you, YouTube gives us this opportunity to literally help people all around the nation or all around the world. It reminds me of Dr. Andrea Furlan. She gets emails all the time for people who don't have access to good medical care, who are dealing with chronic pain from just watching her videos. Truly, they don't have to spend any money at all. And it's so cool that YouTube pays us through the partner program for putting out great content. And if we go at scale and get millions of views, that's tens of thousands of dollars that can come in just from that income source. And then when we're reaching that many people, there's so many people that'll be like, how do I hire you? How do I go to another level with you?
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. So I'll maximize my clientele. And they're open to help me. So they've been with me for 10, 15, 20 years. So
awesome. Well, I appreciate you, Steve. Did you have a few more ahas today?
Yeah, just watch that or repurpose that where it spikes. What
Yeah,
people
maybe
watch,
repurpose,
and
study that.
Put it more in the front end and
then
more real
schedule
people.
workouts. What is this nice lady's name?
Anne, yeah.
Anne, get Anne on a shoot day. Anne, can we come in? I'll comp you a session or whatever, and we'll just do 3 10-minute videos or 3 15-minute workouts and just follow along. We'll do it together. Do your research ahead of time.
Yeah. So I did a follow-up. That one, Jerry, the next one, that 80, that gentleman. So he's also in his 80s. So I'm trying to get him on the call, on the videos as well.
It's beautiful. So we're looking for a tutorial, like a home workout in your 60s or 60s plus, really. I mean, it's still however you want to, and you can work with your coach and accelerator to really dial in those specific titles and really figure out those gaps. But I think the cool thing about those is the utility. People find that video, they'll watch it over and over. I've watched this yoga for snowboarders video like 20 times. It's like if I'm ever about to go snowboarding, I'm like, I got my video, and I just turn it on and I do the routine to stretch out and get ready. It's an interesting opportunity you have in your niche. And I think there's something about doubling down with the fact that you've got your practice, you've got the space, you've got the clients, you've got that. I go super deep in those.
Okay. That's awesome.
Steve, appreciate you.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it.
All right. We've got a couple more things coming up. And someone asked earlier, did my question get skipped? It probably did not. We have more questions. But if you have any final questions, put a couple question marks before and after. I think we got about another 30 minutes. Hit like if you got any value today. And if you have any aha moments. Now, I know that for the 535 people across platforms on here, thank you so much for being here. If we're just meeting, my name is Sean Cannell. My passion is helping you build a profitable YouTube channel. And I'm humbled you'd be here. If you have any takeaways, though, and you're not driving or you are able to type, I'd love to hear from you in the chat across LinkedIn, Facebook, X, here on YouTube. What is kind of be a next step or an aha moment from today? Because we don't just want to consume more information. We want to take massive action. That's where the results are. So if you share any aha moments or action items from today's training, I'll highlight those in just a second. And let's see some other questions that have been coming in. What would you recommend for someone posting for 2 years that is still growing slow? There's a video that is on Think Media podcast, a podcast episode that I recorded. And I would recommend this to watch this next. If you go to the channel and you search quit, it's here eventually. How to know when to quit YouTube. I'm going to post that and it should show up in the chat. And it's based largely on a book from Seth Godin called The Dip. You certainly could also skip straight to that book if you want to go on Amazon and purchase that. We'll link that up in the show notes as well. It's a very short little book. And it's a little book that teaches you when to quit and when to stick. The truth is quitting can be good. Quitting things that are not working, and quitting oftentimes means pivoting, changing your approach, changing your strategy. If you've been doing it for 2 years and it's still growing slow, you might need to pivot. Now, where the misunderstanding of quitting would be, you don't want to quit a marathon though on mile 19 if you've got a few miles left before you finish the marathon. Of course your knees hurt and your legs hurt and you feel tired and you feel fatigued. So certain things are going to be hard, and too many people quit in the dip. They quit when it's hard and they're this guy in the middle of the dip. But on the flip side, it's really a whole system and a level of questions. So again, you can watch our podcast episode on that for free. You could pick up the book for $8. And that's what I would recommend, assessing what you've been doing on YouTube, Maya, through that framework. And we'll link that up in the show notes. Cuddle Time Corner, my biggest challenge is creating eye-catching thumbnails since my niche is creating lullaby songs. Any advice? I mean, I think a couple things you could do is, I think that if you look at what's happening, well, one, you can watch today's podcast with Matt Wolf, AI expert. Subscribe to his channel. Things like Midjourney, I think Flux, there's a lot of AI generator tools. What you might do is you might have like decent photos of yourself that you then use Canva to put yourself reading the book or like lullaby or something, perhaps. And then you combine that with maybe an image that you like. Let's say the book you're reading was by about a happy dragon. So like a lullaby, happy dragon, and then you go aspect ratio, widescreen, and then you go pastel, sculpture, caricature, candy, made of candy. All right, so we'll come back. This is Dall-E, D-A-L-L-E, D-A-L-L-E. It's part of ChatGPT, and it's just their image generator. So perhaps either one, you don't need to be in the thumbnail at all. Maybe you're doing a voiceover. There's a lullaby thing happening. But number two, here's your thumbnail, and it says like lullaby, like the text you add on here or something, combining an AI image generator with just a design tool to add some text and to do some other things. So to me, we're living in an era when it comes to, if you will, eye-catching thumbnails or just the evolution of design tools. It's crazy out here. So it's getting, I think, educated on some of those things. The utilization of good AI tools is closer at hand than ever before. And today's Think podcast, Escape the 9 to 5 and Go Full-Time on YouTube with Matt Wolf. If you skip in that video to even strategic AI tools, that's a 30-minute conversation or something. That's almost like a part 2 of this deep dive that we did. So I highly recommend today's Think Media podcast episode for more on AI tools that you could be using right now. And we talk specifically about thumbnails at a big length today. Now, here's a question for you. And actually, Dre, are you able to do a poll? I am curious. Maybe I'm able to do a poll. But if we're ready for that, let me see. You have to do it in the back end of the YouTube studio. So here's the question. Do you want to create an online course? Yes or no? I'm curious. And so let me know if you're watching this and you've ever thought about creating an online course. I actually surveyed the Think Media podcast community for as many people as voted. And we found that 7 out of 10 people in our community have been thinking about wanting to create and launch an online course this year. 34% of our community said, I want to create an online course, but I have no idea where to start. 13% said, I've started creating it, but I'm not finished. And 22% said, I want to, but I feel busy and overwhelmed right now. So maybe you can relate to those 7 out of 10. Now, 3 out of 10, we're not interested in creating an online course. But one of the reasons I bring that up is because a friend of mine is hosting a boot camp. And so I know this is not for everybody, but if you're like Sean, I've been thinking about this for a long time. I particularly love digital products. I think we're living in a really cool era where if you have developed a skill, you've developed something that you can help people with, that, you can sell physical products, but there's shipping and there's returns and there's packaging, right? There's lost things in the mail. There's digital products are so cool because of the profit margins, because of the way to impact people, and really because they're quite a lucrative opportunity. Now, of course, there's competition, and of course, there's all kinds of different questions you may have. What courses would people actually want, and how do I actually put, into it, and how have things changed now with more communities and cohorts, and maybe not just passive information, because information is so abundant. So it's not without challenge and things to learn. But if you have ever aspired or wanted to, create a digital course, again, my friend Amy Porterfield, and we have an episode coming out with her this Thursday, but she's hosting a boot camp. Now, if you've never heard of Amy, she is probably the number one expert in the world. That's a big statement, but she probably is the number one expert in the world on building online courses. And at digitalcoursebootcamp.com, you could check out her boot camp. Now, I think it's like a $47 investment, so it's not a free event, but It is deeply powerful if you're like, I'm serious. I want to get serious about finishing my course, starting my course the right way. And if you particularly feel overwhelmed or busy, that's what the bootcamp is about. I think it's called Course Confident, and it is about for those that feel overwhelmed and busy and are trying to get their online course built. And so here's the page for it. Too busy or overwhelmed to even start your digital course? Introducing Course Confident. And so pretty cool resource. Again, not for everybody. There's 4 trainings or something coming up. You can see all the dates all included in this. And so, yeah, just wanted to put that on your radar and excited for that episode with Amy coming soon. Now, let me also see if I can now see the poll results of this episode, at least here on YouTube. And so if I'm in the chat over on the right side, do you want to create an online course? Yes. 57% of those here live on YouTube would like to. So yeah, if you're interested in doing that, if you're part of that 57%, definitely something to check out. You could go to digitalcoursebootcamp.com, or there's a link in the show notes as well. And you can see that this is an actual live boot camp that Amy Porterfield is hosting. She is the author of 2 Weeks Notice. Probably what she's worked with Tony Robbins for like a decade, I believe, and has now been building up her stuff for like a decade. We were able to hang out recently in Nashville and shoot some content. One of the most just world-class humans, really generous and incredible person, and runs her whole online business with peak ethics and integrity. Really cool person. Again, if you're interested in thinking about packaging what you know and launching an online course and you want some help with that, you can check that out. Okay. If you've got any questions, let me know. And actually, let's see any of these aha moments from today. If anyone had some aha moments, how far back do I need to go? I've been talking for a long time. Takeaways. What are your takeaways? Thank you, Drea, for posting that. Your Christian Encourager said, my next step is getting vidIQ. Smart move. Again, very helpful tool. Definitely check that out. Some good questions coming in. I'll hit those in a second. Let's see if there's any. I don't want to quit. I love it. And again, I think the key, Maya, going back to when to quit, it's really strategic quitting. It's like, I want to quit posting videos that don't get views. And it doesn't mean I'm quitting my channel. I want to find videos that do get views. I want to quit the things that I'm doing, the habits that are not helping me, but I want to double down on the habits that are. So strategic quitting, such a great phrase, that the most successful people are quitters. Oh, real winners never quit. Quitters never win, and winners never quit. What are you talking about? Of course winners quit. They quit all the time. They quit the things that aren't working. They quit the things that don't work for them. They learn about their own strengths, they quit their weaknesses. They double down on their strengths. Strategic quitting, though. They don't quit when it's hard. They don't quit the marathon at mile 22 because they committed to run the marathon, but they might pivot their stride. They might quit the stride that was hurting the knee pain and then change their stride so that they can finish because of the way their body's reacting. Strategic quitting. Strategic quitting. Okay. Sabes, I have more than one passion and everyone says niche down. They're unrelated, food, makeup, and clothes. I'm so conflicted. I'm just starting. Should I start different channels for each? I mean, I'd check out the replay at the beginning. There's an argument that some people would say that you are the niche. So your makeup as you're cooking, your makeup and fashion, like, whoa, like the food fashionista. Did we just design your brand? That's pretty good. That's pretty fire. Like is a way then to figure out, I'm passionate about makeup, I'm passionate about fashion, and I'm passionate about food, and I'm going to launch a show called The Food Fashionista, but still it's a cooking show. It's still food. It's still, and it wraps it all together. Here's what we're after. I think this will help. Everyone says niche down, and niche might be too narrow, but I want to encourage you to have a channel theme or a channel topic. like at the end of the day, we can see things that aren't in clusters. People are seeking fitness, they're seeking food, they're seeking makeup, and you can, when you may be onto something that's genius by like blending stuff together, or you may also stay stuck. So it's worth taking a risk, but there is something powerful about really thinking about what's the cohesive theme here. What's the purpose of your YouTube channel? What's the target audience, and how does that all work together? But I talked for about 28 minutes at the beginning here on that kind of stuff. So definitely check that replay if you're just jumping on. Rex, I've been using AI for tons of pictures for my DeviantArt page for the past 9 months. So I launched a YouTube channel teaching how to make pictures using prompts for Microsoft Copilot. Awesome. Sounds awesome. John, how important are my comments? My broker-dealer requires I turn off comments for the videos. What does that do to reach potential? That's fine. Because also your broker-dealer requires it. So that is what we have to work with. Now, click-through rate and view duration are infinitely more important than other metrics. But YouTube themselves has said that engagement signals like comments and likes and people filling out surveys and their viewer satisfaction and these different metrics they use are all helpful, but your potential is not capped. Great content, perfect video recipe, something that we teach, great videos, great packaging, all of the above, you can crush with your comments turned off. Many channels have, many channels do, and they might have various reasons for that happening. Sean, I've been doing fishing content for 2 years. I started implementing e-bike videos. And they do well. I also do my weekly fishing videos. Will this hurt the channel? Well, I don't know. Like, your channel is called Tough Bass, and it's been fishing videos. And so, I mean, if people like the e-bike videos, but here's the problem. What happens if an e-bike video goes viral and gets millions of views and you get 20,000 new subscribers? Because they go, oh man, this is dope. I want more e-bike videos. And then you upload your next 4 videos and they're all on fishing content. Well, your new 20,000 subscribers aren't going to click on them because they're like, what does this bass content have to do with the e-bike content I subscribed for in the first place? Here's the principle. Never upload videos your subscribers didn't subscribe for. Now, you can break that principle. I do. Like on Think Media, we upload DaVinci Resolve video editing tutorials. And if someone clicks subscribe on it and I upload a camera review, they probably subscribe for more video editing tutorials, not necessarily the camera review. So that you might break the rule. You might say, well, the theme of the channel is, listen, not every video, if you're not using Final Cut, you're never going to click on a Final Cut tutorial. If you're not using DaVinci Resolve, but you might click on my best camera. Like, so you might have certain videos, but the theme of Think Media is the best tips and tools for building your influence with video. Okay. Still though, 3 million subscribers on that channel. I've confused the algorithm a little bit. I have. So I think you need to know how YouTube works, know the best practices, know some of these things, and then make educated and informed decisions about the strategy that you want to do moving forward. The e-bike videos doing well is cool, but it could be a negative. It could be not as positive as you think it is. Here's one of, I think, the most powerful things we could do as entrepreneurs and content creators is we need to learn about, we need to think moves ahead and downstream. We need to think about the downstream consequences and the second order consequences of the decisions we make. Let's ask AI to help us with what does that mean? What do second order consequences and downstream consequences mean? Can you explain that simply to a 5th grader? All right, here's what that means. Imagine you throw a rock into a pond. The first thing that happens, the splash, that's the first order consequence. That's the most obvious, that's the immediate result. But then you see ripples out of the splash. Those ripples are the second order consequences. They happen a little later and they are caused by the initial splash. So first order consequences happen right away. You post e-bike videos, you get views. It must be working. But the second order consequences happen a bit later because of the first thing. So I want to encourage you to be careful. Again, just that's why viral can be overrated. Whoa, something good is happening. Is it? Maybe. We got to start thinking about second order consequences. Where's this thing going? What's the brand of your channel? What's the niche of your channel? Who do you want to reach? Are you reaching the right people? What's going to be happening 1 year down the road, 3 years down the road, 5 years down the road? Deep. Okay. Let me check in with, let's actually have Caleb hit a question here, and then I'll land the plane with a few more questions in just a second. Caleb, the question is, has there been comments about different languages spoken in one video? Would that complicate YouTube's algorithm? Should I speak more than one language on my channel? And you actually have experience in this in general, so break this down.
Well, and what's interesting about this one, it's like in one video. You know there is like one situation where that maybe works, and that is actually Spanish. Like the only place where I see that maybe working, I would advise against it 100%. But in the United States of America, there are millions and millions of Hispanics that speak English and Spanish. So you could maybe get away with it, but I would not set up my channel that way. I'd pick one language and go all in. It's a constant struggle for me and my wife. We are both born and raised in the United States, but both of our channels are in Spanish. And so like we're constantly, fighting against the urge to want to make content in English, even throw content up in English on my channel, which I used to do. My subscribers would just immediately protest and be like, I have no idea what's going on. They would actually get mad at me and frustrated. So I would not do that. Every now and then I will search for a specific video, and then I will get these videos that are titled, like the titles are in English, but then I click on it and it's in like Hindi or something like that. I don't know if that's the language that is spoken in India. I think it is. Whatever the language in India or different parts of Asia, and that just throws me off completely, and I'm out of there. So no, we would recommend one channel, one language, period. Don't overcomplicate this.
Great advice, and especially with your experience too, as you speak multiple languages on your content. I'm going to answer another question here, but if you can give it up for Caleb adding value today. Caleb, thank you so much for being a part of the Coffee with Candle show and crushing it as one of our Think Media certified coaches, helping so many different entrepreneurs and creators with their channels. Appreciate you. And Coffee with Candle, you might just be jumping on, and thank you for being here from all over the internet, LinkedIn and X and Facebook, as well as YouTube. We do this show probably every other week to help you with tips and advice for starting channels, launching channels, growing. A couple resources for you. I am hosting a class this Thursday at expandgodskingdom.com. That's a Christian content creator class speaking about some actually Bible verses that every Christian content creator needs to know, as well as strategies for starting, launching, narrowing your niche, your channel topic, and then how do you really grow right now, especially in today's environment, and monetize in different ways. It's going to be fun. So that's at expandgodskingdom.com. Link in the description down below if you want to be a part of that. And then also, if you voted and said, I do want to start an online course at some point, it was something like 63%. The poll is complete of people watching the stream. We're interested in doing that. Then I highly recommend checking out digitalcoursebootcamp.com. My friend Amy Porterfield is doing a multi-day boot camp that walks you through the first 4 decisions to move out of overwhelm, get into action, and stop delaying the money you could be making from your digital course. And so, not for everybody, but if that sounds interesting to you, you can check that out in the show notes. Thank you for asking all these questions today. And another question came in here that said, hey, Sean, hope you're doing great. I'm thinking about more than one channel, but I believe the first channel gets more like 2,000 to 3,000 subs, and then I create a second one, or should I do both? I think I'd watch the replay at the beginning, in regards to making just wise decisions. Bottom line is, I think focus and double down. I got some numbers for you. I heard it said once, and I kind of agree with this. Don't start a second channel until you hit 100,000 subscribers. Now you might go, well, that sounds crazy. Like, I may never hit 100,000. I get it. But I think the principle is really strong. It's like, don't start a second channel until you have like way more momentum than you think you need. I was in a business mastermind once, and I heard this was the advice, and I really agree with this. It said, don't even launch another product until your product has already done $1 million. And don't even create a product if it can't do $1 million. We're talking deep right now, and that might stretch your thinking a little bit. And you might also go, that's crazy. Like that $1 million, that's not in reach of most people. Listen, if you're going to launch a business and you're not thinking in terms of $1 million, you're thinking way too small. Because I think the fallacy 99% of people think about or fail to think about is they're like, oh, you launched $1 million product? You're a millionaire now. It's like, no, you aren't. Most people, not even close. Usually, when you start thinking business minded, the cost of doing business is a lot of times higher than you think. Of course, if you open some kind of an entity, you might pay yourself a salary, but a lot of your money goes to operations. You pay a freelancer, you pay a contractor, you pay for some software, you pay for some digital marketing, you pay for some ads. You're working on some content, you buy some equipment, you build a home office. And here's the other thing to consider is, if you're going to create a product, let's say you launch an online course or digital product, this would be one of my frameworks. I took it away from that mastermind. Is that I don't even want to start this idea if it can't do at least $1 million. If I've done my prior market research, that doesn't mean it's going to do $1 million in a year, but don't you want to create something you could sell for the next 5 to 5 years? So if one signature blockbuster product did $200,000 a year for 5 years, and the operations of your business cost $100,000, your take-home pay would be $100,000. That's before taxes. So one blockbuster product idea, you sell it for 5 years, half your money goes to running things, and the other half goes to a 6-figure income. That's $1 million product. So, by the way, let's launch a product that, just all this hype and all these gurus online. I did $1 million in a month. And sure, this stuff happens, but that's kind of ridiculous for most people. And that is really rare. But it's like, you just think about small business ownership. Like, if you're not thinking in terms of millions of dollars, you are literally thinking too small, because there's so many costs, plus taxes, plus operations, plus all of that stuff. Okay, so let's take it all the way back. Like, I have 2,000 to 3,000 subscribers. Should I start another channel? Here's what I'm challenging you is focus a lot deeper than you think you need to, and focus longer than you think you need to. And let's hit this quote. This is the missing piece of, I think, most small business owners, period. Resist the allure of shiny new objects. True solopreneur success comes from, mastering one channel, one offering, one business model at a time. If I was to start over, this is what I would do. I would think about, what is my one YouTube channel? What is the one smartest business model connected to that channel? What is my one offer or core offer? And I know for some of us, it's like, well, I want to do ad revenue and sponsorships and stuff. But even that, then that's still clarity of what your business model is. So you're like, okay, what is the math, and how much would sponsors need to pay me, and how many views would I need to be getting, and what kind of results would I need to be getting to make the monthly reoccurring revenue sustainable, and for this to be a real business and not just a random viral prayer, but a practical, intentional business. Smart solopreneurs that scale, I think it's about really identifying the one channel and the one offering connected to that channel. And I made this mistake. There was a few years into Think Media. By the way, we had our one offer, and we've eventually changed. We have one thing that we do at Think Media. You might be like, you do tons of things. All right, relax. We eventually were Video Rake It Academy is our program. There's a do-it-yourself level, there's a group coaching level, and there's a one-on-one coaching level. But it's all the same 7R system, and it's the one way you could go deeper with us. We just had our event, Grow with Video Live. But what did we talk about at the event? The 7R system. So we have one system, basically one product. And then we might do like a holiday special, the YouTube starter kit, some other stuff. But we have one core offer that shows up in 3 different ways. And it took me like 8 years to figure this out. So you could just get this for free right now. A couple years ago, we had like all these SKUs. And by SKUs, I mean like barcodes. And I don't even think we have a barcode, but that's like a product number. We had a course called Crush Collabs, a little mini course. We had the YouTube Hypergrowth Blueprint. Still love that one. Missed that one. We have, I was like, why did I even need to make another course? Like we have Video Ranking Academy. We had on and on. And we had the biggest one. And we had a whole membership program called Inner Circle, which here's even what's crazy is people loved it. Here's what's crazier. It was earning $25,000 a month. When you're a small town kid, college dropout like me, and you grew up on 6 acres with goats and horses and cats and dogs, you thought about making 6 figures a year. You were like, bro, that would be insane. Like that, I can't even imagine what I would do with all that money. So imagine you have a product in your business doing $25,000 a month. It's $300,000 a year. And I had to make the hard decision for the scale of business we were at to shut that product down, to sunset the product. I don't know. We just got super deep here on Coffee with Candle. There's a book called The Pumpkin Plan. How do you grow a prize-winning pumpkin? You know how you do it? You cut off all the little pumpkins. By the way, $25,000 a month might not sound like a little pumpkin, but compared, and you know what happened after we did that? Our business like exploded the next year. Our revenue did. So it was the hard decision to say, I had someone come up to me at a Vegas influencers event, vegasinfluencers.com. I don't know if we're probably not going to do a meetup for a while. I'm mainly up in the Pacific Northwest, but we have a list of people, vegasinfluencers.com. You can sign up for the next meetup. We'll send an email out. And this woman came up to me and she goes, I go, what do you do? It's so nice to meet you. And she started to brag, not in a bad way. She started to talk about what she was doing, but I was sending off red flags left and right for me. She's like, well, I'm a content creator. I'm an author. I'm a freelancer. I'm an artist. And I was like, okay, I'm stressed, but go on. And I was like, so what's going on? She's like, well, I'm working on 3 books right now. And, none of them are done. And I also know that I want to launch a course. And I'm here at the meetup because I want to talk about YouTube and stuff, but I have been struggling to be consistent on my YouTube channel. I was like, well, obviously. You're doing 48 things. And, I've got some different clients that I'm working with and stuff, and I'm kind of stressed. I got a lot going on. But it was also kind of like she wore busyness as a badge of honor. That's not a badge of honor. Focus is what we should be celebrating. Follow one course until successful. This is a big deal. So resist the allure of shining new objects. True solopreneur success comes from mastering one channel, one offering, and one business model at a time. I think the real question would be, should you do an online course? Sure. It's a really good idea. But should you write a book and launch it? Yeah, that's a great idea too. Should you also do a video podcast? For sure. It's also great. How about a YouTube channel? Yeah. Should you do all of those things all at once when you're starting and you have a 9-to-5 job and 36 kids? Why do you have 36 kids? No, you shouldn't do all the things all at once. So I think the real next step at the end of today's show, tying all the way back into the beginning, is really getting fierce clarity on your next right steps, what you should be saying yes to, but more importantly, what should you be saying no to? And I want to encourage you to resist the allure of shiny objects, because true success comes from mastering one channel, one offering, and one business model at a time. I wish I learned that sooner. And when I started to shut things down and try to get focused, and now I'm still trying to do less. And if you're looking for a book to read, it's in the description already. We talked about it earlier. If you just want to read the subtitle, look at the subtitle of the book. The book's called Essentialism, and it's the disciplined pursuit of less. I'm multi-passionate, Sean. I want to start multiple channels. Well, in theory, yes, your diverse passions should live on other channels. But I want to challenge you to be disciplined and to pursue less. to be disciplined not to run multiple channels, but to really take one seriously and go so deep in that one channel that momentum happens. And here's why. Because I believe your dreams will be unlocked on the other side. Because once you have more money for the mission, that's a breath of fresh air. What does financial peace feel like? What does a little bit of margin feel like? What does a little bit of buying your time back? Because now you can hire an editor and an admin assistant. And then what does it feel like when you can pursue the next piece of your creative vision with more peace, more stability, and in the right season, not trying to do everything all at once? My friends, this has been the Coffee with Cannell show. I don't know where all of, shout out to X for showing up strong today. Shout out to Elon for showing up strong algorithmically on X. I don't think we've ever had legit. We have 615 people watching on X right now. What is up? That's amazing. Usually it's like 6. So the algorithm is good today. And good to see you, Christianity Explained over there. And he says, talk about timing. My ministry channel is growing slow. Lately, I feel the need to start a second channel. Well, I think everything we just talked about, my friend, is the important thing. And what is that? It is resist the need for another shiny object and another thing. Success comes from mastering one channel, one offering, one business model. If you want to start a Minecraft channel so you can go live and have fun, well, then you've predefined the purpose. It's a hobby, it's an outlet, it's for fun. That's the purpose of it. Well, cool. That's different than trying to have a whole nother successful business, if you will. There's some people that are graced to successfully run multiple businesses. I don't think I'm that person. Like my friend Ryan Pineda, I'm like, bro, how do you launch a new business every day? And then 5 more businesses and then grow them all. I've actually been trying to shut businesses down, shut product line. I'm on the disciplined pursuit of less, but to each his own. So I think it's, thinking about your pace, your bandwidth, you think about the Elons. Since X is maybe some fans here, since X is showing up so strong. SpaceX, right? Tesla, the Boring Company, Twitter, X. And you also think about his reputation, though, and how much he wants to work. That's a self-awareness thing. I think about Patrick Bet-David, who I've had the privilege of doing some coaching with. He just had the Vault conference. And he asked me, he said, Sean, would you rather work 80 hours a week and get crazy and scale a bunch of... I asked him, this is interesting. He revealed when he was running PHP full-time and Valuetainment full-time and beyond, he's a maniac, as far as all in, it's his personality. I said, how is it that you're balancing and juggling being the CEO of 2 full-on companies, 2 multi-million-dollar companies in 40 hours a week? He was like, I don't work 40 hours a week. I work full-time at both. It was a math thing. I was like, oh, so 80 plus hours, but push 80, 90, 100. Is that what you want to do? And this came up in the context of him asking me, in light of my values and in light of the season of life I'm in, he said, Sean, would you want to work 80 hours and scale up and hit these targets and these financial targets in the next 12 months? Or would you rather go a little bit slower, get there in the next 5 years, but work 20 hours a week? Well, that question really helped me. I was like, I want to work 40. I love working. I love doing what I do. I kind of want to work roughly 9 to 5. I don't want to cut into my family time or my kids' time in the mornings or in the evenings. I want to be able to take days off when I want. Our whole team gets 6 weeks off a year, paid vacation total. So we want to create a culture that has a really cool, where we work really hard, we also rest. But that self-awareness piece was huge. So for some people, they maybe have a particular set of skills to run multiple things. They may want to work endless hours, or you want to push, even if you did this full time, maybe you want to work 50, 60, 70, 80, 100. And so you're like, I'm going to work 40 on one channel and 40 on another. For me, I like naps. I heard Drake say, I don't take naps. Me and the money are way too attached to go and do that. Muscle relax. Okay. And I was like, I take naps. Drake might not take naps. He did now after he was defeated by Kendrick, but Drake might not take naps. I do. So what am I getting at? We're going to land the plane in this rant at the end of the day of the stream, but I'm getting at self-awareness. I'm getting at you really deciding what it is you want to do and you getting clarity on the season of life you're in. And if you are just jumping on this replay, at the beginning, I did 25 minutes of a training with the 4 seasons we go through as content creators and questions to ask to really define maybe the next best steps for you. Because I feel like a lot of creators are burning out and getting stuck because they are doing too much. They're going in too many directions all at once. And I think that'll really serve you. So, my friends, I want to thank you so much for hanging out today. Smash like if you got value. Check out show notes and links in the description down below for resources. And I cannot wait to connect with you in a future episode of the Coffee with Cannell show. Until then, my name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel, and we will talk soon. Peace out.
Turn the place you live into the home you love with Bob's Discount Furniture. When you shop at Bob's, you never have to sacrifice on style or settle for phony sales. You get the lowest price every day on family-proof sofas, beautiful bedrooms, delightful dining sets, lush mattresses, and trendy decor, with flexible financing options to fit your budget. So stop in and start to build your dream home at Bob's Discount Furniture, the fastest growing furniture store in the country.
Say, is it too late to start? Not if you're doing this. And here's the good news. 99% of creators are not doing this. Like, grab your smartphone and post your first video in the next 24 hours. That's what courage looks like. 99% of creators might not even have the attention span to listen through this entire framework, and that's why they'll probably lose. Not just skip around and look for a YouTube short to give me a dopamine hit, but are you really playing all in? Are you really sharing your boldest voice? Are you really living all out courageously? Or are you playing it safe? I think that 100% of people listening to this could really ask themselves the question, what does that next level of courage look like for me?
Sean, you have a whole system that you have personally curated and used for your YouTube channels to reach silver play buttons, gold play buttons, and also help other content creators reach their goals with their YouTube channels. And that's the 7C framework. I don't think you've really sat down in a setting like this to share more about it, which we will get into in just a little bit. But my first question for you is it too late to start on YouTube in 2025?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think people ask that question every year. And the short answer is no, it's not too late. The nuanced answer is it is challenging to start on YouTube right now with rising competition, with a lot of people wanting to do this. And competition is highest for those that are starting YouTube without a strategy, for those that are making low quality content. But I would say that if you have the right mindset, the right strategy, and we'll go through all steps in our system in this video and this podcast. But also, I do think there's a lot of good news in 2025. One is YouTube's really promoting small and new channels. We've seen this over and over again, that on people's homepages and their suggested feeds, from our surveys, from our own experience, that maybe 1 out of every 4 videos recommended. You might see a big YouTuber, an established creator. They have 1 million subscribers. This person's getting 1 million views. But then you'll see a video recommended to you that has under 1,000 subscribers, that has videos that have 56 views and they're showing up on your homepage or in your suggested feed. The YouTube algorithm and YouTube employees confirm this is they want the YouTube ecosystem to succeed. And that's not really a selfless ambition from them. They make money by running ads on people's videos. They need the creators and the creator economy to flourish so that their business model flourishes as well. So it's in their interest for creators to start new channels and succeed in 2025. That's good news because they want to find ways to help creators win, help creators get discovered. And we're seeing that's how the algorithm works. So especially with some of the changes that are happening on YouTube and with this framework, I think that it's still a great time to start a channel. And these are the way I would approach a brand new channel right now.
That's awesome. That's very encouraging too, even compared to 2024 and 2023. Starting out, it seems like they're almost at a better foothold. in 2025. So I would love to dive into your 7C framework and what that looks like for a content creator jumping into YouTube. What is the first C of your framework? And I guess I should ask you first, what is your framework? Why did you create it? What has it done for you?
Yeah, so wrote a book called YouTube Secrets with my friend Benji Travis. And actually, if people want the physical book of this, we're doing something cool this year, which we're giving away free. We'll mail it to you if you cover shipping. And so we'll link to that in the show notes or ytsecrets.com. And it's actually updated. The second edition is out now. And we wanted to write a book to encapsulate a proven system and a proven process that Benji had done in kind of vlogging and entertainment with his wife on his cooking channel, on a real estate channel he started. I had been a freelancer for many different experts, pastors, personal brands, running their YouTube channels for them, and then I've started multiple YouTube channels myself. And so these 7 steps have actually stood the test of time for starting a channel, but then there's some nuances to them that are different now in 2025. And so the first C is courage. We'll get tactical in a second, but there's a big part of YouTube that's mindset. If someone's watching this or listening to this, they might be thinking like, man, is it too late still? Is it just going to be, how hard is this going to be? Is it going to be worth the effort? What are people going to think of me? Am I going to get negative comments? There's a lot of resistance, a lot of overthinking, a lot of self-doubt and imposter syndrome. And if you feel those things, welcome to the club. Everybody does, actually. Of course, some people are just a little bit more natural, but like the self-doubt, the definition of courage is not the absence of fear. It's taking practical steps forward despite the fear you feel. So if you're wondering, is it weird that I'm feeling fear? This other person that started, they must not have felt that. Maybe the difference is they felt it, but they did it anyways. So for this C, it's really just making that decision that you're going to press record. You're going to start poop your pants scared. Your armpits might be sweaty. You might be running all these scenarios. Like I wasn't in high school. I was kind of an outcast. I wasn't, one of the popular kids, especially freshman year, Arlington High School. I was really sucked at sports, and it seemed like the football team, like they were the, really popular kids, whatever. And so I just also remember thinking that I had a lot of insecurity. Like I never quite fit in. And I remember thinking, even though this is like a made up scenario, that years later when I was starting a channel, I was like, man, are people going to judge me? Like, what about those people from high school? Oh, look at him. Who does he think he is? He's starting a channel and all this stuff. They don't even know like they're not even watching.
Yeah.
Years later, I remember I was waiting tables and some girls that I went to high school with that were in the cool crowd, I was waiting on them. Of course, they were very kind, but I remember, and I was working on my YouTube channel on the side, and I was like, oh man, like, all I can feel right now is I just remember feeling like conflicted inside, like kind of insecure, kind of like, well, I'm trying to build something, but what do they think? And they drove up in a nice car. I think they had really nice jobs, and it's very respectable, of course, to be a server at a restaurant. But I just remember going through my feels of like, man, what are people going to think? And am I going to be judged? And maybe you got spouses or family members. All this stuff is real. Here's the bottom line. It's going to take courage. And if you look at the landscape right now, maybe you look at the economy, you look at what's happening, you don't like what's happening in politics, you don't like what's happening in the world. There's just a lot of reasons to stay safe and not get out of your comfort zone. But it's the people who actually get uncomfortable and punch fear in the face and get courageous and actually start. And ready is a lie. Like if you're waiting until you feel ready or you're waiting until you feel all the answers, this is a great episode to listen to. But like, after you're done listening to these 7 C's, like grab your smartphone and post your first video in the next 24 hours. That's what courage looks like. Because you can get more strategic over the years, but you cannot steer a parked car. So there's something about punching fear in the face, punching perfectionism in the face, pressing record, and starting, and that takes courage.
Would you say that even to this day, after being online for over 20 years, that you still have to choose to have courage? I'm sure it might be easier, but what does that look like for you now?
100%. I'm more comfortable on camera now, maybe before I shoot a video, but now I still have just as much insecurity. It's just different. Now it's been crazy that I think media has grown. It's a bigger business. We have a team. You're a part of that team. It's really cool what we've been blessed to be able to get to do. But I still am like, do I have what it takes to run Think Media at this level? Am I a good enough leader? Do I have now I'm a father, so I'm even, do I have what it takes to raise these kids? I don't know. I think people have different levels. I think it's just normal to feel, again, imposter syndrome. And then the truth is too, with courage, is I think negative comments is one of our fears. I think that sometimes we fear failure. What if I start and I don't get any views? But you know what we also fear? Success. What if I get too many views? I've seen people go viral. You might have noticed that people get quote unquote canceled on the internet. A video goes viral. There's different fears that could come into your mind. How do I speak about, the wise, set things up in a smart way. But yes, I think that I need courage for every new battle I'm going to fight. And you might have defeated other giants in your past, or maybe you beat the lion, you beat the bear, but now you're facing the giant. Goliath is in front of you. And that's starting the channel or getting back to a channel, because man, you might sometimes you have regret. Like, I tried YouTube a few years ago and I got busy and I got discouraged and I had a setback for a while. Maybe I got sick, a family member got sick or something. And sometimes you're like, man, I just feel like I lost momentum. And even, at the start of a new year or mid-year, I just feel like the uphill battle, like how am I going to get that momentum back? It feels heavy. It feels hard. You don't have to see the full staircase. You got to just take the first step. And that necessity of courage, by the way, this 7 C's is a circle. As soon as we get to the end, we're going to start right back at the beginning with courage again. You don't graduate courage. At every single level, you've got new challenges that will come your way, but that's a blessing. It's bigger giants, new levels, new devils. It's like just you keep going back through. So yes, that's why really in a lot of ways this framework is for myself, not just for those that are starting YouTube channels. Even if you're more advanced, what's that next level of courage look like for you? That next bold idea, that next thing that you really feel like you should share that's on your heart. But what if you got a little bit more vulnerable with your vision, with your values, with what you stand for? Maybe you see what's happening in the world and your channel's been a little bit PC, politically correct, but you feel like there's just a message burning in your bones, but you've been playing it safe. Maybe you're making some money. Maybe you feel like my content's going fine, my channel's going all right, but are you really playing all in? Are you really sharing your boldest voice? Are you really living all out courageously? Or are you playing it safe? I think that 100% of people listening to this could really ask themselves the question of what does that next level of courage look like for me? Every day you want to start your YouTube channel is another day of missed opportunities and untapped potential. Here's the truth. YouTube reaches more 18 to 49-year-olds than all the cable networks combined. The opportunity is massive, and the Think Media team and I want to help you seize it. I'm excited to announce our YouTube 1K Challenge, a free 5-day event that will give you the exact blueprint to start and grow your YouTube channel in 2025. Whether you're an entrepreneur, business owner, or somebody ready to grow their personal brand, this challenge is your roadmap to success. To register, just go to tube1kchallenge.com. We're going to be doing one training session a day for 5 days, and you're going to learn how to get your first 1,000 subscribers and start earning real income. Insider strategies that make viewers want to click on your videos and keep watching. Multiple different ways to earn money from your YouTube channel, even if you have a small audience, and how to build build an authentic personal brand that truly connects with people. But it gets even better. We are giving away prizes every single day of the challenge. You could win professional microphones, lighting kits, and premium content creation software. And during this challenge, you're getting access to the exact training that we offer in our $4,000 coaching program, but you're getting it completely for free. And you can start with just your smartphone. So if you're ready to turn 2025 into your YouTube breakthrough year, go to tube1kchallenge.com to register. That's tube1kchallenge.com, or click the link in the show notes or YouTube description to register for our upcoming challenge.
Had you not started your YouTube channel, you wouldn't be where you were, but you chose to have courage. And then it's something that builds. You're building that muscle of courage. The first C being courage. What is the second C of the framework?
So then the second C is clarity. And so this is about answering the question of what is the focus of my YouTube channel? I think one of the biggest dangers of 2025 is distraction and overwhelm. There's so many different social media platforms you could try to build on. There's so many different online ways to make money. There's so many different things to watch and get distracted by, so many social media feeds to just get stuck scrolling in. There's so many different business opportunities or shiny objects. So if you're just distracted, not only that, as think about the consumer, that the hopeful viewer someday that will watch your channel, think about how many options they have. So if your channel is not clear, if you don't find a way to stand out in the sea of sameness, there's a quote from Zig Ziglar that says, you don't want to be a wandering generality, you want to be a meaningful specific. What is the focus of your YouTube channel? So this would mean, like, who is your channel for? What problem does it solve? How can your channel be different? What's unique about your channel? What's unique about your personality that can weave into the channel? Because the argument might be, well, somebody's already doing what I'm doing. But yes, topic-wise, but they can never do it the same as you. Why? They don't have the same stories. They don't have the same perspectives. They're in a different season of life. They don't have the same trauma. Like, the way life has shaped you and your experiences, we all bring our unique perspective to even something that's similar. You know how many successful personal finance channels there are? You know how many successful gardening channels there are? It's really actually endless. What's different is we're different. And so clarity is about identifying what are your strengths, maybe what are your weaknesses. In business, there's this thing called a SWOT analysis, SWOT, and you'll draw 4 columns, and a business will do this when they're thinking about making a competitive advance for their business in a coming year. It's a good thing to do for your YouTube channel. It's part of clarity. What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? What are the opportunities? What are the threats? So it's like, what are my strengths? Okay, I've got this connection. Maybe I got some money so I can buy some gear. I can set this up. Maybe I want to start a video podcast. I already know a couple people. I have my first few guests. It's like a strength. What are some of your weaknesses? Well, when it comes to weaknesses, maybe I don't have a lot of time. Well, I got to be more efficient. But what are my weaknesses? And maybe finances are low. Well, I can't compete to the person who's going to build a $10,000 studio. But all I need is a smartphone. You just are assessing, play to your strengths, find a way to overcome your weaknesses. What are the opportunities? Well, maybe I'm located in a place where there's other people to collaborate with. Like, we're recording in Vegas right now. It's crazy how much momentum there was for me on YouTube in terms of like podcast guests and all this stuff from being in Vegas. But my wife and I made a decision for family and actually moved back to the Pacific Northwest. That's my value system. I'd rather do that. But it wasn't the best business decision. It actually now becomes more of a weakness. I can do things virtual. So I learned how to adapt to that. Use virtual interviews, fly to Vegas every once in a while. I'm in a rural town in the Pacific Northwest the majority of the year running a media company. That's the cool world we live in. But it still might be a weakness. It's not your biggest opportunity. And then what are the threats? Okay, that's also under clarity would be a little bit of a competitor analysis. And I'm not talking about comparison. So you need to get in the right mindset for this. I want you to sit down and look for really 10 to 20 of other channels that are doing something similar to what you want to do, or like related, like maybe not directly. So it's interesting if you wanted to do something related to health and you maybe more specifically wanted to do something related to, like, let's say biohacking, like bulletproof coffee and supplements and red light therapy. And there's that dude who's like planning on like never dying. Like he's supplements and doing all this different stuff. But maybe you're like, I kind of is in that space. So you began to study, there's some people doing video podcasts. There's this channel over here. This guy's kind of teaching. This guy over here kind of does an interview show. This guy over here, Andrew Humerman, does it this way. And you start sort of assessing, this is the Clarity C. And you don't want to get stuck here, but this is how you put together a plan when people say, is it too late to start? Not if you're doing this. And here's the good news. 99% of creators are not doing this. 99% of creators might not even have the attention span to listen through this entire framework. And that's why they'll probably lose. It's those who okay, I'm really going to get tactical on this, not just skip around and look for a YouTube short to give me a dopamine hit. I'm going to go deep. And so a competitor analysis, not to compare because they're further along. Of course, like they're crushing it. It's like, oh, look how good they're doing. No, it's like looking, okay, what can I learn from them? Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. And that'll help you identify who is my target audience, what is the main theme of my channel, what problem does my channel solve, how can my channel be a little bit different, what can I try to contribute to, and put together a simple napkin plan basically for your channel. I'm going to start a video podcast once a week on marriage and relationships. I'm going to interview marriage and relationship experts and authors. I'll do it virtually. I can do that from anywhere. And like, there's your plan. And like, it's a way to start. We could do a video podcast like this without this fancy gear. I'm saying you could do it at a computer with like a webcam, or I'm going to do talking head video. I'm going to film in my kitchen once a week, one recipe, and make it simple, and then start with that clear plan going forward.
Okay, so we've got courage, clarity. Let's move into the third C.
Okay, so now you're going to set up your channel. Now, you might have already started your YouTube channel, but it's the fact that you actually need to start a YouTube channel to have a YouTube channel. And if you're watching this, you probably have a YouTube channel. But if you don't have your avatar yet, and this is the channel you're uploading on, like, get your avatar right. Get your name of your channel dialed in. Write your about page. Get your email on there so that brands could reach out to you. Well, I'm just starting. Why would brands reach out to me? I think the mindset you want to have, I've noticed that those that are successful, they think big in small places. They don't let their small YouTube channel make them small-minded. There's something about turning pro and treating your YouTube channel, like especially with AI and design tools like Canva or whatever, there's templates out there. There's just no excuse to have an ugly YouTube channel.
Yes, truth.
There just isn't.
Hard truth.
There's so many tools that'll just kind of at least get a template, Like these days with AI, like filters, you could take the nastiest photo on your phone. I mean, like bad lighting, like I don't even know much about photography. And then you put it into AI and click a button, clean this up and make the lighting right. And it's like, whoa, now that looks like a professional photographer.
Yeah.
That's literally the world we're living in. And so I just mean you can have a crispy looking avatar. Now, you don't have to be on camera. There's that option. You don't have to have your face on the channel. It could be a logo. You could do screen share videos, faceless videos. We don't have to get into all of that. But the bottom line with channel is get your channel right. And it's kind of like a channel, like in the book, we have a channel checklist. And it's essentially the way YouTube channels work. Name, avatar picture, get the links. There's also some things on the back end. Eventually there's going to be 4 things that you want to make sure are in compliance with your channel. You've uploaded at least a couple of videos. You've attached a phone number and done 2-factor authentication, or they verified your identity. You've got and those compliance things become the bedrock for getting monetized eventually and unlocking all of the features if you want to be able to upload longer videos or go live and all of this stuff. So we don't have to get into all those details, but it's get your channel right, clean your channel up. It's like getting dressed also for a job interview. If someone's going around YouTube, possibly finding one of your videos, discovering your channel, and then being like, hey, let's hang out in the future, and they want to hit that subscribe button, how do you want to present yourself to make a good first impression, and meet people. And unfortunately, people, I think they miss this. This doesn't have to take that long. A few hours on like a Saturday morning, you got a full-time job, you can spend just maybe a few hours getting kind of the branding of your channel cleaned up and dialed in. And that's what the third C is.
I love that. I am always so surprised when I hear you talk about how simple your branding can be as well. Thumbnails, your cover photo, your avatar. I think sometimes it's hard to get out of your own skill set, maybe when you don't have one right off the bat. So I also love that ties back in to clarity and doing some competitor analysis, even if you're comparing your thumbnail to somebody else's, not to degrade yourself, but just to pick out points that you might be able to apply as well. I know that really resonates with me. We're rounding the bin. We're about halfway through the 7C framework. What is number 4?
So number 4 now is the biggest one, because if you set up a channel, that's good. But if you don't upload any content, that's still not going to get you anywhere. So the 4th C is content. And by content, we're talking videos. Now, what is interesting in 2025, this might sound overwhelming, but just so we're exhaustive, is if you go on someone's channel and they're doing all of the things, it's kind of wild. That you could get on their homepage, that's like the main part of their channel, but then there's tabs. You go over one and it's videos, long form videos on YouTube. That's one thing you could upload. Then it's shorts. Okay, those are up to 3-minute long vertical videos that people could upload as well. Then you could go over another one and it's live streams. Okay, I could live stream on YouTube if I want. Then you go over another one, and if you do a podcast like us, and that means you upload these videos, check a box, call it a video podcast, optimize it. Then there's a whole podcast tab. And there's still, we don't even need to get into it, but that would mean this audio also gets distributed to YouTube Music. This video lives on the channel. And then also, we have to separately upload the audio to Spotify and Apple and all the other places, but we use a software to do it, so it's pretty chill. Now you keep going over, and it's changes. It's called posts. I think it's going to be community, and that's like a community tab. And YouTube's investing a lot in this in 2025. It's kind of going to be more like trying to be like a Facebook wall, trying to kind of be like an Instagram feed, but be more interactive. Meaning other people can post on your wall, fans can kind of collab and engage. And it's a place where you can post photos, text, link to your videos, animated GIFs. And I think then they kind of moved, because that's already so many things. And then, where about pages. Here's the bottom line. Those are all different types of forms of content. So I would encourage a couple things. I think one, again, if you want to pick up the book, ytsecrets.com, and you could grab the book for free. We'll ship it to you if you cover shipping and handling. We'll link that in the show notes. I think, too, if you subscribe to the podcast, because content is a multi-year conversation. We could talk, for multiple episodes about shorts or long-form videos or doing video podcasts. So it's kind of choose your own adventure. And a couple tips here. Complexity is the enemy of execution. So if you are on the Think Media Podcast YouTube channel, you'll see that we have all of those. We're uploading shorts, we're uploading videos, we upload clips from the podcast, but remember that this has grown from me and my wife just having a vision to start a YouTube channel. She was running the checkbook and helping manage our day-to-day life, and I was shooting all the videos. Shooting, editing, set a light up, try to not be stressed out, make the thumbnails. I learned all the skills basically as a solo independent creator. And I learned that keeping it as simple at the start and not trying to do a bunch of social media platforms or try to be like, I'm going to start a YouTube channel. I'm going to go live every week. I'm going to do 2 podcast episodes, 10 shorts, 3 videos. Like, what are you talking? Like, again, and so fast forward to today, we are kind of at that pace, but I've been hiring people. It's crazy what Think Media has turned into. And this year will be our 10-year anniversary at the end of the year, which is kind of crazy. And I even started YouTube before that, like 10 years of the company in this iteration. That just speaks to, I think, pace yourself. And so practical advice, pick one content format, max 2. Like maybe do 2 shorts a week and 1 proper video a week. Even more than that, maybe just My 2025 recipe for YouTube success would be 1, high quality, strategic, long form video per week. There it is. If possible, I'm trying to upload a video. What does high quality mean? I don't mean like fancy lighting. I mean that you thought about it. You weren't lazy or rushed. What's the title? Good thumbnail. You thought about the content. Even if you didn't edit it, you planned it out. It's something that is valuable to the viewer. You really invested in it. And it's like, I'd rather you do like 1 high quality, strategic, long form video. It's not a YouTube short. What does long form mean? 8, 12 minutes. It might be 22 minutes. It might be longer, and it might be 6. There's not a magic number. That's a question people have. But if I was like really wanted to build a solid foundation, I would love to do that. Now, saying that, YouTube shorts are an easier way to get in the game. All you need is your smartphone. They can be very short, and whatever's going to get you creating content. But I think keep it simple at the start. Don't let it get too complex. Find a rhythm that you can stay consistent at, and content is that next C. And again, subscribe to the podcast and stick with us, because the art of creating great content and content that resonates and catching new trends that come with content, it's ever evolving. And YouTube, the future is bright. I think the Goldman Sachs research said the next 3 years are going to be the best 3 years in the creator economy, that it's actually the total addressable market and like the amount of money, it's going to be a $500 billion industry in the next 3 years. We're actually in a major wave right now. That's a big growth wave. It's a good thing to be a part of. But there's also, challenges, and that is the skill. There's this quote from Eric Ries that says, the only way to win is to learn faster than anybody else. So I think as we land the plane on this C, it's sort of like start making content and posting videos as soon as possible, but then commit to continuous improvement that will never stop. It's lifelong continuous improvement. And we've said it a lot, but it's like get 1% better with every upload. It's just like, just always working on my craft, getting a little bit better. Always tweaking something, get a little bit better. Can my delivery on camera be a little bit better? Can my planning process, the way I outline, the way I research be a little bit better? I have more experience, my depth of knowledge on my subject matter, my editing, even if you eventually delegate something, or maybe a spouse or partner is helping you, working together. How can we make the videos better, more interesting? And can we make the opening better? How can we make the thumbnails better? I've learned that small tweaks lead to giant peaks. Something about committing to consistent strategic content, but then also committing to improving that content as you go. So that's the 4th C. Got to post videos on YouTube if you want to have success on YouTube.
I love how this is compounding one after the other. And it really goes back to courage, the first one. As you were saying, this might seem a little overwhelming. You have to have courage, which is the 1st C. So I love hearing this framework in real time and how that has looked like for you as well. So we've gone through courage, clarity, channel, content. What's the 5th C?
Okay, so the 5th C is now community. This is the C of, as you start posting, things are going well, you start getting some subscribers, you start getting some comments. And I think the big key here is care. And what do I mean? Deeply care about your community. And try to think about ways of going the extra mile. Now, at the start, you're just hoping you get a comment. And there's something about getting that first comment ever. And hopefully, by the way, I hope you reply and engage. Like, man, someone's here and they actually said something. Who are these people? People are starting to like the video. People are starting to comment on the video. But I think it's an obsession with wanting to care for your community. In the book, my co-author, Benji Travis, was telling a story of his wife, who together now they have a big vlogging channel of a family vlog, but originally she was a beauty YouTuber. And he would tell stories that she would be up answering comments until 1, 2, 3, and 4 a.m. in the morning, answering as many comments as she could. Now, if you're just starting, you're like, I wish I had that problem. That'd be a nice problem to have. But what's fascinating is there's a lot of established creators or even mid-sized creators that they start to, it's not that they don't care, but they get busy. And they focus on all the tasks things, forgetting that this is all about people. Like, there's no way for you to have success as a content creator if there's not somebody that watches your videos. So I think having an obsession and a genuine love for the end viewer, thinking about, you know, how can I show my appreciation? And that actually is going to start more than answering a comment. It's going to start by what you put into your videos, the effort and excellence and detail and service minded. By the way, if you're making great content, you're actually asking more what's in it for the viewer, not just what videos do I want to make. It's maybe attention, but it's like, what's really in this for the viewer? Am I obsessed with helping the viewer win, entertaining the viewer, adding massive value, giving them a great experience? The kind of content they would say thank you after. Thank you, I needed this. I've been stressed out. Thank you, that helped and solved my problem. Thank you. A lot of these other YouTube videos were full of fluff. That one was really great. Thank you for the energy and effort you put into this video. That's one way to show care. But as we go the extra mile, you know, now we have a bunch of YouTube channels. We post a lot of content across our whole brand at Think Media. And we, every Wednesday, one of the things we do as a team is called Love Bombs. And so we have a short team meeting, and then we turn on some music, and we're still all on Zoom, but we either like mute or turn the camera off, and actually together all at the same time. And for us, we are on different platforms, but like our entire team, for 10 or 15 minutes, which is even a 10 a time, but we set aside time every single week. And Love Bombs just simply means go to the comments and reply to as many people as possible, connect with as many people as possible. And not just with the goal of like heart-like AI responses, because there's all like tools. I oftentimes will say, and if you spend all 15 minutes responding to one person and helping them, acknowledging them or overcoming their, question or something, that's a win. Maybe it's trying to do volume. How many comments can I respond to in the next 30 minutes? Or maybe it's trying to go deep. Can I give a 30-minute answer to someone who's really hurting and someone who's in pain? And I think this ties into a mindset like, I think there's a great book by Ritz-Carlton, founder, one of the CEOs, that's called like The Gold Standard, because Ritz-Carlton's known for what? Customer service. There's a great book called Unreasonable Hospitality. Disneyland is known for that, the experience and how people treat you there. That's kind of the mindset I think about in care, is like, if you view your YouTube channel as a service organization and a hospitality organization or, brand, it's like, there's been different times when Taylor Swift early on developed a reputation for doing ridiculous things for her fans, like showing up to a wedding and like playing for and people are like, what are you talking about? And so that kind of stuff, again, also not only is it like word of mouth that could spread, and you're not doing it as a tactic, I hope, but it's also the kind of thing that people feel. And what might someday happen is you can't even get to all the comments, but if you do for one what you wish you could do for all, if you have the right spirit of like genuine care and genuine interest in people, wanting their welfare and caring about them, and acknowledging too, like, again, you just don't make it anywhere in this career if people aren't watching the videos or liking or sharing or clicking your brand deal links eventually. So that is, the community C is thinking about all that. And it's then also thinking about actual community development and how can you do that? We go into like more in the book. You eventually might create a community off of the platform. People build email lists, newsletters, Discord groups, Facebook groups. How do you build a community? And that's going to be more of a community of your super fans probably too. You might have subscribers who are more casual, some viewers that are more casual, but there's going to be a group of people. And YouTube also added some new features for this as well. It changed 2 communities in the app. If you're listening to this and you're new, make sure to download the YouTube Studio app. It's different than YouTube where you watch content. And the new tab is called Communities. And it'll tell you eventually, as your channel has some momentum, who's commenting on your posts. Like John on the Think Media podcast, it says he's commented on the last 100 videos. Bro, thank you. Like, I see him every time. He says informative content. He actually says the same thing but like, it's like, I'm like, bro, like ride or die. There's different people that show up. And what they're going to be adding is ways to like acknowledge or like reward or just, shout people out. I think try to do those. We try to answer questions and have the people's questions pop up on screen. We do real Q&As on our community tab and really turn the Q&As into videos. You and Mel surveyed, listen to all the data we could get and we combine them into a couple episodes. Bottom line, big idea is like, build a community, nurture a community, think about your community. How can you serve your community? How can you outlove your community more than anyone else? Care deeply about them, not as a tactic, but as an authentic place, but also realizing it is also the only thing that leads to longevity in this as well. It's going to be those people who roll with you. You're going to get a lot of casual viewers and everyone's trying to go viral, but we all know, how many viral videos have you seen? You never follow the person. You're like, that was so funny. You didn't go deep with the person. And how many, they're like, wow, I got a video that got 20 million views. Did you build a community? Oh, wow, I had a breakout YouTube short. Do you have a community? And in a world, I know we're going deep on this, we can, hit the next one, but this actually is a major 2025 trend. I think that part of the big thing that has changed is in some cases, some creators might even feel like, man, my views are down a little bit. Or maybe like I wouldn't even say there's less viral. I think it's easier to go viral now than it once was, but maybe it's more distributed. And it's just because there's just simply more. I mean, that's the big idea, right? There's just more channels and more competition and whatnot. So the edge to success on YouTube in 2025 is community. And how well can you build that ride or die community? Because, and if you're listening to this, you can look it up later. Look up Kevin Kelly's article on 1,000 True Fans. You could Google it. And it's a famous blog post that just explains that you don't need a huge audience. You just need 1,000 true fans. It's maybe more than 1,000 subscribers, but that's your ride or dies, your community to last through anything, to actually build a 6-figure income. Like if you have 1,000 like true supporters, true fans, and you can read the article for the details. So that's the point. It's like whether you go viral or not, in a way, who cares? Like we'll help you go viral, but whether you break out or not, whether you have this huge channel or not, you don't need any of that. Like a lot of people listening to this are like, I would love to go full-time on YouTube, master this community C, and like really cultivate and get obsessed. The creator who understands the viewer best wins. I think the creator who loves the viewer best wins, because authentic love is not just a verb, it's a noun. Did I say that right? It's an action.
Which is a verb.
Or did I reverse that? It's not a noun, it's an action. If I reversed it, what's a noun of love mean?
Person, place, thing.
Okay. Love is a verb. It's an action, whatever. So it's like, that's funny. And so, yeah, love in action, not just in responding to comments, but the love you inject in your videos. So anyways, that's the community C.
Yeah, you are really great at authentically doing this, even behind the scenes. 2 things I think we hear from you most are do for one that you wish you could do for all. And also through all of your various courses is how are you serving your community? You are so big about that, but also behind the scenes. And when people are getting comments from the Think Media channel, I think it's really special that it's you. And you're so right. Moving into 2025, that is so critical to the YouTube landscape. We've got 2 more C's to cover. Sean, what is the 6th C?
All right, so the 6th C is cash. Now, this is the point of if you want to, do YouTube full time, if you want extra streams of revenue for your business, how are you going to monetize? How are you going to make money? Now, in the book, we hit 10 different ways. And on the channel, we've covered this. So actually, what I would say is in the show notes of this episode, we will link to a couple episodes that we just recorded, brand new, on if you're a new channel, best ways to make money. So add those to watch later or check those out after you're done listening to this episode. But when it comes to cash, I think the big idea is you want to create a money plan. What do I mean? It's like a money path. And imagine like if you were going to start a business and you went to a small bank to get a small business loan, what would they ask you for? A business plan. And it's because if you're like, hey, I'm thinking about starting a business, can I have some money? They're like, so what's the plan? Like, what are you going to do? And so what's funny, though, is we might go into YouTube and we just think, oh, I just want to get approved for the YouTube Partner Program. It's a good ambition, but there's so many other ways to go about it. And so, when we think about these 7 C's, this one kind of ties to clarity. Another question you could ask during clarity is, how is the channel going to make money? And then also realizing, though, that sequentially, if you've set up your channel and started posting some good content that adds value to a real community, that then the money will follow and that cash kind of becomes, but it's going to be a result of planning ahead. And it could be saying, okay, if my channel is more entertainment based, then I'm hoping to get ad revenue, maybe brand deals someday when my channel is big enough. And maybe I do build up like a fan funding Patreon. That's like one path. If my channel is like a review channel, like that's really the main thing that I started doing on Think Media that broke out was like camera reviews and tech reviews and all this kind of stuff. I've been doing video for 21 years at this point. It's pretty crazy. So that was my niche that I finally locked in on. So it made a lot of sense to do affiliate marketing because there was products related to my channel. And I think anybody listening to this could benefit from affiliate marketing. But some channels that are maybe more reviews, tech, there's a lot of different channel topics that would apply to this, but it can be like huge. And that became a 6 and now 7-figure income stream for what we do. So it's first, it's almost like figure out the menu. What are even the possibilities? And then pick the 1, 2, 3 money strategies. That becomes your plan and your path. And they don't have to all start, because I think the last thing I'd say there is the mindset around money. In a way, I would want you to have a mindset of delayed gratification. One, because you're probably not going to make money very quick anyways. So you just have to, you have no choice. 2 though, is delayed gratification is probably one of the greatest indicators of maturity. I have a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, and probably one of the biggest evidences of their age is impatience and the inability for not having a very short delayed gratification. I would tell my son, Sean Bradley, a lot. I'll say, can you say patience? Can you say patience? We'll go get cheeseburger. He'll go, cheeseburger. I'll go, well, we're on the way. We're on the way, bro. Cheeseburger. Can you say patience? We're going right now to get the cheeseburger. Bro, you need to relax. But he's 4. But that's what I mean. Sometimes I think as adults, though, we struggle with delayed gratification. And so your ability to know that there is cash in your future, your commitment to excellence to go through the whole 7C system and keep doing it with a level of rigor, discipline, and resilience and quality and excellence out of love for your community. But I think it's just patience on twofold. Patience that it takes time to eventually get your channel monetized. But also, I've heard this from many mentors, not trying to cash in on your audience too soon. And it sounds funny, your attitude should never be to, if you will, cash in on your audience, ever, if that's your only intent. But I remember talking to Lewis Howes from the School of Greatness early on. And his thing was I didn't even want to have brand deals or promotions or ads for a couple years. Don't get this wrong. I think your very first, if you're a business owner listening to this, your very first episode could be yeah, and if you want to work together, hit us up. It's not as much that, it's more maybe the feeling. People don't want to be sold to. People don't want to be wow, I could just feel right off the bat, this whole thing is just a cash grab. Right off the bat, this thing is just, so I think that's it, delayed gratification. And here's what it is. Under cash, make a commitment on your YouTube channel, especially in the education side. If you're going to teach people to do something, who do you serve? What problem do you solve? To commit to RIA, results in advance. That people start to watch your free content, get real results, wow, that was really good. That was really helpful. And actually get results, and get results so good that they're man, I actually would have paid for that. And I probably should have paid for that. Wow, I got to watch your free videos. And if that stuff is that good, then they also know, they're man, well, I can't imagine what's in the paid stuff. So if you're getting them results in advance, and then even the patience to realize there's another mindset, and then we can hit the final C, is there's a difference between farming and hunting. People have different styles, but nobody wants to be hunted. But farming is awesome. Farmville. Think about the spirit of farming. You know what I mean? The spirit of farming is it's plant seeds, water, nurture, hard day's work, sit on the porch after work, iced tea. And because farming is let's let this thing grow. And you have to have a level of patience with letting it grow. And if I commit to planting seeds of great videos, watering, community, love, all of that over time, season after season, some maybe farmers know, forgive me if this is your expertise, but it's like maybe the soil gets richer as each season, and you do things to make every crop a little bit better, and the way you fertilize or whatever, and you're farming, but that's patient. If you're hunting, what you trying to kill me? It's just a more aggressive tactic. And I know that online or in certain business, there's like hardcore sales or hardcore closers, and it's a different attitude, it's a different spirit. I think there's just something about, you could choose your approach. You could choose if you want, maybe you're a mix of both. And again, I know you might have like the creator artist listening to this, or more like the business owner. I don't even want to say one way is right or not, but I think that under cash, when it comes to cultivating a brand, it's never going to hurt you to build massive goodwill, to build up trust, to not feel like you're in a rush, because if you can, don't be in a rush. In fact, this speaks to the place of like, I think it's fine if you want to start a YouTube channel and try to monetize it as quick as possible because you're in a desperate situation. But I think that's one of the worst energies to start a YouTube channel in. If you're in a desperate situation, go get a job. You're going to make more money driving Uber and Uber Eats than you are like today, because you could sign up today, start driving tomorrow, and get paid in a week or whatever it is, maybe like in 24 hours. So it's like, and your YouTube channel is going to take time. So I think that's the other energy people feel like, man, like, is this? And listen, I got empathy. I think that people wrongly say YouTubers sold out. Every video has a brand deal now. I actually think that that's actually kind of understood. It says like sponsored in the top corner. Like, actually, I think people realize that that's kind of the economics of the platform. But I'm just talking about the energy around it. I'm talking about the way it feels. And so don't be your anxiety if you're in a place of desperation trying to make YouTube work for you. I just think is the wrong way to start. But if you start like a farmer, why? This is you're a part-time YouTuber. You're going to do a side hustle. You're going to work the 7 C's. You're going to stick with it, and have a mindset that like, I might not love my job, but it's a blessing, and I'm going to find how to organize my life. To me, some of those things around cash. Maybe you're not a hunter, you're more of a farmer. Maybe you're thinking about how to get people results in advance. You're adding massive love to your community and putting out great content. What I want people to know is the cash will come. Plan for it. Don't be afraid to let people know. If you're already an author listening to this, be like, I don't want to talk about my book until the 100th video because I'm selling too soon or something. It's like, no, I mean, you could either get the book or not. Like, let people know it exists. But I do think there's something about that farmer mindset and that delayed gratification where I'm just not in a rush. I think that sets you up for maximum success.
That's a great analogy, the farmer and hunter. And I think it's really ironic too. You're talking about your 2-year-old and your 4-year-old, but as adults, there's some things that we, like you said, we still need to have that delayed gratification. Sometimes it hurts when we don't receive it right away. But I agree that it's kind of detrimental to your growth and your resiliency as well. Well, let's bring it home. Sean, what is the 7th C?
Yes. Okay. So the 7th C is consistency. Let's remember, I got some tips under this, and after you stay consistent, you're going to start right back at courage, right? Now I'm back going around again. How can I be courageous? How can I get clear on my next upload? How can I improve my channel, make better content, can keep loving my community, find ways to monetize and improve those opportunities, and then stay consistent again. And I think consistency starts thinking about questions of longevity. Okay, there's something about having a season of sprinting at this. It might be a really good way for people to kickstart their year or kickstart their goals. It depends on how much pain you want, but people do Vlogmas around the holidays, which would be uploading every single day in December. People do 30-day YouTube challenge in January. It's February 1st. Maybe you want to do 7 days in a row or something. I remember Benji early on when I was uploading some different types of videos and random stuff, and my wife and I weren't doing great financially. Him and Judy mailed me a Canon ELPH 1880 or whatever, 180, and it was about a $200 camera, and it was like perfect for vlogging. It was like an old school point shoot. And as soon as I opened the box, I hit record and I was like, Benji sent me a camera. We're starting a vlog. And I vlogged for like 50 days in a row.
Wow.
While I was working full-time at a church. And I was vlogging on my way to work and on weekends. And then I was editing, and my wife was kind of having fun with me, and she was. Those episodes are still out there, but it was such a grind, and I exhausted myself because I was working full time. It was also very fun, unsustainable to be like a full-time 7-day-a-week shooting and editing your vlogs. No kids. That was one reason why it was possible, but it changed me. It helped me just develop a level of, move fast and film and practice of being on camera. And I would say I'm not a vlogger today. I'm not, right? I don't daily vlog or weekly vlog. Who knows, maybe in the future or something somewhere. But it was so powerful. So when it comes to consistency, maybe a sprint could really help you get going. We do challenges at Think Media from time to time. Yeah, like a season of focused intensity. Great. But the other side of the coin is also, how do you just create a sustainable pace around this? And I think a lot of people, they overestimate how much they can accomplish in like a year, but they underestimate how much they could accomplish in 3 to 5 years. And so you don't want to burn out. And if you're also having this delayed gratification thing, and if I'm going to trust the process, I'm going to level up my skills. I'm going to keep learning. I'm going to keep working the 7 C's. I just want a sustainable pace. And, I mentioned, I think the strategy, again, shorts are great, but in my opinion, I love long form videos. They pay more once you get monetized. They're just more lucrative across the board. They're more impactful, more transformative to viewers because shorts are cool, but it's like empty calories. It's like a little sample, but if you want the actual steak, I think it comes in long form. So if you commit to posting one high quality, strategic, long form video per week, if you miss 2 weeks, if you miss 5 weeks, who cares if you miss 10 weeks? That's still 42 uploads over the next year. And that's a lot like my journey from the early years of like 2010 to 2015 before I went full time. By the way, that's the long haul. I could have went full time a lot faster if I had the 7 C's and I had but nevertheless, it will not happen overnight. YouTube is a marathon and not a sprint. Point is, pace yourself. And so rather than having some perfect schedule and never missing a week, I think I've heard it say, shoot for the stars and you'll still hit the moon. So yeah, you're like, I'm going to be consistent all year. I think you might get sick 1 week and it's okay. You take a break. That's what I'm getting at. Like, what is the sustainable pace? How can you stay consistent? Under this is also, what are the systems, routines? I don't know, we don't have time for this stuff, but just things to consider, like habits, routines, schedules, rhythms, calendar blocking, different tools. That's another thing we can link to in the description because we have at least a couple very specific episodes if you want to research that more. But those are things that are going to allow you to be consistent. Getting rid of the disorganization and the disorder in your life, getting organized. That's why it's a C that doesn't stop. You don't just hit the C and you're like, all right, cool. Every new season of life might require a new retooling of how are you going to be consistent. Are the kids at school right now, or the schedule a little bit different? Oh, we actually have a nanny? Okay, we don't. She moved. Okay, we don't. Okay, you're a single mom. It's a little bit different. What tools? Oh, now you're in a different season because this next 2 years, kids are still kind of young. Oh, now they're actually in school all day. And you're so really thinking about the long haul, all of those things come into consistency, calendar, time management, and definitely subscribe because that's, I think, one of our favorite topics about how to do YouTube with a full-time job or how to do YouTube part-time, as well as some of those productivity tips. And, if people want to really master the 7 C's, of course, we go a lot deeper in the book, YouTube Secrets. And I'm excited because we haven't been doing this for very long, but we set up a website at ytsecrets.com. And we'll link to that in the description. and we are down to send the book free. So we set up a way that we'll just mail you the book free, but all we ask is that you pay shipping and handling. And you can also, if you like Audible or audiobooks and stuff like that, it's there on Amazon. But if you want us to hook you up with the book for free, go to ytsecrets.com, and we'll link that up in the show notes. And actually, and we didn't even have time to touch on this, the 7 C's is the first half of the book. And then the second half, we talk about social media and how that can support your YouTube channel, discoverability, talking about SEO and keywords and topics and how to get collaborators and leveraging trends and tent poles, eventually building your team, and how to ultimately think different and find a way to win in 2025. So totally cool. If you want to check that out, if not, no big deal. And hope that we can crush it all year with our community here on the Think Media podcast, because we're all in. 2025, we're going for it. Our mission, Logan, is to help 1 million purpose-driven people create a full-time living doing what they love while making a difference in the world with YouTube. And so that's what this podcast is all about. And let's roll. Welcome to the complete YouTube starter guide for business owners.
Your customer is on one side of this raging river, and you're on the other side with something they desperately need. In order to help them get from one side of the river to the other, it's your job to bring them over this bridge that you are building with your content.
This is a deep dive masterclass, and we're going to be talking about why YouTube is really the smartest platform for business growth, how to maximize your reach and create content, especially when you have limited time.
YouTube is a search engine. People just want their answers. If you have a business where you are the face of it, you already have the dynamics of a business that's set up to win in 2025. And now it's just leveraging these tools to let your audience in on who you are and how you can help them.
Now, our guest today is Alex Catoni from the Copy Posse. She's on a mission to de-douchify the internet and is really an expert in marketing, branding, as well as copywriting. So when it comes to having powerful scripts, powerful titles, she's helped over 500,000 copywriters and entrepreneurs from around the world ignite their businesses with her fun and empathetic approach to branding, marketing, and copywriting. And she has over 361,000 subscribers on YouTube. So this is kind of one of my dream guests because she's got her own products, her own services. She's running a team. She's scaling her business, but she understands the power and importance of YouTube. And so if you're a business owner that's ready to get more leads and customers, you're going to want to save this one, stick around until the end, maybe even take notes, because this is going to be a deep dive masterclass. Alex, welcome to the show.
I am so thrilled to be here. Thank you for having me.
So, big question, why should business owners invest into YouTube this year?
I mean, here's the thing. Now, more than ever, personal branding is becoming so important. I personally believe that customers are at an all-time high when it comes to mistrust and distrust, and they are looking for leaders to help guide the way, kind of like navigate this minefield of fake and AI generated content and mass production at this level that has become almost exhausting. I know I, for one, am feeling a bit exhausted by the amount of content being published online. And so many people are looking for those leaders, those voices that they can look up to and say, okay, here's the person that I can trust. Here's the person that I want to learn from. And YouTube to me is just such a predictable platform as a creator because at its bare bones, it is a search engine. So if you are genuinely solving people's problems, it's impossible not to win with YouTube as long as you're super clear on who you serve and how you can help them.
One of the biggest challenges is I think if someone's clicked on this video, they want to do YouTube. They want to get the benefit of building a community, generating more leads and customers. But like all entrepreneurs, there are so many competing things for their attention. You're trying to lead, you're trying to build out product, marketing, sales, and then you also have all these other social media platforms. So I guess why prioritize YouTube, and how much time per month does it take to succeed? And then maybe briefly scales of team or support. And where did you start? If you're starting out, you have a smaller business, where can it scale to? If we focus on this idea of ROI, that's on business owners' minds, and how much time it takes.
Yeah, and that's a question I get a lot, because I won't lie, when it comes to barriers to entry, creating a piece of long form content on YouTube, of course, those of you who are familiar with YouTube know there is YouTube Community, which sort of is like an Instagram type of feed. Then you have YouTube Shorts, which are the short videos. And then you have the main, YouTube content that goes on your channel. And this is what I call long form. And when I say long form, I'm not talking like an hour, like this, but long form content is great. To me, long form is anything that's like, let's say 5 minutes or more. My average video goes from 8 to 12 minutes. And I'll rewind a little bit and talk about how I started, because when I started my YouTube channel, I had a copywriting and marketing business. I was working behind the scenes with a lot of clients, writing copy full-time, planning marketing funnels. I had a small agency with a team of writers. And so I was busy. I mean, YouTube was like, almost felt like an impossible mission when I was just getting started. And I completely understand why people feel that way, because especially if you are used to being behind the scenes, like I was in my business, with zero brand, zero following, truly starting from scratch in 2019. All I had were some good stories from being in the industry for over 10 years and working with clients. And I had a very clear reason why and who I was serving as I started my channel. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But I started by creating one piece of video content a week. And what that looked like in the beginning was me sitting in front of my camera and kind of rambling. And I did that because I learned from another great YouTuber friend of mine who was like, yeah, just make sure that you have your talking points and just go with it. And I realized that was not working for me, because my videos would end up being so long and I would have to cut out so much. And it was a lot of work for my video editor at the time, who happened to be my brother. And I'm sure he hated his life editing his sister's videos. But after about 4 to 6 videos, I started scripting out my videos word for word. And that's something, to me, is a process that you get faster at it with time, and it becomes something that you can then outsource and get support with from a team. And why I love YouTube specifically is it's not a personal branding platform in the way that Instagram is, where it really is about kind of showing up frequently and posting Instagram stories and letting people peek into your life. And, it's a little bit of a crapshoot, at least how I feel about Instagram. I know Instagram is an incredible tool, but when I look at YouTube, I'm like, I can see that people are searching these questions. I have an answer to it. I am going to write a script. I am going to batch write those scripts, come up with 4 scripts, sit down in front of my camera and my teleprompter, and I've gotten to the place now where I can record about one video in about 25 minutes, and those are 4 videos a month. That's 2 hours that I'm in front of my camera. And in the beginning, that was all I did in terms of content creation. So I would write the blog post, or write the script, I would record it, I would send it to my video editor, who would clean it up, and then I would post it on YouTube. I would send out an email to my very tiny list, and I would post about it on Facebook and Instagram. And that was it. And that's all I could commit to back then. 1 post a week. And that's still what I do on YouTube, but 1 post a week, even everywhere else on my social channels. And so I do think it is a scalable process and something that can be very rinse and repeat in your business.
And if you remember back to that time, what kind of views were your videos getting? And what would you say the ROI was? Was your email list growing? Were you able to attribute customers?
Yeah, good question. I had nothing to sell when I started my YouTube channel other than my high ticket services, right? So I will be the first to admit that I went in without a real strategy. All I knew was that I had this calling to talk more about the marketing industry and what I was seeing happening. And I wanted to support other copywriters like me, who felt like this world was only for men, basically, in their basements and being like, what about me? I love to write. And so I was very connected to who I wanted to write for. But I broke all of the marketing rules, because when I started creating my content, I had no email list. In fact, it was probably a couple of months in that I finally started to put a CTA in my description that was the very, very juicy CTA of join my email list. I didn't even have a lead magnet at the time, but I thought, I'm just going to put it here and hopefully people will join. And again, that's the other beautiful thing about YouTube is that once someone watches you on video, whether it's 1 video, 2 video, 3 videos, they feel like they know you. They feel like they can trust you more. They want to know more. And so they got on my email list, not in droves. By the time I did my very first program launch in January of 2020, I only had about 2,300 people on my list, but did almost 6 figures in that first launch. So the answer is my ROI for those first 10 months was, no, I'm going to say 8 months, because then I started monetizing on YouTube, which means YouTube starts paying you. And that would have probably had me break even, but I was spending about $500 a month on a video editor. And that was all I could really afford. I couldn't pay for anything else. I couldn't pay for ads. I couldn't do any of that. I was doing my videos on a crappy SLR camera. Now your iPhone would be like so much better than the camera I was using. And I paid my video editor to edit the videos, and that was it. So I started my channel in February of 2019. I hit 1,000 subscribers. I remember it so well because it was my birthday in August, and it was like the best birthday gift. I'd finally hit 1,000 subscribers. So to answer your question about what kind of views I was getting, I mean, the first video got like 200 views and I thought I had made it. And then I realized those were just all my friends and family members like giving me a vote of confidence. And then it felt like I was screaming into the void for a good 4 months. And then I just slowly started to pick up some traction and hit 1,000 subscribers in August, and then monetized in October of 2019. And by that point, my channel was really starting to pick up speed. By December, I had about 10,000 subscribers. And then in January, I did that first launch. So it started real slow in the beginning and was definitely an investment, both time and money, before I saw any returns.
Man, I love this mindset, though, to think about, okay, you're being consistent, 1 a week, you've got a plan, you've got a workflow. There's really a whole year up to a launch, 8 months to getting monetized. For others, it takes longer. It might also go faster, but it's not overnight. And you also aren't casual. I think one of the most missing pieces of a lot of people is they're like, it's a new year. I'm launching a YouTube channel. I'm launching a video podcast. And consistency means they post for 3 weeks and then they fall off and they get busy. There's just something so powerful that you really stuck to being consistent and had even this mindset of at least like a year doing it. And it's so cool to hear that then that led up to a launch. And of course, as we dive into the 5 steps on how to turn any business into a YouTube success, if you had this information, you could go faster by being a part of this podcast and learning from our mistakes, and maybe from day one, starting with more strategy. So let's talk about it. You actually have 5 steps that business owners should know when it comes to starting a YouTube channel right. And the first step is select your niche. Can you break that down, what that means? Are you a business owner or serious content creator that is struggling to crack the YouTube code? Are you feeling stuck, overwhelmed, or just plain frustrated with slow growth? If so, then our new one-on-one coaching program at viralvideocoach.com is your premier ticket to YouTube success. Becoming the authority in your niche, attracting engaged leads and loyal customers. We offer one-to-one coaching with our YouTube experts that'll help you get results fast, and a supportive community that's cheering you on. So if you're ready to stop wasting time with trial and error and to stop leaving money on the table, then head to viralvideocoach.com to apply to see if you qualify for our coaching program. But heads up, this offer is not for everybody. It's only for serious content creators and entrepreneurs that are ready to take action. So if that's you, head to viralvideocoach.com to apply, or click the link in the show notes. All right, let's jump back into the episode.
I remember when I started my channel and I told someone that I was doing a channel on copywriting for copywriters. Now I speak to business owners as well. But in the beginning, I was like, I'm talking to myself 5 years ago. So many people told me, I won't say so many people, but a few people said to me, that's really niche. Like, don't you think you want to do just more general marketing? Because that's how I know you. Because people knew me as being a marketer first, which I was, but I also did copywriting for my clients. And I was like, yeah, maybe. Like, do I just talk about general marketing? And I don't have to tell everyone listening to this that general marketing advice online is, everyone's doing it, and it can be a lot harder to stand out. And so I knew exactly who I was speaking to. It was to the women, and of course I have men in my posse as well, but I was speaking to women who had a passion for writing and had no freaking idea that they could turn that into an income stream, because they had never seen anybody do it except Carrie Bradshaw on Sex and the City. And how the heck does she do it, right? She's writing for this big publication or whatever. And so I really kind of sunk my teeth into that, where I knew I wanted, yes, my mission was to dedouchify the internet. I mean, at the time I didn't use those words, but it really was to sort of redefine an industry that had been so dominated by men, to kind of tell women hey, you have a place at the table here. You have wisdom to share, and businesses are out there looking for you. In fact, as a copywriter, as a woman copywriter, the number one thing I would hear from my clients was, do you know any other amazing women copywriters? Because I was fully booked. I had a wait list of months. I couldn't take on any more work. And I thought, oh my God, this is crazy. I don't know that many other women copywriters. I think I knew 2 or 3. And I knew so many, men. And so I thought, man, there are so many women out there who need to learn this skill set. And I do believe that especially now, when people are looking for a leader, they're wanting someone who has the specific personalized advice that they want, because everyone is looking for a reason to count you out now more than ever, right? There's so much information online. It's exhausting. And there's a lot of people who do what you do, and there's a lot of people competing for that same audience's attention. So the more niche you can go with exactly who you help and why, the more success you're going to have. And so a formula that I love to teach is very, very simple. I help X with Y. And if your I help X with Y is I help anyone learn basically everything when it comes to marketing, that's when you know you have a problem. And so some of the most successful channels that I've seen, and I won't use a marketing example, but I'll use other examples, are, I help high anxiety women or I help high stress overachieving women with their anxiety through yoga practice, or I give prenatal and postnatal exercises to women with back pain. The more specific you can be, the more you will find those dream clients who will not only subscribe to your channel, but they will eat up everything you put out, because they finally feel like they have a place where they belong in this craziness that is the internet. So I just think the more niche you can go in the beginning, the better. And then the beautiful thing about that is, as your audience starts to grow, as your authority starts to grow, as your community evolves, naturally they will want to learn more from you. And so once you get to that that critical mass, that's when you can start broadening a little bit to serve different segments of your audience. But the way to grow fast is to be super specific, even though we all know a lot of things. What's the tip of the spear that you can really use to start a channel and start strong?
One of my favorite quotes is, you don't want to be a wandering generality. You want to be a meaningful specific. And I love this idea of selecting your niche and picking out a topic that you're going to focus on. And it's scary, because sometimes I feel it's man, if I niche down, I'm not going to be able to reach people. But oftentimes the opposite is true. And in a sea of sameness, you're trying to stand out, as Seth Godin says, and be a purple cow. Talk a little bit about channel identity and maybe even branding. Before we get into number 2, is there other aspects of not just knowing I help X with Y? I know who my target audience is. I know what problem I solve for them, and I've articulated that clearly, and my content demonstrates that. But what are some other things as a branding expert that you think about can help stand out when there's just so many different entrepreneurs and content creators out there with YouTube channels?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's huge. When I started The Copy Posse, I was so excited by it because I had been in the industry for well over a decade writing copy behind the scenes. And it frustrated me to no end how much people were ignoring the importance of branding. I can't tell you how many broy masterminds I've gone to or been in or events where someone starts talking about branding on stage and everyone just sort of glosses over, because for the longest time it was seen as this airy fairy thing that didn't really impact ROI and it didn't really impact the bottom line because it was harder to measure. I remember even going back to social media when social media first started coming on the scene. I remember being at a mastermind and this wickedly smart woman was talking about social media and everyone was just berating her with questions like, what's your ROI on that? And what's your click through and this and that? And gosh, it was just this newfangled thing that everybody was so skeptical of. And now more than ever, I think brand identity is a huge piece to the puzzle, because I don't have to tell all of you listening that there are many people who teach what I teach to a very similar audience online. Definitely, I haven't invented copywriting. I haven't invented this idea of marketing. So I was so excited building the Copy Posse because I got to build a brand that felt fun and felt like how I wanted to show up. All the way down to my branding colors, to the lightning bolts and the tigers, to the backdrop behind me, which didn't start like this and started much simpler than this, to the way that I communicated my mission and why I do what I do. To me, that was really, really important. So when you are looking at other people who do similar things to you, really kind of asking yourself, how can I be different? And how can I call out what's not working? And, you've noticed me say things like bro marketing. And that's because my mission is big around calling out that old school mentality. And when I started doing that, there was a whole bunch of people who were like, finally, someone's talking about this marketing that doesn't feel good. And is there a better way? And so, getting clear on how you want to show up and how do you want your brand to be perceived? What language are you using? All of that is so, so important and helps create that sense of loyalty amongst your community, because that's what you're doing when you're building a YouTube channel. I think a huge mistake that marketers make, and again, it just goes to show the mentality is, I have a lot of marketers who say to me, I've been thinking about starting a YouTube channel. And I'm like, that's awesome. You should definitely do that. I love YouTube, and they're like, yeah, I have all of this footage from these other programs and these other events and all this footage just laying around and I'm just going to upload it. And I'm like, whoa, you're totally missing the point, because YouTube, they're calling it the next generation studios. YouTube is surpassing a lot of these crazy big studios that produce, television shows and things like that, where people are opting to sit in their living room and actually watch YouTube on their TV. And I can't remember the stats off the top of my head, but you could totally look this up. Sean, the billions of hours that a household spends on average watching YouTube on their televisions, which to me just points to people are really hungry for that sort of one-to-one conversation. And YouTube needs to be treated like that. It can't just be, I'm going to upload all this random content that I have laying around and expect that that's going to help you build authority and build a brand on YouTube.
Yeah, that stat is YouTube is more popular than Netflix, even, with a larger share of TV viewership and household reach.
That's crazy, more than Netflix.
Yeah, it looks like 1 billion hours a day is total
that
viewing
sounds right.
on a TV that people are watching YouTube. So that's such powerful stuff. I am curious if you have any favorite books that might help people go deeper in marketing. There's a book called Primal Branding, and it talks about, it's particularly great for content creators. It talks about your story. Like, when you're building a brand, how are you telling your story? What are your creeds, language? What are your icons, those images? What are the rituals of your community? Who are the pagans, AKA the haters? Who are your enemies?
Like that. I have to read that one.
What are your sacred words? And then also about the leader, which it might be sometimes Russell Brunson talks about that attractive character, kind of that .com secrets conversation. Is there any particular, like, do you feel like there's, maybe you need to write a book, but do you feel like there's any particular good books or resources when it comes to those that want to go deeper in brand?
Yeah, so I will shout out my friend Deb Gabor, who wrote the book, Branding is Sex. I mean, even the title, like, she knows what she's doing. And she has a follow-up book that I believe is called Irrational Loyalty, I believe is the title. I really love everything that she talks about when it comes to brand. And I love how she uses kind of big brands as an example, as someone who runs an agency and has worked with a lot of big brands. Because to me, I'm so fascinated by those conversations that happen like in those boardrooms when it comes to building a persona. And then Dane Walker recently came out with a book called 90-Day Brand Plan, which after a conversation I had with him, he really inspired me to just lean even harder into personal branding in 2025, because I'll be the first to admit that I almost had a stronger personal brand when I was just getting started. And it was because it was just me and I was so in it and I was obsessed with the metrics and I was looking at everything. And I was like, my husband literally told me one day, like, you have to stop talking about your YouTube channel. And I was so obsessed with it. And I really put my heart and soul into it. And then I built a business and a team and process and operations. And now my commitment for this year is to get back into really having the time and space to bring more joy and fun and playfulness back into my branding and content. I think that that's a great book to read. And he talks about personal brand across all different social platforms. But I think if you have a business where you are the face of it, or you're a solopreneur, or you're a service provider, or you're doing anything where there's that level of like high touch, I mean, you already have the dynamics of a business that's set up to win in 2025. And now it's just leveraging these tools to let your audience, in on who you are and how you can help them.
Well, we got to get into tip number 2, but I want to encourage listeners to check out the show notes, and we'll make sure all those great books are linked up. Also, subscribe, because Dane Walker is actually coming on the Think Media podcast in the future. His book, 90-Day Brand Plan, as well as some of those other resources. And so for 5 tips of how to turn any business into a YouTube success, number 1, dial in your niche, dial in your brand. Number 2, determine your target audience. Explain what this is.
Yeah, and I kind of let that one out of the bag a little early with tip number 1. It really is sort of the 1-2 punch with selecting your niche, because, the first step is figuring out what are you genuinely a subject matter expert in, or something that you enjoy speaking about ad nauseum, right? Like I always say, when it comes to selecting your niche, what's something that you would talk about if you weren't getting paid to talk about it for a year? Because that's exactly what starting a YouTube channel looks like, at least let's say on average. But knowing your niche is sort of step 1. Step 2 is defining your target audience. And what I mean by that is just knowing so clearly who you are for. I think that because I so squarely targeted aspiring freelance copywriters, those people who were in a dreaded 9-to-5, who wanted to create more freedom in their lives, I was able to really lean into that because of the life that I had lived before starting my YouTube channel, traveling the world, doing exactly what they wanted to do. And I'll be honest, when I first started my channel, I thought I was going to be speaking to business owners who would then hire me for my services. So I floundered a little bit in the very, very early days because I had no monetization plan in mind. Remember, I was going in with no products or services, no products, just my copywriting services, versus maybe you're listening to this and you already have a product. You already know who your dream client is, your dream customer is, and you know exactly what the monetization path is. For me, I was like, I don't know. The only way I know how to make money is to sell my copywriting services. So I'm going to do videos that speak to business owners, and then they're going to hire me. And then I realized it was probably by, I think, the 4th video, maybe the 5th video, that I'm like, the only comments that I'm getting on my videos, and there weren't many, were like, okay, cool, but like, how did you do what you do? And I realized like, oh, wait, people want to know how I started my freelance copywriting business. Interesting. Maybe my dream clients aren't hanging out on YouTube. And so that's when I really pivoted. And that's, I think, when the momentum really took off. So if I were to go back and redo it, I probably just right from the get-go would have had that clear path in mind and known this is who I'm serving. And maybe I would have seen faster results that way.
I also have some powerful points that listeners can apply from your notes. And not only do you want to know who you're talking to, determine your target audience, but you also say you really want to start to understand their needs. What are their biggest needs? What are their biggest pain points? And also, what are their aspirations? Here at the Think Media podcast, we say the creator who understands the viewer best wins. And sometimes this information might be top of mind for us, but I've personally learned, even the longer I do this, that there's still deeper levels to go to have greater empathy, understanding the language people use, understand what keeps them up at night. So if someone's putting together their simple YouTube plan for this year, they're dialing in their niche, they're dialing in their target audience, what's the power of knowing people's problems and ambitions with a fierce level of clarity?
It's everything. And I don't mean just like going to ChatGPT and asking ChatGPT what, the 10 biggest challenges your target audience is experiencing. Well, there might be some great ideas in there that you can expand on. The question I really love to ask is it's kind of like you're digging, like you're a archaeologist and you're excavating what people truly care about. And if I were to ask, I'll use an example of someone from my community. If I were to ask someone from my community, like, what do you want? They would say, I want freedom. And you're like, great. Don't we all, right? Like freedom. Like, yes, we all want time, freedom, money. That's a given. We all want time, freedom, and money. Like, tell me one person who doesn't want one of those three things. And so what you'll get is a lot of that surface level stuff. And then if you ask the follow-up question, why is freedom important to you? All of a sudden it's like, oh, well, I just recently had a child and I am coming to the end of my mat leave. And the idea of leaving my newborn at home or at daycare literally feels like death to me. And I want nothing more than to be able to work from home and have the freedom to control my schedule so that I can see my baby grow up. And I just got goosebumps when I said that because all of a sudden it's like, holy shoot. I swear a lot, so I'm like trying to tone it down a little bit. Like, holy cow, oh my gosh, that is what they want. Or I asked another student, like, you want more freedom? Why? I want to be able to start a business to show my parents that I actually can do this and they don't need to take care of me anymore and that I don't need their help anymore. And I'm like, oh, wow, that's, yeah, totally. Like you want to prove your parents like right and wrong at the same time, like I told you I got this. And so it's really how you get to those deeper level questions. And I think we all, can talk to aspirations, but the second you get to that next level down, you can start using more anecdotal stories in your content. People listening to that go, oh my gosh, yes, that is what I want. And it just allows you to connect on a deeper level that so much content just doesn't do now.
Genius question to take it deeper, which brings us to number 3, which is create your content pillars. So what should listeners do on this step?
Great question. So I don't know about you, but like when I start thinking about content creation, it can feel overwhelming, right? Like if I didn't know what I know and someone said to me, you have to start creating content. Oh, and you have to start creating content on like YouTube. You have to start creating content on Instagram. You have to I would be like, where do I start? So something that I teach is this idea of content pillars. And it's almost like you're building a bridge, right? Like your customer is on one side of this raging river and you're on the other side with something they desperately need, right? And in order to help them get from one side of the river to the other, it's your job to bring them over this bridge that you are building with your content. Now, this river is like raging with self-doubt and objections and insecurities about all the different, things that they could be learning and doing differently, and why are you the right person for them, et cetera, et cetera. So I see these content pillars as being the foundation of a bridge that you're building with your audience in order to build trust. They also give you really clear kind of parameters around what you should be talking about and what will ultimately serve your audience. Now, I have screwed this up a few times because, like so many entrepreneurs, I get shiny object syndrome, or someone leaves a comment on a video about something unrelated, and I'm like, yeah, we should do a video on that. And I do a video, and then afterwards I'm like, that felt so out of left field. Like, why did I even talk about that? And while I do think there's a place for coloring outside the lines, people follow you and subscribe to your channel because they want more of the same. They want to know that you're the trusted source for whatever it is that they came for. And so coming up with your content pillars is really just 5 buckets or topics that your audience will need support with. And that could look like, in my case, it's copywriting, marketing, branding. I also do interviews with entrepreneurs to hear more about their businesses and their tips. I talk about mindset. And so if something falls out of those 5 categories, I have to seriously audit it and go, is this a little bit out of left field? And every time I've ignored that, views are lower. Or the other end happens where I do a video that gets more views than I want, but with the wrong people. And then you're like, great, I didn't want to get a whole bunch of new subscribers who actually aren't my ideal subscriber anyway.
That's a powerful insight to also consider, not just for structure, not just for building up, being the authority in a specific thing, but YouTube can be dangerous because you might feel inspired to talk about something random, or you might tap into posting YouTube shorts or something, which could be the Wild West of kind of going viral for abstract or different types of things. And it can bring a dopamine rush of vanity metrics. Whoa, look at these views and subscribers this got. But did you get the right subscribers? That's the super interesting question when everyone's chasing growth. How do you try to measure that?
Yeah, I'll be honest. This didn't happen to me on YouTube, but it happened to me on Instagram, where I had a reel go viral that even when I was making the reel, I remember thinking, I hired a content team to help me, which didn't last very long, because I was like, I really just want someone to really help me dial in my short form strategy on Instagram. And I did a video, and the whole time I was like, I don't love that video. And what do you know? It went freaking viral. My, followers went up. And if I could just reverse that and literally remove all those new followers, I would have, because the quality of my engagement went down. The quality of the conversations I've been having in my DMs went down. And so, this happens across the board. To your point, I know the vanity metrics are exciting, but you want to be careful not just to chase those numbers, because you're going to end up building a channel that you don't even recognize, or a channel that ultimately isn't serving your audience and isn't converting to anything more than maybe some AdSense dollars, but not true, clients or customers who are going to get on your email list and purchase anything from you. And then, how I track it, I don't know. I literally I try to just recreate content that I know my audience wants. And when something goes, viral with an audience that it happened on Instagram, it was kind of this wake up call for me where I'm like, hey, I don't want to color outside the lines like that anymore.
Man, that's a great tip. Okay, so number 4 is research the competition. So if we've defined and selected our niche, determine our target audience, created our content pillars, now we're going to research the competition. What would be kind of a process for this, and what would we be looking for? Maybe paint a picture for me, Alex. I set aside some time as a business owner. I've been hustling all week, so I'm going to take a couple hours on Saturday morning. Could I do this in a few hours? And what would I be doing during this research session? Every day you want to start your YouTube channel is another day of missed opportunities and untapped potential. Here's the truth. YouTube reaches more 18 to 49-year-olds than all the cable networks combined. The opportunity is massive, and the Think Media team and I want to help you seize it. I'm excited to announce our YouTube 1K Challenge, a free 5-day event that will give you the exact blueprint to start and grow your YouTube channel in 2025. Whether you're an entrepreneur, business owner, or somebody ready to grow their personal brand, this challenge is your roadmap to success. To register, just go to tube1kchallenge.com. We're going to be doing one training session a day for 5 days, and you're going to learn how to get your first 1,000 subscribers and start earning real income. Insider strategies that make viewers want to click on your videos and keep watching. Multiple different ways to earn money from your YouTube channel, even if you have a small audience, and how to build an authentic personal brand that truly connects with people. But it gets even better. We are giving away prizes every single day of the challenge. You could win professional microphones, lighting kits, and premium content creation software. And during this challenge, you're getting access to the exact training that we offer in our $4,000 coaching program, but you're getting it completely for free, and you can start with just your smartphone. So if you're ready to turn 2025 into your YouTube breakthrough year, go to tube1kchallenge.com to register. That's tube1kchallenge.com, or click the link in the show notes or YouTube description to register for our upcoming challenge.
I think I share this tip with a grain of salt for a couple different reasons. One, the comparison game can be deadly. And if you are using research and researching the competition in comparison as a way to not get started because you're actually thinking, oh my God, I can't do better than this person, or why should I even bother getting started because so-and-so is already doing it. And I hear that all the time. I want to make sure I share that researching the competition, it's a slippery slope, and it's once you start researching, all you then see is more content that's just like the area where you want to create content. And if you don't have kind of like ironclad, like, I'm not going to let this like derail me or frustrate me or think, what's the point? Researching the competition is incredibly powerful. And that's really as a way to spot gaps, to see what's working, to read the comment section and to see where people are asking questions where maybe something was left out. It's honestly, to me, just so helpful, because if you are trying to create a YouTube channel in a certain niche, serving a certain audience, and there's other people doing it, because surely there is, name me a niche and an audience that doesn't exist yet right now. And there will be other people who do what you do. And so going and literally reading the words of your ideal customers in their comment section can be a really great way to kind of see what they're asking for, what's missing. I also like to see just what kind of videos are popping on a certain topic. So you can go to a YouTube channel that does similar types of content to what you want to do, filter the video based on most popular and most views, and you can kind of get an idea of the type of content that people are searching for on YouTube. Now, of course, another big caveat to that is I'm not saying copy. I'm not saying go to another channel and just remake the same video with the same title and the same thumbnail and go, okay, great, that's working. Look at it, analyze it, and think, wow, that's super insightful, but I actually have some wisdom to share based on this topic. And so I think I can create a video that although it addresses a similar issue, I'm bringing my, of course, own ideas, stories, case studies, whatever, to the table. And so it's just a great way to be able to pick up on the trends that are happening in your niche and know what's working. There's a tool that I've used called oneof10.com. I don't know why it's called that, but it is paid. However, you can type in any keyword and it'll actually pull up all of the trending videos that use that keyword. And so it can be another really great way to, rather than thinking, well, who are the people in my niche? I don't even know. Go and use a tool like that, which will pull up, the videos and actually give you the growth factor of how viral that video is going. It'll say like 10x or 36x. And it's a good way to just kind of go, oh, interesting. And I'm not gonna lie, a lot of them I see and I'm like, no, I'm not doing the video on that. Like, that is so out of my 5 content pillars, or it is so off brand for me, or they're using fear mongering and hype, and like, that's just not my style. So like, of course, like, this is where you get to, as the business owner, decide, what feels aligned with you.
And those are some great tips. And if you can go in with the right mindset and not let it derail you, but just learn the lessons, there's so much there. Yeah, 1 of 10 is a very cool software. We've worked with them a little bit. It stands for the goal being YouTube's analytics tell you your last video is 1 out of 10. And you're always trying to beat your previous best in the analytics. So that's why it's called that.
There you go.
For business owners, there's another, we love vidIQ, and we'll link up some of these resources. But I actually wanted to share a free tool that I think is one of the coolest public tools. And I'm curious, if you're on the audio podcast, you won't hear this, but I'm curious if you resonate with any of these channels. So if you use ViewStats, and ViewStats is created by Mr. Beast and his team, you could go to the public free website, look up someone's channel like Alex Catoni, and then click on similar channels. And then what it does is it links to just, now what I'm curious is, I mean, I know Marley Jacks as well, for example, she's on there with you. She's much more video marketing, but she's associated with you at some level. Tanya Eliza is another friend of mine as well. She's kind of done network marketing in the past and expanded out of that as well. Do any of these channels resonate with you, or you're like, nah, I don't recognize any of those channels?
You know what's funny is I do know Miles, but none of the other names ring a bell. So like, I'm going to go down the rabbit hole after this and like check.
So you might do this for
out.
yourself, depending on, you actually need a channel large enough to see the data. But I think the other thing we're looking at here would be, if you find someone like, you're like, you know what, I do copywriting as well. I clicked on this video because I love Alex. And like, is it too crowded? Well, you start with somebody like an Alex Catoni, and then check out these other channels and then do it again. And of course, I think about adjacencies, because it wouldn't necessarily just be only copywriting, but you might look at other business owners, maybe broader entrepreneurs. And then maybe even you look at Think Media. Like we talk about cameras, where lots of entrepreneurs watch this, but we're talking about YouTube tips. So the bottom line is the rabbit hole. And if you were, though, to encourage the business owner that wants to move fast and not get stuck, how long they should do this with enough information to get started, give me a start-stop time that I can put on my Google Calendar for my research section, get some ideas, get some tips, and then press record so I don't get stuck doing this too long.
Exactly. Honestly, I think in half a day, you could have more than enough information to at least map out a good 3 to 4 months of content. Like it's so easy to get into that place of I need to gather more information before I take action. So like give yourself, like go to a coffee shop, get a coffee, go down the rabbit hole, give yourself a cutoff time, and then map out your first 10 videos, which is the fifth tip.
Yes, I love that. So we're going to get to the first 10 videos. I do want to recommend, check out the show notes. Use that free tool in ViewStats. If I had to choose personally from a YouTube expertise standpoint, and I was going to invest my money as a business owner, I would grab vidIQ. I believe their boost plan at $20. It also has the same outlier features that 1 of 10 has. 1 of 10 is also, I actually pay for all the tools personally because it's my job, I suppose. You know, it's what I focus on. But if you had to pick one, I'd pick vidIQ. But the fact you can use that ViewStats tool for free, again, this will be a super packed show notes episode. All right, so let's get into number 5, which is map out your first 10 videos. And in just a moment, I also do want to talk to you just a little bit about how you script your videos. And then the number one thing every business owner needs to be doing on YouTube as we land the plane in a second. But step number 5 is map out your first 10 videos. How would you do this? Explain this process.
So everything I do, and I know you do this too, because we talked about this before we pushed record, is hook first. Hook first, hook first. The only way I can kind of explain the importance of thinking of a hook and a title first is how many times, or if this has ever happened to you, let's say you do a podcast episode or you write something and then you're like, okay, I'm going to go promote this. And you're like, oh, there's nothing that I wrote or said in this podcast that is a really juicy hook. So thinking about the hook first and then creating the content to satisfy the hook. And so what my process looks like is I do this research, I go down the rabbit hole, I come up with like my 5 content buckets. Let's say for my first 10 videos, I'm going to do a video in each one of those buckets. Okay, great. Again, might do a little bit of keyword research. And here is the thing I highly recommend in the beginning. Like SEO is important when you're just getting started on YouTube, even though it is so boring because I think as a copywriter, I'm always wanting to get really fancy with titles and like open a loop and have a cliffhanger and all that. But to get traction early on in YouTube, before YouTube knows who are you and who do you help and who should I serve your content to, they're really looking to see what keywords you're using and what you're talking about in your videos. And so that's where a tool like vidIQ is so helpful. Is you're like, okay, let's say I want to do a topic or a video on mindset, and you might go type mindset into vidIQ, and then it'll suggest other content. It'll suggest certain titles, which will then trigger this thought like, oh, I could totally talk about that. And it reminds you of something. And so coming up with the hooks first for those first 10 videos, once I come up with the hook, I sit down and I write the thumbnail text right away. Like I almost want to see the video before I've even recorded it. It's so important to have a little bit of that like future thinking, that future pacing of how do I want this video to look? How do I want it to feel? In the thumbnail, do I want to be holding anything? Do I want to be pointing to something? If so, what is it? And then I need to incorporate that into my video. So it's all created with both the written hook and the visual hook in mind first. Then I go out to scripting my video word for word. And then I go in and I add comments for visuals that I want to have pop up during the video. So if I am referencing something or talking about a student or doing something, I make sure I put in all of those cues. Because if you are able to do all of that before you actually go to record, you're able to talk about like, oh, and this is, and say this is, and you know that you're going to have something pop up on the screen when you say that. So it just creates a better experience for the viewer. And then I do that. I map out my 10 videos. I batch create 2 to 4. I used to be way better at doing 4 all the time. Now it's like whenever I can get one done, and then I record.
And you are scripting and reading from a teleprompter.
Yeah, always.
You recommend that?
I mean, like I said, I do because I tend to ramble. And so while I do think it sacrifices a little bit of my personality, I'm going back to that notion that YouTube is a search engine. People just want their answers. So I try to keep my content concise and very, very scripted in that way.
Do you happen to know what gear you're using? If someone's thinking about like, how do I set a teleprompter up? Did you buy a nice one? Do you use like one of those little phone screw-on ones?
Yeah, so the one I have is called the Parrot, like the bird, Parrot teleprompter. It basically, well, I can take it off. I mean, for those watching on video, because I'm not using a teleprompter right now, I can show you. It just looks like that. So it slides right on to the front of my camera. Then there's a little like drawer here. I have an extra iPhone that I just keep in my office that basically I only use as a teleprompter, and it slides right in. And that's it. I have a little remote. And practice makes perfect. I think in the beginning I felt like Ron Burgundy, and now I'm a little better at it.
And I have that same teleprompter. For me, if I shoot ads, sometimes sales videos, VSLs, and everything's written out, I just screw it onto my camera just as you said. And so that's another thing that we will make sure is in the show notes. It takes a little, I think there's some extemporaneous opportunities as well where you could communicate without a teleprompter. Depends on your own style, your own time. I think it's its own skill set to learn how to do it naturally. And that's certainly how you come across in your videos. But when we think about adding value to the viewer, it's like being long-winded, is because you didn't prepare, but then they have to sit through it. Whereas the reverse is being crafted and specific. I mean, you have over 300,000 subscribers. So success leaves clues that you crafting your content, going through this process, you've got a multi-million-dollar business. You're listening to this. What are you hoping to achieve? Do you want a multi-million-dollar business? There's something about mastery. So anyways, if that's a really cool way to do it. The Parrot teleprompter, I should get a separate phone because I use my phone and then calls come in. I'm like super frustrated. I should have turned it on to airplane mode. And I just download like this Prompter Plus app, whichever one I could find. And so title and hook, a little bit of keyword research, script it out. You might have 10 weeks planned, but when you sit down and film, you're shooting 2 to 4 in a batch. And I would encourage, of course, there's different formats. You don't have to do Alex's style. You might do an interview like this. And if you prepare, of course, this is not a teleprompter, but there was a lot of prep that went in here. And if anything, my 2 cents would be, at least have maybe your hook scripted, your points articulated with a few notes, and work off of an outline at least. And then that could help you then sit down and record. Let's go a little bit deeper into now scripting out a video. There's basically 7 steps if I want to kind of outline a video that I have. And the first one is the hook. Walk us through these of what, like, if we now want to structure a great video from a copywriting legend like yourself as well, how can we have a YouTube script formula that turns viewers into customers and grows our channels?
Awesome. Yeah. So, I think the most important lesson to talk about here is this idea of an open loop. And many of you watching this probably know what an open loop is, but it's a concept that seeks the brain, where the brain seeks out to get some sort of conclusion for this loop that's been opened in their brain. And I think a really big mistake that people make when they do YouTube content or any form of content is they open a loop and then they immediately close it. So that might look like me opening a loop in the headline, and then the first 20 seconds of the video, I'm telling you what you came for. So how I like to script my videos, the first thing is the hook, but I already talked about the title, like the written hook and the visual hook. Well, there's also the pre-bumper, I guess you could call it, the pre-bumper hook, which is the first 5 to 10 seconds of your video. Now, what you want to do there is you want to reiterate that hook, which is why they're on your video. Again, a big mistake that I see people make is that people are clicking the video because of the title and the thumbnail. And then when they get on your video, you just start randomly talking about something else. And they're like, whoa, that's not why I came here. So I truly just reiterate what I said in the title, but in a way that's more, mysterious, I guess you could say. Like, I never say, hey guys, as my first lines in my video. I skip the pleasantries until after the bumper. I go right into, do you want to know the 5 marketing trends that are taking the world by storm in 2025? You are definitely not going to believe number 1. Stick around to the end, where I share that. And then I say, keep watching. And then, so that's the hook, right? It's reiterating why they're there. You're opening a loop to get them to keep watching. Then it's the bumper, which is the, music, the whatever you want to have, which again, I've heard people say, like, what's the point? I personally do it because I think, 1, it elevates my brand. It makes me human. It makes me relatable. It also tells my audience immediately, like, the type of person I am. I'm like walking down the street. I'm like, it's very chill. It's very Sex and the City-esque. That was the inspo for it. Definitely need to update it. Haven't updated it in 5 years, but it works. That's short though. But again, reinforcing, right? People learn to love it. Like, I used royalty-free audio. I've heard it used in commercials and stuff before, the exact same tune. I'll literally have people send me DMs with a video of the commercial being like, they're using your music. I'm like, it's funny how even just one jingle people are now associating with my brand. So I think it's important. Then after the bumper, that's when I really quickly as possible, try to say the things that are important to say at the beginning of the video. I say always, every video I start the same. I say, hey Posse, what's up? It's Alex. And in this video, I'm going to talk about the blah, blah, blah. So there I am reinforcing the hook again. But then I'll say, if you're new to the crew, here on my channel, I talk about, tell them what they're going to get. So if they are new subscribers, they're like, oh, okay, that is actually something I want to learn more about. If you're new to the crew, here on my channel, I share copywriting, marketing, and branding tips to help you grow your business online. If that sounds cool to you, go ahead and hit that subscribe button below, and don't forget to ring that bell to be notified when my next video goes live. Literally, I could say that a million times over the exact same way. So I say that as quickly as I can. And then sometimes, and YouTube hates this, when I say YouTube, I mean YouTube people, I'll put an intro that has some really important, necessary context about what I'm talking about. Every time I do that, people comment and they're like, get to the point. People just want you to get to whatever it is you promised. So try to keep the intro as tight as possible. I'll then, before I get to the content, I'll try to open another loop because I know that once I get to the content, people are going to start dropping off, right? Because they're here for the 5 things. They'll start dropping off after 2 things if the first 2 things aren't blowing their minds. So I try to usually open another loop right before I get to the content that will hopefully get them to stay to the end. So I'll say something like, All right, we're going to dive into the 5 marketing predictions, my 5 marketing predictions for 2025. And when you stick around to the end, I'm going to give you, kind of like you did in this podcast episode, Sean, to stay to the end. And then I go into the teaching points, the frameworks, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s. And then at the very end of the 5th tip, I try as quickly as possible to wrap it up. I never do an outro. I never recap, because what happens, your retention just falls off. Like nobody wants a recap. So I'll literally say the 5th tip, and I won't even say, and there you have it. Those are the 5. I mean, sometimes I do if it really feels awkward if I don't, but I usually will just go, and if you want to get your hands on that free blah, blah, blah that I told you about earlier, click the link in the description box below to get your hands on that. And I'll see you next week with a brand new video. Until then, I'm Alex. Ciao for now. And that's how I end my videos. So it's very intentional with sort of every little segment of the script.
Yeah. So the 7-part $1 million YouTube script structure is hook, open loop, bumper, welcome with a call to action, another open loop, content and teaching points, and number 7, a hard close, closing fast because people are going to jump off the video anyways. And you know what I love about you talking about the concept of open loops is you're absolutely right. When people jump on a video, they're so quick to jump off if you don't give them a reason to stay. And more entertainment content, there was somebody who studied 733 Mr. Beast videos, who is, of course, one of the greatest YouTubers, more entertainment content. But they discovered this Fitch and Curve thing where there was crisis and tension and a reason to watch, not just right at the beginning of the video, but throughout the video. Sometimes I'd call it raising the stakes. And so I think what's fascinating is a lot of people have talked about, of course, try to hook people and open a loop. But if you can continuously do that in content in a 2025 world, that is such a powerful tip. Data from Meta also revealed, from really analyzing people's attention spans, that when people click on a video, you've got 2 seconds, which sounds wild, but it even just speaks to the fact that what are the first words you're saying in your video? How quickly are you cutting to the chase? And then I would say, listeners, they might be like, this isn't new. I know there should be a hook, but let me just encourage you, triple down on hooks in regards to today's landscape and being that much more intentional with what is seen, heard. And I also like this concept of the bumper, because there could almost be an argument where that bumpers were unnecessary or you shouldn't have them. But my opinion's kind of changed on this. In a world where there is so much competition, you hit it so strongly, brand is not talked about enough. So maybe the idea of just get to the content, just so rapid fire. But if you're going to have any stickiness to your brand and any super fans that are developed, old school radio is a powerful lesson for us. Jingles, old school advertising, audio branding, these things. And so again, for that passerby that may be she's not going fast enough, I'm just desperate for content, I'm out of here. Well, that's one thing, but what about your super fans? What about the people that stick with you? And so I think having a bumper, now my recommendation is that I think you could do 5 seconds is a good length for that. Yours is probably less than 10 seconds, I would say.
It's definitely less than 10 seconds. I should look at exactly how long it is, but it's definitely less than 10. And on to that point, this is funny. It's kind of what people say they want versus what they actually want, or what actually is working. And nobody wants a long intro, but I've gone back and I've analyzed all of my best videos that have the highest rate of monetization, where I make the most money, where I get the most leads, and my intros are long. And I'm I'm not going to just stop doing that because some douchebag's commenting in the comments this girl needs to speed up. I'm just I'm going to keep doing my thing. So
I love that you said that too, because man, haters math is there's the one negative comment, but the data speaks for itself. Sometimes I just see the comment, but it's what's the audience retention curve? What's the like to dislike ratio? I'll get one negative comment and I'll be this video is a total failure. Yes, the like to dislike ratio is 98%. If I got 98% on my test in high school, my mom would have been a lot more proud and happy about. But yet, I'm oh, Roblox 22 didn't like me in the video. And
with no picture. Who are you, dude? Yeah.
So that's really great. Looking at the data, reviewing it as it goes. Okay, so we hit the 5 steps, really, the framework for the YouTube starter guide of the 5 things we need to know, the 7 steps in your $1 million YouTube script structure. Really, the last question is this most important thing that ultimately, even if you're building a great YouTube channel, you're building on rented land, and you talk about why every business owner and every YouTuber content creator also needs to be building an email list. As we just close, let me know a little bit about why this is important and what you do in your videos to do so. And I want to make sure you do have a free resource that is all about list building. I'll make sure that's in the show notes. We can talk about that in a second, but just speak to this big idea of why we've done all this stuff up to this point. But man, we also got to be thinking about capturing our audience and not just relying on a YouTube subscriber. What's the importance of an email list?
Oh, I mean, it's everything. It's one, you said it, like you own your email list. Like you own that asset in your business. You own the right to communicate to them until they unsubscribe, and you get to control what they see and they don't see. You know, well, YouTube is better, I think, than platforms like Instagram, where your reach all of a sudden just, tanks. Or I don't know if you know, but this morning you probably know Facebook and Instagram crashed, and I'm just like, what's happening? Luckily, I could still communicate with my people through email. It's absolutely everything. I mean, it's the most profitable marketing medium. I think, my email list, when I started building it from YouTube, and here's why I think YouTube plus email is like the magic, is when people were getting on my email list, they had probably already watched like 3 to 5 videos of mine. I'm kind of guessing, but I don't put a call to action in every single video. So let's say they watched 3 to 5 and then they got on my video or on my email list. When I did my first launch in 2020 in January, I thought my list was freaking small potatoes compared to some of the lists that I'd been managing as a copywriter and marketer for the 10 years previous. I mean, I had clients with millions of emails on their list. And so I had kind of a general idea of what your earnings per lead kind of looked like on a marketing list. And if you were getting like $1, you were like, wow, that's amazing, right? And so I'm looking at my numbers and I'm like, I got 2,350 people on my email list. Am I absolutely crazy to be launching a $2,000 program that I'm going to be teaching live? Like if I apply the metrics that I know, I'm going to get 1 sale, maybe if I'm lucky. And because my list was built from YouTube, people who already felt like they knew, liked, and trusted me, those 2,300 people were not just like quick, cold landing page opt-ins, whatever. They were people who had consumed my content, related to what I was saying, then took the extra effort to go sign up. So when I did my first launch and made $86,000, my earnings per lead was like something ridiculous, like over $50. And I'm like, oh my God, like suck on that. Like I was so freaking like excited. And I realized it was because of the power of YouTube. And so I feel like anybody who, wants to start seeing more connection in their audiences, wants to start serving their customers at a higher level, wants to start using YouTube, building your email list is going to be the fastest path to monetize off the platform. And you're going to make way more than YouTube ever pays you.
Yeah, I totally agree. We had Donald Miller on the podcast. He said an email lead is worth over $50 actually, if you're doing it right. And
love that. His head copywriter is from the Posse.
Wow, there you go. And
yeah, or maybe not head copywriter, one of them.
I want to encourage listeners. There's this whole parallel skill set to like you're starting your YouTube channel, you're wanting to grow on YouTube. As you build your email list though, like you do want to actually email them. Like that's actually one of the big, I've seen some people, they start that step and they're like, I was like, when's the last time you sent an email? They're like, I haven't in like, a year. You're like, okay, well, we're going to need to actually email them or be thinking about that, which is a conversation for another time. But you do have a resource. I actually pulled up the page here. 50 subject lines that drive more clicks and engagement, real data, surprising twists, and actionable insights from 50 subject line split tests, which there's a whole art form to email. And this is a free resource you have. So we'll link this up in the show notes. And definitely, if you're listening and you are committed to everything we're talking about, plus, of course, you could get more information from Alex. I've learned this. I'm not a copywriter, although I think I'm not that bad. And, if you made it this far, to clarify what that means too, we're not talking about like copyright music or like copywritten content on YouTube. We're talking about copywriting with, WRITER. And this becoming a better copywriter makes you a better YouTube content creator. Like I've studied all Ogilvy and all these different things. It's helped me write better scripts. It helps me think different. So those that subscribe to your channel and follow what you're doing, it's a huge skill set that'll help every digital entrepreneur. And of course, business owners listening to this, you probably already understand the power, or maybe there's somebody on your team that you need to get following Alex. So we'll link up into the show notes. I want you to give a shout out to your stuff. But grab that free resource. We'll, of course, link to Alex's channels as well. But anything else that you're doing right now that people can do as far as following you?
Yeah, you can just find me on YouTube, of course, Alex Catoni. I'm also Alex Catoni on Instagram. And yeah, it's just always fun to chat about all things. So I'm happy to come back and do a part 2.
Yeah, well, I would love to definitely do that because there's so many more questions I have for you. But in the meantime, just thank you for adding so much value today. And Think Media Podcast listeners, subscribe, like, rate, review wherever you watch or listen. My name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel, and I'll connect with you in a future episode. Really just no option. There's those who are going to embrace AI and there's those who are going to get left behind.
It doesn't just look at the closed caption file on YouTube. This is a multimodal model, vision model, which means it was trained to see and to read.
What are some of the tools and opportunities that creators can be looking at if they want to be generating graphics with AI and YouTube thumbnails?
I showed this to my team this morning and their minds were blown. In the AI world, who's going to be the next big player? And it's probably going to be one of these really big companies we're already familiar with because they're betting billions on it.
We're actually going to see how you can start using AI immediately to save time, to boost the reach of your content, and ultimately to grow your overall creator business and online business and make more money. And so today I've got Michael Stelzner, the founder of Social Media Marketing World, Social Media Examiner, and a brand new AI brand and podcast as well. He's been researching this for the last 2 years. He's been in this online business and online marketing space for well over a decade and is one of the leading experts on this topic. And so we're going to explore these 3 ways to use AI as a content creator. Michael, welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to talk about this today.
I want to make a note that this is part 2 of our conversation. And in part 1, we talked about 3 mega trends. And we kind of also talked about AI at a higher level. But now we're going to go super tactical. So number 1, review YouTube videos with Notebook LM by Google. This is the to-do. And Michael's going to break this down step by step right now.
Okay, so first of all, let's just clarify what this thing is called Notebook LM. Google invented the technology called GPT, which ChatGPT used ultimately, and everybody knows what ChatGPT is, but Google is the one that invented the underlying technology. And Google introduced this thing called Notebook LM, mostly for educational institutions originally to summarize documents or big, huge files in a way that was easy for universities and students. But recently they've kind of expanded it and it can now do lots of things. Some of the people watching or listening may have heard some of these AI voices where it's a guy and a gal talking to each other. Have you heard this before, Sean, where it sounds like a human, but it's not a human? Well, that's all from Notebook LM. So one of the cool things about Notebook LM is it is the only model as of today that can do what we're about to talk about. So what you can do with Notebook LM, and you go to notebooklm.google to ultimately get into it, you can go ahead and add any YouTube video to it. Now here's the trick. The video needs to be a few days old. It won't work if it's brand new video. You can put any YouTube video into it. And by the way, the application here is, let's say you don't have time to watch a 45-minute, hour-long, or 30-minute video, and you want to find out what the heck that whole thing is about, and you want to kind of understand it. Or let's say you want to do some competitive analysis on some other videos. You can put a video, you can put multiple videos into this thing. And what it does is it doesn't just look at the closed caption file on YouTube. This is a multimodal model, vision model, which means it was trained to see and to read. And this is really important for a lot of people to understand. So when you put this link in there, it will watch the video and it will read the subtitles of the video. And as many of you know, if you just look at the transcript of a video, you're missing a big part of the video, right, Sean? Because there's oftentimes screen shares and all sorts of other stuff that's going on. So when you go here, what you can do is you can quite literally insert a link directly into a video, and then you can begin querying the video. For example, Sean, I took a video from your channel called How to Edit a YouTube Video for Beginners, No Skills Needed. Full disclosure, this appeared to be a sponsored video for Gling AI, okay? And I asked it, what are some tweetable moments from this video, and add timestamps. So what it did was it identified a whole bunch of tweetable moments. For example, it said Gling AI is like having your own video editing assistant, exclamation point. It cuts out bad takes, removes silences, and gives you a rough cut in no time. And it gave me the timestamp 38 seconds to 48 seconds. So what it did was it created 6 or 7 different tweetable moments right out of that video, okay? So this is an immediate application for people that want to share a short little something on X. But I also asked, what is the visual style of this video? I also asked it, where do you recommend chapter markers? So this is kind of cool. It recommended chapter markers in different places than where you actually had the chapter markers. And I also said, if I were doing a similar video, what sections would you suggest removing? Or you could ask it, what sections would you suggest expanding on? Because many YouTube creators do this. They find a really popular video and they analyze it and they try to make something better. Well, you can now go into Notebook LM, you can put that link in there, and you can ask it to analyze the video to find opportunities. And it's going to say, well, we don't recommend you copy videos. If you were to create something similar, here's an area where you might not want to go, and here's an area where you might want to go. And it's really, really cool. Now, for a few more things, Notebook LM can do 1,000 other things. You can drop PDFs in there, and you can query PDFs of anything that you've got, and you can ask it questions. You can drop huge legal documents in it and ask it to summarize it. So it doesn't just work with Google files. I mean, with links to YouTube, it works with actual files that you can upload. You have any thoughts or questions on that one?
A bunch. So one, we'll link these resources in the description. The website is notebook.lm.google. And I just went there. This might be a video version of the podcast that you want to check out. And I uploaded my conversation with the creator's attorney and was able to actually create like a quiz. So it actually had, if you were going to study the video,
cool.
It's got the questions, then it has the answer key based on the conversation. It has essay questions, and then it has a glossary of terms that it even defines.
Did you do this literally while we were during the interview?
I did this while we were doing it, trying to follow along, and I'm just now digging into this. Now, this is free, right? Is there a paid side of this?
It's free. I think you just have to have a Google account to get into it.
Yeah, so if you have a Google account, which you do if you have a YouTube channel, you could start using this. I am curious if you've done something similar. One of the reasons why I like using Gemini is because Gemini, owned by Alphabet, who owns Google and YouTube, is another place where you can post a YouTube link and say, hey, can you give me why this video performed, well? What do you like?
Okay, here's the deal. I have found that when I put a YouTube link into any of the other platforms, they hallucinate and think the video is completely something different, okay? Mm-hmm. I've messed around with ChatGPT. I've messed around with, well, you can't even do it in Claude. And I've messed around with AI Studio, which is Google's advanced model. And for whatever reason, it thinks the video is completely different. So I haven't really messed around specifically with Gemini, but here's what I like about Notebook. You can create notes, right? So whatever the answer is, you can save it as a note. You can create lots of notes. You can create as many of these notebooks as you want to. And it's just a really cool way to work with one thing. Does that make sense? It's designed to be really easy. You can save it. You can reference it later. And you can create audio notes out of it as well, which is the cool thing. So you can create quite literally a podcast episode if you really wanted to with the click of a button. 3 minutes later, you'll get like a 10-minute audio version that are those two AI voices talking together. together about whatever the content is.
Yeah, so when you say you could create notes, basically if you were to say, I want to pull a bunch of things from one YouTube video, I really want to study one video and look at it from this angle, that angle.
Quiz, you could save it as a note and it'll be there forever is what I'm trying to say.
Got it. And so you can
query, whatever query you make, you hit save it as a note and it shows up there and it's there forever.
Yeah, that's incredibly, and I mean, we're just one tool in and you're talking about, this is free. So this is the kind of disruption that is coming from Google and AI. And so, and then also final tip on this one is one of your prompts you're suggesting is to say, if I was to do a similar video, what sections would you, do you have any other prompts like that?
Well, I just made that up on the fly, but you could say, hey, this video, I made this video, is really popular. Help me recommend 3 or 4 other videos that you think are worthy to be made. And by the way, I don't know if it's going to work with an entire channel. I don't think so. I think it's designed to look at a single piece of content. But what the AI will do, and by the way, the AI is ridiculously good at this. What it will do is it will find the essence of whatever the content is, which is why Notebook LM has gone viral, because it's ridiculously good at with this podcast to kind of find the essence of what's important. And it's designed for educators, right? So it's really good at explaining things in very easy to understand terms.
So you could say something like, what are the weaknesses of this video is kind of another way to say that. And
sure.
And then these are prompts now that you're typing in, and then you can save them as notes. So you really can learn here. So now I'm looking at, okay, what sources, weaknesses of the video content from, this is just one YouTube video that I've put in here. There's a bunch of stuff that it has added, and I can save that to note. And then I now have my collection of notes, the quiz.
And it all stays within your notebook, yeah.
And it all stays within that notebook. And then I can start a brand new one and categorize them however I want. Well, man, this is so powerful. And what a powerful tool, and entirely free, which brings us to the next one, which is ways to use AI to repurpose content strategically. What are your thoughts here?
Okay, for this one, I'm going to recommend 2 tools that have free versions and paid versions, and I think you need to use the paid versions to do what I'm about to do. It's ChatGPT, which we've already talked about, and it's Claude.ai. Everybody probably knows ChatGPT. Have you tried Claude ever, Sean?
I personally have been recommended Claude so much, and I have not made it that far yet. Okay. So, yeah.
Backstory on Claude real quick is Amazon is a major investor in Claude, so it's been trained on everything Amazon owns. Remember what Amazon owns. They own a lot. They own Whole Foods. They own the largest shopping marketplace in the world. And Jeff Bezos' Washington Post has also been trained on this. And ChatGPT is Claude is really, really good with writing. And we could talk about it for a long time, but in this particular case, to repurpose content, this is a really fascinating thing you can do. You can, with ChatGPT or Claude, upload a PDF. So you could go to a page, save it as a PDF, or you can copy and paste the content into either one of these. And what you can ask it to do is basically to say, hey, look at this content and help me figure out other creative types of content that I can make from this piece of content. And I'll give you an example. I recently did a live masterclass on AI for marketers. I wasn't even done with the deck yet. And I uploaded a PDF into each of these 2 tools, and I asked it to recommend to me what it could make from this content. And what's really cool about this, Sean, this is going to blow your mind. It didn't just look at the content, but it understood the content before it made the recommendations. And it said, hey, because you happen to host the AI Explored podcast, I think you should do a couple of special episodes on these topics that you talk about inside the webinar. So it's not just saying, hey, you can make a podcast out of this. It's saying, not only could you make a podcast about this, but you should make a podcast for your podcast, because it knows what my podcast is, because I had a screenshot of my podcast in the deck. And then it said, here's a couple of special episodes you could do. And then I went on to say, well, can you outline it for me? And it came up with the script and everything in seconds. So any piece of content, including a video or a YouTube video, you could take the transcript, because right now you cannot upload videos right now into ChatGPT or Claude, but you could take the transcript, pop it in there, and you could say, what other types of content could I create from this? And it's going to come up with really strong recommendations based on the content that is there.
Every day you want to start your YouTube channel is another day of missed opportunities and untapped potential. Here's the truth. YouTube reaches more 18 to 49-year-olds than all the cable networks combined. The opportunity is massive, and the Think Media team and I want to help you seize it. I'm excited to announce our YouTube 1K Challenge, a free 5-day event that will give you the exact blueprint to start and grow your YouTube channel in 2025. Whether you're an entrepreneur, business owner, or somebody ready to grow their personal brand, this challenge is your roadmap to success. To register, just go to tube1kchallenge.com. We're going to be doing one training session a day for 5 days, and you're going to learn how to get your first 1,000 subscribers and start earning real income. Insider strategies that make viewers want to click on your videos and keep watching. Multiple different ways to earn money from your YouTube channel, even if you have a small audience, and how to build an authentic personal brand that truly connects with people. But it gets even better. We are giving away prizes every single day of the challenge. You could win professional microphones, lighting kits, and premium content creation software. And during this challenge, you're getting access to the exact training that we offer in our $4,000 coaching program, but you're getting it completely for free, and you can start with just your smartphone. So if you're ready to turn 2025 into your YouTube breakthrough year, go to tube1kchallenge.com to register. That's tube1kchallenge.com, or click the link in the show notes or YouTube description to register for our upcoming challenge.
If you want to get specific, you could say, help me create an email series based on this video. Maybe you want to have a welcome series, right? Based on a 30-minute presentation that you've done. Anything that you do, you could do this. And another application here is I created a report that was like 38 pages long, full of mostly graphs and charts. And I uploaded the report into it. And then I basically asked it to help me create the outline for the masterclass based on some of the key findings of the report. So basically, I took a really technical document, it created an entire outline for a webinar for me. And then ultimately, I took that webinar back in and asked it to come up with new ideas. So if you can just get creative and start letting that, your brain go a little bit here, there's a million things you can do by taking something that you know is already successful for you and figuring out other applications for it in other kinds of areas.
So you can't use a YouTube link, correct?
You can a little bit, because quite literally a few days ago, actually yesterday, we're recording this on November 1st. On October 31st, ChatGPT released what they call ChatGPT Search. And I was messing around with it this morning. I haven't done enough testing on it, but ChatGPT Search, it might be possible that you could use a YouTube link. But I think it's better if you can take an actual something like text or a PowerPoint or PDF and upload the entire thing into it, because then the AI is going to be able to work with it a little better. My recommendation is to actually take the content, either paste it in there if it's text, or upload it in there, because I think you're going to get better results.
A couple questions. How do you pull transcripts? Are you still paying for transcripts, or are you just exporting off of Google's closed captioning of your videos?
I think the next tip is going to address this.
Okay, so we'll get that tip in just a second. I signed up for Claude while you were talking. I might be the worst podcast host in the sense that I take action. I take fast action. I'm there now. I'm verifying my text.
Claude is absolutely amazing. You can do something called projects inside of Claude, and you can upload literally everything you've ever done. Okay, so imagine you take the transcripts of every video that's been your best performing video, or all of your best performing emails, or literally all the pages from your website. You make PDFs and you upload it in there. And then you say, you are the world's leading expert at writing persuasive emails. Okay, what I want you to do is model the context that's in here. And I want you to write me an email series. First, recommend how many emails I should have over a 2-week period. Go ahead and write the first one. It'll automatically write it. I mean, literally, and it will use just the training data that you've given it. It's going to blow your mind.
So I will say this. Here's what I did is the way to get some data. I went to my Think Media Podcast YouTube channel. I'll even show this. I went to my YouTube channel. I went to real-time analytics.
You could take a screenshot and put it in there. By the way, it will analyze that screenshot.
Okay, I can actually see the screenshot. That's cool. So then I went to videos only, and I went to the best performing videos in the last 48 hours. So this is excluding shorts. And then I am clearly going to have some of your newest videos, of course, are best performing, but with the ethic of ranked videos, there's videos on here from 2023, videos on here from 2021. So it's a good snapshot. I copied the text on this entire page and I posted it into Claude saying, here's the prompt. These are my top performing videos in the last 48 hours. What video ideas should I follow up with that would perform well? And then it said, looking at your performance, here's some of the patterns. And it said, here's some strategic video ideas based on what's working well. Follow up on your top performers, evergreen topics with fresh angles, and then looking at your data.
But then you can specifically, if you give it more data, you can get really specific with it. Now, here's something you should know about Claude. It does not search the web because Claude is built on what's called ethical model. So they're really strict on their training data, but if you upload data into it, it will work with anything. This is why typically people will print PDFs of pages or they'll take screenshots, and it can, both Claude and ChatGPT can read anything off of a screenshot. But Claude in particular, you really want to upload ideally PDFs into it, and then it will be able to work with that data. So you could just create a PDF out of a page, or you could take screenshots from it, and then you can ask it to analyze it. And Claude has some really cool ability to do real-time charting and all sorts of cool stuff that we're not going to get into.
That's genius. One of the final thoughts here is it says, looking at your data, I noticed this. News and update videos get 4 to 5 times more views than general tutorials. Content about risks, changes, and updates perform particularly well, and your audience responds well to numbered lists and need to know information. And then it asks, it's really strong. Yeah. Would you like to elaborate on any of these? And to your point, that was within seconds. I signed up, I kind of just captured a page and I took it nowhere near to the depth of what you recommended. Now we do have the third tip here in a second, but I want to remind people there is a part 1 of this episode where we talked about a lot of the trends creators need to know in 2025 in terms of social media macro and AI being one of them. And I do think, man, I've personally learned, I'm getting educated right now, the ethic is to dive into this stuff and to just start doing it, to take baby steps, to start doing it, notice patterns. I think it's not how much you do in one day, but it's what you do every day, little by little, that compounds in terms of learning how AI thinks, adding some of these new platforms to your understanding. And it really does become second nature. I feel like Gemini and ChatGPT are like an appendage for me right now. Like we're kind of have a relationship developing because we're talking, I'm kind of getting used to them. And I'm also learning about strengths and weaknesses of different platforms. So I want to encourage listeners when this AI stuff feels overwhelming, it's like one little skill at a time, one little test at a time, learning not just how much can you shove into one day, but where could you be by learning a little bit about this every single day? And it's too big to ignore. So just kind of figuring out these tools and,
yeah, let me just say something before we transition to this next thing. If you really want to learn more, I've worked really hard to really bring some of the most brilliant people in the world on my AI Explored podcast, and they're so much smarter than me. So I'm just a dabbler. These people are the pros. So our third tip is really exciting. It's about it's going to blow your minds. Okay, Google has this thing called AI Studio. Okay, so just remember it's aistudio.google.com. Again, it is completely free, does not cost any money at all. And here's what's really cool about this. This thing, I uploaded an MP3 file, right? And anybody who has a YouTube channel knows that they can strip the audio out of their video if they want to. I uploaded a MP3 file of a 45-minute interview that I did into Google Studio. And then I said, write a summary optimized from YouTube. I didn't give it any text. I gave it an audio file. It took about 2 minutes, and here's what it came up with. Ever feel stuck creatively? This episode is for you. I'm Michael Stelzner, and I'm talking with AI expert Jenny Nicholson about how to unleash your creative potential using artificial intelligence. I didn't say any of this, okay? Jenny's story is amazing. She went from being unemployed to an AI innovator, and it just went on to talk about her favorite tools. It wrote this amazing summary optimized for YouTube. I did not say any of these words, okay? The way AI learned this is it listened to the podcast episode and then it wrote this. And it took it about 2 minutes. It was a 45-minute interview, okay? So this is the part that's going to blow your mind. I'm guessing, Sean, that you could upload an MP4 to this thing. I just haven't tried it yet, okay? And you could ask it anything. Now, this is where it starts to get creative. So many of us are verbal processors. Sean, you could take the Notes app and you could record a note while you're out walking. And I know people that do this. And you can upload that audio file directly into AI Studio, and you can ask it to create a transcript. As a matter of fact, I asked it to create a transcript, and it timed out a couple times. And then all of a sudden, boom, there it was. On the screen, I could see the transcript being written exactly word for word, everything that I said completely for free from a 45-minute audio file. Now, I should have been a little bit more precise and probably said, in the transcript, there are 2 guests. I want you to isolate the name of the guest because it's listening to it. It can tell the difference between my voice and my guest, Nikki. And if I did that, I'm very confident it would have said Michael Stelzner, and then it would have said my guest's name, actually Jenny Nicholson, I think is her name. And it would have done everything that I wanted, and I would have gotten a free transcript out of it in a couple minutes. So this AI Studio is your power tool where you can, it's kind of a playground, for lack of better words. It's a little bit more technical than Notebook LM. You can pick different models, and you can quite literally upload files into it. And Sean, you could probably upload a video file if you happen to have one sitting around on your desk. But the way it works is down on the bottom, you're just going to basically see a plus sign, and you just upload the file. And you can upload images, you can upload audio. It doesn't say video in there, so I'm not sure it handles, but maybe it can do it. But right now, we're confident it'll handle images, audio, and files. So this is where it could get really cool because you don't need anything other than the audio. And I showed this to my team this morning and their minds were blown because this is one of the struggles we as video creators have is writing a really good summary of the video. Imagine just uploading the audio file when you're done with this interview and having it write a couple different variations for you. You don't have to get a transcript, you know, it literally will do it for you, which I think is kind of cool.
This is incredible. Now, my question is, if we just talk about closed captions on YouTube, do you just let YouTube auto do those right now, or are you transcripting your podcast on your
To be
tutor?
honest with you, I have a team and we've set up automations behind the scenes. So the way it works when I'm done with my podcast, I drop my podcast into a folder and automatically 4 different people in the company are emailed, and automatically behind the scenes we're triggering AI captioning. And then when that's done, other people are triggered. So we've set up an entire AI automation sequence so that my team is pretty much got all the files and all the folders and Google Docs and ready to rock and roll.
So what do you do for captions?
They use, they're experimenting with this Google AI Studio thing because it has an API, but we also use Whisper. Whisper is by OpenAI. It's an API. The problem with Whisper, though, is sometimes it can hallucinate, and hallucinate means it can make stuff up. And there's been some professors at universities that have found the hallucination rate with OpenAI's Whisper is kind of higher than what they want, because if you're a scientist working at a university, you don't want any hallucinations. So, but Google, I think, is kind of the sleeping giant here. If there's one takeaway today, we've talked a lot about Google, and I want to tell everybody, don't discount Google. Even though ChatGPT is getting the limelight right now, they're a privately held company that's seeking a lot of money, and Google has more money than we can ever imagine. And they've got all the chips and all the technology and all the engineers behind the scenes. And Google's stuff right now is free. It's just not as sexy looking as some of these other things, but it's absolutely free. And I think it's kind of fun, and it should be your experimental playground.
I am curious about your take on that in terms of if we are betting on these different horses in the AI race, Claude, ChatGPT and Google. I don't know if you think there's any other content. Microsoft.
Well, Microsoft is a lot. Meta, Google. Facebook has Meta, which is their open source model, also known as Llama. So they're the other one in the race. So there's Facebook. Amazon is behind Anthropic. Google's got their own model.
And Anthropic is Claude.
Yes. No. Yeah. Anthropic is Claude, and then ChatGPT. So right now, all eyes are on ChatGPT. They're the predominant player right now. They're the ones that kicked off the generative AI revolution, and they're the ones that are innovating faster than anybody else. The secondary players is Anthropic. A lot of people believe Anthropic is a strong player. As a matter of fact, I'm constantly hearing in the AI world everyone talk about how they're using Claude by Anthropic more than they're using ChatGPT. So you know how this is. Once people find their tools and they love it, they have no reason to switch. So I strongly advocate putting these things head to head. Oftentimes I will use Claude to create something and then I'll use ChatGPT to edit it. Because what ChatGPT is really good at is simple tasks like ideation and editing. And what Claude is really good at when you train it right is really good at creating output that is in your voice and your style. And I've had a lot of guests that have been on my AI Explorer podcast that go really deep on this if anybody wants to go deeper on that.
So would you say that the AI revolution that we're in right now might kind of be like the search revolution where Yahoo and Google and...
We'll probably say, remember ChatGPT. Remember when everybody was talking about ChatGPT because Google was not the first search engine.
Right.
Alta Vista was the one everybody was talking about.
Alta Vista, Yahoo, what is Microsoft's?
Bing. Yeah,
Bing. Exactly. And then really they're eventually, what's interesting, right, is what maybe how markets work is Google just got so much market share, but yet the bottom 10% was still maybe had huge businesses, just tiny in comparison, because people still use Bing, people still use Yahoo to this day. And so this AI race is kind of a question of maybe who's going to be the next Google, and it might not be Google is what your point is. Like it might, the AI, it could be ChatGPT, or it could be Anthropic.
Yeah, I mean, in the AI world, who's going to be the next big player? And it's probably going to be one of these really big companies we're already familiar with because they're betting billions on it. You know, it could be Apple, it could be Google, it could be Amazon, it could be one of the Magnificent Seven, Tesla, you know, Elon Musk. They're all in a land race. Okay, they're all, and that's great for consumers because there's all sorts of innovation happening right now.
This episode is brought to you by StreamYard. StreamYard is our go-to platform here at Think Media for live streaming to Facebook and YouTube and for recording our video podcast. It has an incredibly easy-to-use interface for built-in branding, transitions, text lower thirds, and seamlessly bringing on guests. And they just added an awesome new feature called local recording. This allows you to take the quality to another level by separating out your audio and video from your guests, giving you more control over your content for later use. This feature is perfect for video and podcast creators. And so to get a special deal on StreamYard right now and to see all the features that are included, just go to streamwiththink.com. That is streamwiththink.com. Interesting. Well, and kind of part two of this conversation, we're covering images, thumbnails, titles, descriptions. And so when it comes to creating graphics, and in the context of this podcast, maybe YouTube thumbnails, maybe slides if people are getting graphics for presentations. I know listeners and viewers know that I teach a lot from like PowerPoint decks or Keynote, and AI can generate images. What are some of the tools and opportunities that creators can be looking at if they want to be generating graphics with AI and YouTube thumbnails?
Okay, there's a million little apps. ChatGPT has something built in called DALL-E 3, and I believe you need the paid version to do this, and it can create pretty good images. The problem with ChatGPT stuff is it starts to look all alike. And anytime it introduces text, it freaks out. It's not very good. That could be resolved in the future. But anybody who's created images in ChatGPT know how frustrating it is when you just try to get it to fix one thing and it does something completely different. So one little tip is you can export these files out of ChatGPT into Photoshop. And this is where you can get creative. Photoshop has all these cool technologies called generative fill. So you can quite literally highlight a section and then a prompt will pop up and you can tell it to fix it or to remove it or to replace it. And that's very, very basic stuff. If you want to go really, really far, Midjourney is the tool that the pros are using right now. Midjourney is kind of like Photoshop on steroids. It does photorealistic stuff that is so good looking that you cannot tell, generally speaking, that it is AI generated. Now, in between all of this, there is something called Flux. And the latest model today is called Flux 1.1 Pro, and that's probably going to change in the future. But if you have a X/Twitter account and you pay for your check mark like I do, this is free. And you can go in there and you can start asking it to generate images and they will look real. And it does a really good job with hands. A lot of these AI images screw up hands, and it's like you can tell there's something wrong with the hands. This thing must have been trained on a library of photographs because it's ridiculously good. There are also third-party tools you can purchase. One of them is Magi, M-A-G-A-I, by my friend Dustin Stout. And what's cool about this tool is it works with almost all of the models, so you can pick your model. But Midjourney is the one that nobody works with because Midjourney does not have an API. So moral of the story is the AI image thing is getting really, really, really good, and you can't even tell the difference. And if you want to go advanced, you can do research on face swapping. So what that means is you can generate a person, for example, at a computer, but it doesn't look like you. And then there's face swapping software where you can train it on photographs of you. And then essentially you can mold your face around that person. And all of a sudden that person looks like you. It's pretty stellar stuff.
Man, I want to recommend in the show notes, we had Matt Wolf on the podcast, and his thumbnails are trained on him to do these AI images using Flux and some different things if you want to go a little bit deeper on that. But you just blew my mind because not only is AI becoming so great at generating images, and maybe it's at a computer, it's behind a camera or something. But then once you have that image, you're like, well, it's not me, it's just somebody else. And so if you then generate that image, face swap, now you're kind of combining tools, and the connection point here becomes your creativity and your understanding of what's possible. And you were showing me Magi, M-A-G-A-I, yesterday, blown away with how lifelike and real these images are and what you were able to create. I do just want to clarify one question, because I believe I think I pay for a level of X. Is it Grok using Flux, or is there a different place you go to use?
Grok is the AI solution from X, and its images are powered by Flux. Does that make sense? So if you're using Grok on X and you ask it to generate an image, that image is actually being powered by Flux.
I got you. Okay, so that's a tool, and somebody might be paying for ChatGPT and not realize that you could click Dolly. And
you don't have to click anything. You just ask it to create an image, and it will do it.
Yeah, so Dolly is DALL-E. Dolly 3 is out now. Okay, so that's some great tools if you want to start doing images for all kinds of use cases, including thumbnails. Some of our students and community will still maybe have photos of themselves. They'll use something like Canva or Photoshop, and they're that prominent character still in the thumbnail, but the backgrounds, they're doing these different types of illustrative backgrounds, these different types of images that AI will generate to kind of reinforce, of course, making a highly clickable and interesting thumbnail. And then one other thing,
real quick, if anybody has an Adobe license at all, you got to start messing around with what Adobe's got. They have something called Firefly, and Firefly is their AI generator. And it does allow you a lot of creative control. For example, you can choose different kinds of preset scenes, and you can say that you want it to be at the golden hour. For example, if you want to create an image at the golden hour, which a lot of photographers understand is near sunset with those orange hues and tones, you can even upload an image and ask it to model it after that image. And then, of course, Photoshop itself allows you to take any image that you generate out of any system, whether it's a photograph or AI, and selectively regenerate sections of it. So this is where you got to get a little creative utilizing all these tools, but kind of, there's no really bounds to what you can do. And the most beautiful thing about Photoshop is something called generative expand. So let's say that the image doesn't have enough room above the head and you want to put text above it. You can quite literally just pull their crop tool and make it bigger, and then a prompt will come up. If you just hit return, it will guess what it should be. But you can say, throw foliage above the head or whatever. It will just create the image bigger. The last thing I want to mention is there's also upscaler tools. A lot of these AI images come out looking a little wonky, where like the teeth don't look right or the fingers look wrong. And you can use upscalers, and Magi has an upscaler built into it. And what an upscaler will do is it will actually regenerate the image, double the resolution, but it will also enhance it as it goes through it, adding details and special effects.
Man, that's some very nuanced tactical tips that we can apply. Okay, finally, titles and descriptions. Obviously, one of the most important things, in fact, what we're talking about here is the power of making better thumbnails. And if we're also writing better titles, you talked about perhaps descriptions earlier, as you talked about using AIstudio.google to write a summary of a YouTube video that reinforces it, that gives you some good keyword-rich, text-rich to help the video. But what are you using for titles and descriptions, and what are your additional tips there?
Okay, so many of us are pretty good at creating titles. We feel like we've got it down. We've done it plenty. But you could quite literally take a title into ChatGPT or Claude and simply say, enhance this. And that's it. It'll come up with 10 different variations. And I would suggest doing it across both platforms. And then what you can do is you can kind of look at it and say, all right, which one do I like better? Which one do I not like? Or if you want to, you can say enhance this so it's more relevant for this audience. And it will take that and will actually come up with variations of it. But let's say you've done it kind of backwards. Let's say you created the video, and Sean and a lot of other people often expound that it's really important to have the title in mind before you start the video, but let's just say that's not how it rolled with you. You could quite literally take your closed caption file or the transcript or whatever you have access to, or even the summary if you've already crafted the summary, and you can ask it to create 10 headlines. And it will go ahead and take that data, and you can specifically say, create headlines for email, create headlines for podcasts, create headlines for YouTube. It's going to understand the nuances of each of those things. For example, it'll know for email that there's a limited amount of characters that show up in the email before it gets cut off. It'll know the same thing about YouTube. So you can quite literally just have it be your creative playground to actually create better headlines. And often the descriptions is something we're really weak at. A lot of times we have this template that we've been using forever that's horrible, right? Well, if you want to create a description, we could use the example we talked about earlier with AI Studio to quite literally have it just listen to the darn thing and create a couple variations that are almost certainly going to be better than what you could come up with on your own.
I just posted a video on 25 major YouTube updates creators can't ignore, and a great video with a YouTube employee that is a must watch, which I'll link into the show notes to really get you ready for 2025. But what I did was, as you described, I took that title and I put it into Claude and said, enhance this YouTube title. And it gave me 4 options. And the original title was 25 new YouTube updates every creator needs to know. And then it updated with 25 major YouTube updates creators can't ignore, parentheses 2025 changes, and then it explains why. Adds urgency, includes a year reference for freshness, can't ignore creates more FOMO than need to know. Really good. The second option, YouTube's 25 biggest changes that will impact your channel. Personal with your channel will impact. I see what you're saying in terms of, it's like in terms of writing.
It's helping you learn why it's doing what it's doing, which is kind of cool. Now ChatGPT will not do that. Yes. ChatGPT will just give you a list. You know that, right?
Yep. And then 25 critical YouTube changes creators are missing. Of course, then I have to use my intuition to filter that. Is major to extreme, or is it critical, or are they, whatever. But nevertheless, YouTube just changed everything. 25 updates you must need to know. In a way, YouTube didn't really just change everything. But if there can still be, there's a tension between, we call it
that's where you would want to give it. That's where you would want to give it maybe more data, right? You only gave it the headline, right? Sure. So in an ideal world, if you give it the description or even the entire transcript, it's going to give you better results.
And so your prompt then starts to include like, okay, that's a little bit too much clickbait. because really what these are about is maybe some practical updates. I still want as much urgency and clickability as possible.
It's only going to be as good as the context you provide it. So, for example, if you said you were a world-class YouTube title generator, and I'm going to give you an entire transcript of this video, and you don't even give it the title of the video. If you did that, and then I want you to do is come up with like 7, and I want you to rank them. I mean, however you want, and I want you to give me which one you think is going to have the greatest likelihood for this kind of audience. The more context you give it, the better it'll perform every single time.
That's genius. And so we talked about a lot of tools here, and I've been implementing these in real time. So I want to encourage listeners, that's the next move, is not to just consume information, but to not be afraid to punch fear in the face, punch getting uncomfortable in the face, and dive into these tools. Start using them. Start posting some stuff in there. You mentioned it's only as good as the context you give it, but even without giving Claude context, these are some incredible. I'm actually in Slack right now talking to Steph and Kyle, and they're like, these titles are strong. And so
that's crazy. And you didn't even really give it much direction at all.
And I didn't give it much direction at all. So always getting a little bit better, and knowing that we've actually kind of learned this in our community too. Like we mentioned in the last episode, Eric Ries, the author of The Lean Startup, said the only way to win is to learn faster than anybody else. We've understood, like in our coaching program, that actually coaching is more essential now than ever before, or being a part of a community, or being a part of a mastermind, or being in some kind of a membership, because it's going so fast. And so being plugged into ongoing learning, knowledge transfer, iron sharpens iron, small tweaks lead to giant peaks. And you've done that today. I mean, it's been one of the richest episodes with so many tactical things that can help us crush content in 2025. So I want you to shout out, of course, how people can stay connected with you. You're going deep in AI. And by the way, I mean, I just clicked subscribed on your new podcast and YouTube channel, because I was like, I got to stay plugged in. I need to know this stuff. And there's really just no option. There's those who are going to embrace AI, and there's those who are going to get left behind.
Yeah, AI Examiner, at AI Examiner on YouTube is where you find it if you're a watcher of podcasts. If you are a listener, it's called AI Explored. You can find it in Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube Music, and Amazon Music. And I'd love it if you let me know what you think about this. You can search my name and find me pretty much anywhere on the socials.
Michael Stelzner, thank you so much for adding massive value today. Think Media Podcast, wherever you watch or listen, if you got value, if you could like, rate, review, or share. And if you're on YouTube, leave us a comment of any future questions that you would have as we bring on future guests and even Michael Stelzner back. My name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel. This is the Think Media Podcast, and we'll catch you in a future episode.
Doubled or like 5-10x their views just by writing new titles.
This expert has spent thousands of hours analyzing viral titles and the psychology behind getting clicks.
The 3 kind of click-worthy emotions are fear, curiosity, and desire. And if you can get really good at those 3 emotions, you're well on your way to writing better titles, growing your channel, because you're getting people's attention and getting them to click.
This is an essential episode. In fact, it might make or break your success on YouTube this year. Our guest today is Jake Thomas, who is a YouTube title nerd. He has actually analyzed more YouTube titles with extreme geeky precision, and ultimately is the creator of the Creator Hooks newsletter as well as software. And he can really explain to us how to write viral titles and why titles work. And so this is going to be a juicy episode. Jake, welcome back to the Think Media Podcast.
Sean, thanks for having me, man. That was an awesome intro.
Well, I'm so grateful for you. Last time we talked in social media marketing world, you were wearing YouTube shorts, physically shorts with YouTube logos on them. The most genius marketing idea I've ever seen, and very entertaining for me. But I'm excited to dive into today's content. First off, you suggest this. You say actually never be original with your titles, but always model your titles off of previous moderately successful videos. Can you elaborate on what that process looks like for you?
Yeah, of course. So a couple of years ago, I got my first YouTube job, and I was managing a channel, and I was horrible at titles, and I almost got fired because I was so bad at titles. And my boss is like, listen, this is the most important part of your job. And if you can't do this right, like, you're not going to be here. So like what I first did was I was like, all right, let me just try to write all these titles that I can think of. And they were always like lame, complicated, like super clickbaity, like hyperbolic. Just, I didn't really know what made a good title. And the thing that like clicked for me, and finally like I actually got good at writing titles, and we like tripled our subscribers, quadrupled our revenue, was I got out of my own head. I stopped trying to be original. All I did was find another title that worked, that was kind of similar, and just rewrite that for my video. So like I said, I didn't know what made a good title, but then when you kind of copy good titles literally thousands of times, and you'll finally figure out what works. But just looking at kind of adjacent channels or similar videos and just modeling those taught me what actually makes a good title and what makes people click.
So the big idea here was you could go to YouTube, and now there are all of these. YouTube is mature. There's such a huge library of content. There's a lot of content in, if you're listening to this, your niche. Someone's probably already making videos about your same topic, or saying adjacent. The meaning of adjacent would be you might have like a YouTube channel about plumbing, and somebody else might have a YouTube channel about construction, but a title that crushed on the plumbing channel, you're like, well, if I'm doing construction stuff, I could use that as a template, as a framework, as a formula. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. So we had a fishing company, we were a fishing company, and we had a fishing channel, and it's specifically saltwater fishing in the Southeast. So it's kind of niche. There were no other channels like us. Like, we were doing educational content, like we were doing entertainment vlogs. So it was very specific. We had we had no good competitors. So what I would do is like, I would go to a finance channel, and the title would be like 10 best credit cards of 2025. And I would write 10 best trout lures of 2025. And that's all I would do, just like kind of one for one. Like, this is, the number one trick to budgeting for beginners. Okay, the number one trick for catching redfish for beginners. And really just trying to find those adjacent or similar channels. And I look at kind of the same style. So you said like, plumbing and construction, we're like kind of talking head education. And so I would look for talking head educational videos, in finance, marketing, some makeup stuff, but really just like, channels, especially channels that are in competitive niches. So like, obviously if you have no competitors and your channel, your niche is really popular, like you can get away with crummy titles. But if you're in a competitive niche, you have to be really good to get views. So by going to those big competitive niches, if a video has a lot of views in there, like that's a pretty good sign that that's a good title and a good thumbnail.
In your opinion, do you think the average creator takes titles seriously enough?
I don't, judging by the amount of people who tell me that they slap a title on, like right as they're uploading the video, I don't think so.
What do you think is the difference in view potential that just the title alone could make?
Potentially, hundreds, millions. Two like quick stories. So I wrote titles for it's like a real estate investing channel. And their content was kind of crummy. No offense to them, but it's real estate investing. Lots of money. They didn't need that many views. So before I started writing titles for them, they were getting about like 100 to like 500 views a video. I just started writing better titles, same exact content, like nothing changed about the content, just new titles. And we started getting like 1,000, like sometimes 5,000 views on a video. So like, we doubled or like 5-10x'd their views just by writing new titles. So that was a very kind of simple win. And if you're a real estate investing channel and you double your views and you double your traffic, that's some serious money. And then another example, I had a kind of a faceless channel that was Little Experiment. It was in the dog niche, and I modeled another video that got about 1 million views. And it was the same topic, but I tried a new kind of title style, and that video got 7 million views. So, that was a difference of 6 million views for just a new title style. So having better titles could be huge for your channel. And it's just 5 to 10 words, right? It's just titles. I think titles are probably the highest leverage skill you can have, in online business.
I think you're exactly right. 99% of creators are underestimating how important titles are and missing out on exactly what you said. Without even improving or changing the content, they're missing out on 5x, 10x more views, 100 times more views just by mastering this skill. Hey, we're about to get back into the podcast in just a second, but I have a question for you. Do you want to grow your personal brand this year? Do you need more leads and sales in your business? If the answer is yes, then right now is the best time to go all in on YouTube. Today's podcast is brought to you by thinkmasterclass.com, where you can get on-demand access to a 1-hour deep dive training revealing how to start and grow a profitable YouTube channel this year. For a limited time, you can get access to this on-demand class entirely for free, where you will learn the 3 biggest mistakes that people make when starting a YouTube channel, the new rules and changes that have been happening on YouTube and how you can use them to create an unfair advantage, and the exact strategy we use at Think Media to generate over 350,000 organic views every single day. The data is clear. 70% of viewers claim that YouTube makes them more aware of new brands. So don't wait any longer to start growing your brand and business with YouTube. Just go to thinkmasterclass.com to get access to this no-fluff, highly tactical, free on-demand training. That's thinkmasterclass.com. So one of the things you recommend people do is they create a Dream 10 and a Model 10 list. Can you explain what those lists are and how they can help creators write better titles?
Yeah, definitely. So the Dream 10 is just pretty much your competitors. And I don't, so a lot of people will be like, oh, I don't want to steal my competitor's stuff. And I 100% agree. But from your Dream 10, and it doesn't have to be 10, it could be 3 or 4 or 5. I love to find topics from my competitors. I'll look at what's working for my channel. I'll look at what's working, for my Dream 10, for my couple of competitors, and I'm just looking for topics. I'm not looking for titles. Just like, all right, if a video is about, for example, finance, credit cards, like that's a good topic. Budgeting might be a good topic. You're looking for outlier videos. So, if one of my competitors, every video gets 10,000, 5,000, 7,000, 12,000. Well, if one video gets 50,000, it's like, okay, that's an outlier, noted. I'll write that down and then I'll ask myself, what is that topic? So you go through all of your competitors and your own channel and you say, all right, what are the 5 to 10 topics that I see all the time? So boom, that's how you use your Dream 10, get your proven topics. And then for your Model 10, that's those adjacent channels that we looked at. It's just a list of channels that you look up to, that you like, and they're not your competitors. They're not talking about the same topic as you, but they're kind of adjacent. You like the way they do things, kind of most importantly, like you like their thumbnails, you like their titles, and we're, not to just get super meta in here, but you can use this for everything. Your scripts, your intros, your offers, your end screen CTAs. How do you do CTAs and ask people to subscribe? All that stuff, all that can be answered in your Dream 10 and your Model 10. But anyway, with the Model 10, I'm looking for frameworks. So again, I'm looking for outlier videos. And when I see an outlier video, I'm asking myself, all right, what got people to click here? What was the framework? Was it 10 tips to blank for beginners in 2024? Or was it, the number one thing I wish I knew before blank? Those would be some examples of frameworks. So you go through your Dream 10, you get your topics, go through your Model 10, you get your frameworks, and then you put those frameworks and topics together, and then you can come up with, essentially kind of unlimited ideas from just marrying proven topics with proven frameworks.
I think this is such an underrated approach. Pablo Picasso is famous for saying, good artists copy, great artists steal. And even Steve Jobs was later captured saying, listen, we're absolutely going to look at competitors, adjacent industries to pull the best ideas. And I think the word choice you used, frameworks, is very powerful, because we're not talking about copying word for word. And we're not talking about just mirroring everything, but it's a template. If they've created a winning template, top 10 list, maybe even how it's introed, how the stakes are raised in the hook, there's just so many things you can learn. And then you're plugging your own unique self, your own unique style. And I think even a key word here would be your own unique spin or remix to a proven framework. And would you also say, and maybe another word for frameworks could also be formats? And yes. I mean, talking head is a format, a live stream is a format, a vlog maybe is a format, man on the street is a format.
Yeah. I would look for channels that make content in the same format as me. They have the same content style. If you're looking at like spectacle channels and you're a talking head educational channel, it's not going to be that helpful. If you're looking at gaming videos and you're a makeup vlogger, it's just not. It's not as helpful.
Got you. And so on the one hand, maybe you could be inspired by a format you haven't tried, because perhaps you could go to the city that would be actually borrowing a format and be like, I'm going to actually try a man on the street. But to your point, if you're like, wow, look at this spectacle YouTuber, they're getting all these views. Let me try their title, their thumbnail, but you just sit in your office. There's nothing near that level of spectacle. Then you're missing out on a key ingredient, which is the overall format and strategy of the video. That makes a lot of sense. You mentioned the importance of separating out traffic source when it comes to crafting your title. Can you help us, if we're new to how YouTube gives us views, maybe explain your favorite traffic sources and then explain how titles can tie into whether your video shows up in search or whether it maybe is suggested by the YouTube algorithm?
Yeah, so I have in the past kind of, it's a pendulum, right? I've gone on both sides of there. If you're going for search, there's fewer potential views typically. And like, especially if we're talking about like speed, like if you want to blow up a channel fast, ranking in search is often not the best way. However, if you want to make money and, if you get 10 views on your video, but you rank number 1 for best neighborhoods in Manhattan, you're probably going to make a ton of money, right? So it kind of depends on your business. Like, how do you monetize? Are you a faceless channel who's relying on AdSense? You probably don't want to make search videos because there's potentially fewer views. Or if you're a realtor, you might want to do a little bit more search, because if you can get in front of the right people who are searching for a new house, that's a ton of money. So search versus browse depends on your business, and then also how you write titles, kind of like your traffic source dictates how you write titles. So for instance, if you were trying to rank in search, people aren't searching for, or typically aren't really searching for 10 mistakes. Like, it's usually all positivity and desire and benefits in search. However, if you go on the homepage and you see, 10 mistakes to this, fear of messing up or just fear in general, it does a great job at kind of grabbing your attention and getting you to click. So I love using fear if I'm trying to, get on the YouTube homepage or the sidebar. But if I'm trying to get, to do search, then it's usually just straight up benefits and really, understanding why my audience is searching. So, maybe if they're searching for best laptops, you're probably going to see 5 best laptops in 2024 or 5 best laptops for students in 2024. So kind of analyzing what the top search results are can kind of give you some insight into, all right, who is searching? Why are they searching? What's the core benefit here? What types of videos are working well? And then you can kind of bake that into your content and your title and your thumbnail. But then it's kind of a little bit of a free-for-all if you're trying to get on the YouTube homepage. You just need to grab somebody's attention. You need to go hard on curiosity. Like, you really need to nail curiosity if you're trying to get on YouTube's homepage. Or you can have a huge, big desire that a lot of people want, or fear. The 3 kind of click-worthy emotions are fear, curiosity, and desire. And if you can get really good at those 3 emotions, you're well on your way to writing better titles and growing your channel because you're getting people's attention and getting them to click.
I want to drill down on this part. This is really powerful stuff. And if we're talking about getting discovered for search, What you're saying is if someone actually is quite literally going to type in a search term, they are about to purchase a new laptop. So they're researching laptops, or they're looking for top laptops of current year, best laptops, or how to lose weight, how to grow your YouTube channel. And they're probably not going to type, to your point. What are the biggest mistakes guys make when trying to talk to a girl for the first time? But now if we step away from search and we step into browse, and they see a thumbnail and a title that says 7 mistakes that kill your chances of getting a second date, and they're like, oh man, that's fear. I want to get that second date. Or 7 mistakes content creators make that are killing their channel. Am I making these mistakes? And so it's less search based, it's more desire based. I'm curious. One of the things we've noticed is under browse, trying to get attention, is this idea of just total curiosity, total mystery, meaning this new YouTube feature is a game changer, and it has no revelation of what the new YouTube feature is. Now, that could be very powerful. We found that can work. One of the challenges we found, though, is also to the degree you do that, sometimes your content library becomes this generic pool of videos that are all just a bunch of curiosity titles, and sometimes just an interesting side quest, hard to maybe find or source or know what the video is about, because in essence, maybe the new YouTube feature is YouTube Shorts, but you don't want to reveal that, or the fact they're 3 minutes now. And so what do you feel like the tension of maybe a strategic creator bouncing between these two title styles, and playing with some of these open loops, but it doesn't really give you clarity? It's sort of, really trying to get the click, but yet once it, for the long tail of that video, it maybe doesn't make sense, and all of your videos could start sounding somewhat the same, or just a bunch of curiosity open loops. What are your thoughts about that tension?
I think I have potentially a controversial take on that. I'm a big fan of focus on pretty much almost everything that you do. Okay. So I think that many channels would be well off if they only focused on one of those traffic sources. Like, are you a search channel? Then just go so hard on search. Are you browse? Go, make no search videos. And there's a couple of reasons that I kind of like that approach. Is one, just think about the type of user that you're attracting. So if I bring in somebody who's searching for something, they might not, they're on YouTube for a specific reason. They want to find their solution. So they might not be interested in some other things, but and YouTube wants you to binge, or wants people to binge your channel. So if you have kind of a mix of like search and discovery type videos, if I find you via a discovery video, like, this new YouTube feature is a game changer, and then I go to your channel and it's like, how to write end screen call to actions to grow your channel. It's like, okay, well, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for YouTube growth. Or maybe it's just like this, how to, just a super in the weeds, video. I'm not going to click on that. It's not where my brain is at right now. So the type of user, might not be as likely to binge if there's, if there are different styles of videos. So, do you have any thoughts on that actually?
Well, I know it's a super interesting take. Here's another question. What do you think about changing titles? Browse for the first week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, but if the video plateaus out, and then repositioning it maybe for search later.
Yeah, I think I like that. I like that strategy. It's kind of you got to see what's happening, right? But it also depends on, when you start the video, are people searching for this anyway? Because if people are not searching for that topic, then maybe it doesn't make sense to really write a searchable title, because they're not searching for it. So you might start off getting a ton of views, because it hit the algorithm and hit all your subscribers' homepage, but then it fizzles out. So you change it to a search topic or a search title, but then nobody was searching for that. So either way, it's dead in the water, right? There's
let's play a game. we talk about cameras, and we eventually maybe know like the Sony ZV-E10 Mark II is going to be very searchable, and maybe the video is about the best camera for YouTube, and maybe a conviction is that that is the answer. And eventually it would make sense, like best camera for YouTube this year, product name, pros, cons, something else. But during the launch of the video, perhaps we want to say like, is this the best camera for YouTube ? With a picture, with the thumbnail even being different with the camera and the question mark. So I would say this, it's going to be verifiably, there's going to be search later on, but perhaps for the launch of it, by revealing the product name and everything else, it'll do fine. But then people are like, yeah, I already know that, or I've been seeing about that, or I'll save to watch that later, as opposed to like the sheer curiosity of like, what's on the other side of what is the best camera for YouTube. So in that particular case study, what are kind of your thoughts and strategies around that?
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I will tell you, I think I got hints of this opinion from some other people, and I'm like, okay, I think I agree with that. And I was looking at a couple channels, and I'm like, I like this theory. And then I looked at Think Media's channel, and I'm like, okay, I think I might be wrong here. So I looked at some of your competitors, and you guys were getting way more views than they were. And it's like, you know what? I bet that Think Media just has a massive backlog of searchable videos, and that is how they're winning. That is how they're doing better, because they have really nailed search. And I kind of found myself, when I was looking up camera stuff, I landed on Think Media, and when I was kind of making my setups, I binged your channels, because and I only binged kind of that, only like YouTube studio setup, kind of that cluster. So so I don't know. You guys did an awesome job at refuting that example.
I got you. So people have to have real self-awareness about maybe their niche, even their capacity. Think Media has grown. Of course, I started, by myself, just making videos. But as you know, it's grown into more of a team effort and ability media company kind of scale, so we can have a lot of volume. And I appreciate the kind words. That's an interesting observation. Of course, especially too, when you sometimes launch with search-based content, there might be somebody named Roblox22 in the comments that's like, why do you get no views on your new video? Because we'll just launch something very obscure. It gets 3,300 views, which you could almost say is embarrassing with a channel with 3 million subscribers. But then you might be like, hey, bro, I don't know if you check the back end, but Think Media is pumping 4, 5, 6 million views a month, like clockwork. And so we're just planting seeds, playing the long game all the time. That's why our main program is called Video Ranking Academy. We're obsessed with search, and we are obsessed with both, though. I think that's the updated, we've re-recorded our program multiple times, is actually our holistic strategy is a search and suggested strategy. And that's kind of where I'm processing this with you, because I think it can be a dance, but I like the conversation, because I don't, our particular channel is unique in that it's education. And obviously there's all kinds of different strategies and channels that, are trying. Any final thoughts on this conversation?
Also, the way you all monetize and the topics that you talk about also kind of lends you to be able to do that. If you are making, a lot of your stuff is about products, your reviews, and I bought a lot of the, I have a Rode mic here, a lot of the stuff that you all have reviewed in the past, I bought, and you all probably got a lot of commission for that. So in that case, so with my dog channel, I couldn't do that. It's just an entertainment dog channel, and and also it's just entertainment. So yeah, I mean, I know I'm just kind of rambling here, but it depends on your capacity to produce a lot of content like you all are doing. And I think it also depends on your goals and how you make money.
Yeah, so key. There's definitely distinct questions. What is your YouTube money plan? What's your bigger strategy? What's going to be best for you? Which kind of goes into this next question. You say that titles are more important than thumbnails for education channels. So for education channels, titles are actually more important than thumbnails. But for entertainment channels, it's the opposite. Thumbnails are more important than titles. Break down why that's your belief.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it kind of depends on the user. So if you're an entertainment channel, you are, you're probably not ranking in search, right? You're trying to stop people in their tracks on the homepage. Also, if you're an entertainment channel, you kind of want to show something entertaining. It's a lot kind of easier to show like something crazy happening in a thumbnail if you're doing something crazy, and if you're an entertainment channel. If you're an educational channel, people are a little bit, they're thinking more, right? They're more passive, more more actively deciding what video they're going to watch. They don't want to waste their time, so they want to confirm that they want to watch your video when they read the title. Like the thumbnail might kind of grab their attention, but like they're looking for education at that time. Like you need to kind of be like, hey, like this is actually what you want to watch. This video is for you, and this video will kind of give you some benefit. Versus like Mr. Beast is like about to blow up a Lamborghini or something, and like he shows that moment right before it blows up, and it's like, oh, I got to see that. It's just it's a little bit different in education, and you can just kind of make a better promise in your title. That it's like, oh shoot, like you were going to get something awesome if you watch this video. And the easiest kind of best way to do that is with your titles.
This episode is brought to you by StreamYard. StreamYard is our go-to platform here at Think Media for live streaming to Facebook and YouTube, and for recording our video podcast. It has an incredibly easy to use interface for built-in branding, transitions, text lower thirds, and seamlessly bringing on guests. And they just added an awesome new feature called local recording. This allows you to take the quality to another level by separating out your audio and video from your guests, giving you more control over your content for later use. This feature is perfect for video and podcast creators. And so to get a special deal on StreamYard right now and to see all the features that are included, just go to streamwiththink.com. That is streamwiththink.com. So the mindset of the viewer in entertainment, it's almost like you actually sit down on the couch, no clue what you want to watch. I'm just going to open the app and I'm looking for something to watch. So what grabs my attention? And you see this Whistling Diesel video with a Ferrari on fire in a cornfield, and you're like, what is that? Which I didn't even know who Whistling Diesel was until that video hit. And I got to say, it's a pretty fire video, literally. And I was like, and so that reached me, of course, because of algorithm of thumbnail, but it was a passive approach. That's me like trying to unwind, unplug. So it's an entirely different mindset. If I sit down, I'm thinking more, I'm actively deciding, I'm trying to solve a problem. If the title is actually maybe all 100 characters and it's like, comprehensive guide for how to set up this piece of software, and then it tells you maybe even some additional keywords, you're like, yeah, that's like what I want. I don't want to waste my time. I don't also necessarily, if you apply the entertainment principle to it, it's like, I don't want some hype-filled approach to even this software. Even if the person's monotonous, I just am looking to solve the problem. So it's a very interesting. Am I hitting what you're describing here?
Yeah, I think so. You're proposing a solution, and a solution, a benefit, a fear, a hope, whatever that is in your title, and you're promising. It's like, hey, like this is what you're going to get out of this video, where it's a little bit more like wordy. Whereas the Whistling Diesel video, like he's promising what he's going to get in this video with a Ferrari on fire, and that's it's easier to do with entertainment because you have something crazy, and then it's easier to do, to make a big promise in education with your title, because you're describing what they're going to get.
Thumbnails versus titles, or rather how they work together to create a compelling package. How do you feel in general about including words in your thumbnail? And is there too many? Can your thumbnail be too busy?
So you might have to put this, on the screen. But when I think about titles and thumbnails, I think of that meme. I think it's D Wade throwing an alley-oop to LeBron, and like D Wade is like, oh, and like LeBron's in the background dunking. And it might be flopped, but I'm pretty sure it's D Wade to LeBron. And like that's how like titles and thumbnails like work together. Like it's a 1-2 punch. They're complementary. They're not the same. They're complementary. Working together to achieve a goal. So I love titles, but but still, like, the thumbnail is incredibly important. I do love thumbnail text. I love complimentary thumbnail text. Kind of thinking like the 1-2 punch. I like to kind of So I mentioned the three click-worthy emotions: curiosity, fear, and desire. I might have like fear in the thumbnail and then curiosity in the title, or like curiosity in the thumbnail and then desire in the title. So that's a kind of an easy way for you to think about different angles to, all right, what do I put in my thumbnail text? What do I put in my title? But yeah, love titles, or love thumbnail text. I like to keep it short. 3, 4, 5, 6 words. It also depends on your niche, really. Podcast channels, they can get away with like more words. Entertainment channels usually, do fewer words. So like we mentioned the Dream 100 or the Dream 10 earlier, go look at your Dream 10, see, are they using thumbnails and their, words in their thumbnails? How many words are they using? Is it mostly text? Is it like, what's their style? And also doing that for the Model 10 as well, just kind of give your answer, because it depends on every different channel. I do love A/B testing. I've A/B tested thumbnail text, no thumbnail text. On the channels that I run, thumbnail text wins every single time. Thumbnails with text. So that's how I've got my answer. And if you want that answer for your channel, you can also run that same test, and you'll get a great answer for your channel versus me just kind of, speaking here on a podcast.
Yeah, and I would recommend split test for yourself. There is an interesting trend at this exact moment, which is this anti-thumbnail, a little bit of like underproduced. And so we'll sometimes do kind of a design thumbnail, a text thumbnail, and then just me like mid-sentence with like my hand up. And that in some cases, paired with a really great title, is outperforming. But the cool thing about the YouTube split test feature is you kind of never know. And there's different trends and there's so many variables. So actually doing the split test. Do you also split test titles ever?
I do. I love split testing titles, because like, yes, you can optimize a current video, but you can also, as a title nerd, I have a lot of theories about titles, and I'll test my theories and be like, okay, I think that if I do this, then it will get more views.
How do you do it?
So, how do I A/B test? Thumbnailtest.com.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And I've used a TubeBuddy as well. They're kind of the same.
Yeah.
But I like them. Thumbnail Test has a few more options. But yeah, so I might think like, all right, maybe my audience really loves curiosity. I'll try to open up a loop. This is going to be a straight curiosity title, but also, I do know that they love desire. Like, I'll have a kind of a straight up kind of desire based title, and I'll test those two. Like, oh, curiosity actually worked really well here. For my next video, I might do the same thing, curiosity versus desire, and like, oh, curiosity won again here. Like, okay, maybe I need to rethink my strategy, and curiosity, I should start with curiosity. So that's one thing. Another thing that I've done in the past is I have included in my intro kind of a couple different topics, and then for my thumbnail or for my my title test, I'll include a couple different titles. If they do similarly well, I'll just make another video using a different title. So that's a kind of a simple way for you to kind of pre-vet titles. Be like, okay, like I know that my audience will click this title. I'm gonna actually save this for another video, and I'm just gonna kind of include that maybe in like a month or two. I'm gonna do that again, and that's a kind of a fun way to de-risk your the odds that your video is gonna fail.
Well, help me understand. So would that maybe be like, in this video, I'm going to help you learn how to get views and subscribers, and then split test titles for how to get more views, or one for how to get more subscribers, and then whichever one wins, what would you do? Make another video?
Whichever one wins, I'll probably keep that one on this video. But it's like, all right, so my winner got an 8% click-through rate. The other one got a 7.5% click-through rate. It's like, okay, well, most of my titles get 6% click-through rate. Yeah, I'm definitely going to use this one that got a 7.5% click-through rate on another video.
And so in a niche, like whether you're a dog channel or something else, what would be an example of how you would hook that? of like three different topics, but that without it being too broad in the overall video.
So, so maybe it's a list. So in this specific example I'm talking about, it was a list. So let's say it's about like, basketball. It's like, the weirdest basketball plays that, the weirdest NBA plays in history, from, Michael Jordan getting his ankles broken to Larry Bird dunking on Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to blah, blah, blah. And, and I'll list a third one. So maybe there are kind of three, kind of previewing three of the things in the list. I might have three titles for each of those three things in the list, and they're in the video. But then if one of them does well, I'll keep that. If another one does pretty well, the second place video did pretty well, I might make a second video all about that second place thing.
This is an advanced level conversation, and we're about to even go deeper. So I would recommend listeners stick with us because it's about to get, crazy. We're about to go even deeper in the matrix. But I also want to encourage listeners that there's kind of levels to the game, and just getting a little bit better at titles, just getting a little bit better before it's hard enough to write one, let alone software and split testing and multiple thumbnails and multiple different things. But this kind of just speaks to how crazy YouTube gets. And on this question, I do want to bring up, I'm curious your thoughts and opinions. Diary of a CEO revealed that they split test 3 different thumbnail facial concepts. Usually it's the interview guest on the video podcast with about 25 different text on thumbnails per face. And I'm guessing they don't do that on YouTube. I'm guessing they maybe do it somewhere else with a small ad budget or something, or maybe they do. I don't know how they would get that much data that quickly.
I'm pretty sure I've seen their Facebook ad library, a screenshot of their Facebook ad library. So they're running Facebook ads to that.
So, and already that's such a level. And I think Steve Bartlett revealed, you did an interview somewhere about how his $25 million a year empire, which frames that if you're not doing 7 figures, perhaps it's not that you would have to be doing that much, is the level of team and depth and help and whatever. The thing that's interesting though is the fact that you take a channel like that that's investing thousands, maybe millions of dollars in testing, and you can go to their channel and then see the results. So you can pull a lot of clues. Like one of the words I noticed on that channel is lying. They're lying to you. The government's lying to you. Doctors are lying to you. Your spouse is lying to you. You'll see lying. I mean, a lot of thumbnails. As a quote pulled out of the interview, they highlight the word lying. To your point, there's maybe 3 to 5 words in each of the thumbnails. Another one we'll look at is impact theory. And we saw the powerful word change. And we realized how that triggers the human brain. Because if we can't even help it as humans, we are scanning our environment to, if we wake up one day, if you take us back to more primitive times, we look around, we're okay, the kids are good. Look on the horizon, well, it looks like it's going to be sunny, no big deal. Look around, wife's okay, cool. Now, if you wake up and you see footprints of a vicious beast that was in your camp, something changed. Okay, you look on the horizon and you see a storm coming, you're like, oh, it's that. What is that going to mean for me down the road? So when it's YouTube is changing, fitness is changing, changes are coming, and so I was like, man, they're using change in some of their most viewed videos. Changes are coming to the economy. We're about to get into some of your click triggers. I'm just curious your take on pro level title thumbnail game from maybe Diary of a CEO or others you've worked with, and lessons we could learn for where maybe those that are scaling their YouTube channel, envisioning the future, or even ready to play the game at a bigger level, what they could be learning from what the pros do.
Yeah, I mean, I do love change as well. I've got a list of some of my power words up here. Change is number 2. Change is so cool because it's vague, right? It's so open-ended. This water bottle has changed my life. It's okay, what changed? But also there's a lot of desire there. Yes, I want to change my life. I also want to know what changed. How did it change? There's so much. It's one word, but there's so much emotion and story implied by that one word, which is cool.
I gotta know the power words. At least give me the top 5
habits. And I will say that I have tested habits on some entertainment channels. They did horrible. But habits might be one. So in Creator Hooked, my newsletter, I've got a database of like 1,100 viral videos, and habits is one of the power words I see all the time. People love habits; they're so tangible. You know exactly what a habit is, and we like our kind of culture is like obsessed with habits. So habits change, stop. If you tell someone to stop doing a best practice, that's like that uses negativity, curiosity. It's counterintuitive. Like, wait, why would I stop? Why would I stop doing this? It doesn't make any sense. It's also like a warning too. Always and every as well. Those just kind of make a video feel a little bit more epic. The one thing I always do before publishing a video. It's like, wait, okay, you always do this. Like, it must be pretty cool. Or like, I tried every YouTube idea software out there. Here's what I learned. It's like, okay, like this is a very comprehensive video. They tried every single one. So always and ever are two. And then only is also kind of the same thing. The only thing I do before publishing my YouTube videos. It's like, oh shoot, like, what is this? Only. And then like new and never. People love new things. Never also has a lot of emotion. The one thing I never do before publishing my YouTube video. It's like, oh, well, like, why would he never do this? Am I missing out on something? Like, am I actually doing this thing? So those are a couple power words that that I've just been thinking about. I haven't made them official power words, but I'm on the lookout for them. They're on my watch list, and I take a note whenever I see them.
This just might be one of the most valuable Think Media podcasts we've ever published. And if you are getting value, it always is helpful to rate and review the podcast, or like and leave a comment if you'd want Jake to be coming back in the future. I do want to hit some of these click triggers, but you got me inspired because I know you are you're a student, you're a learner, and you've been deep in kind of online marketing, communication, and copywriting for a long time. I am curious if you have any favorite books. We'll link those up in the show notes. Favorite books. I know there are some classic books, kind of like Power Words is a book, but some of them also, they're written maybe for people that are writing persuasive marketing copy, which ties into this. Is there any that maybe creators could benefit from if they want to get extra geeky? And any books in general that YouTube creators should read that are some of your favorites?
Yeah, I got 3 for you. The Adweek Guide to Copywriting. Okay. It's by Joe Sugarman. It's a really long title. It's Adweek Guide, it's something like that. But that's one of my favorite books. It's funny. I'm rereading it for I think maybe the 4th or 5th time, and he's talking about pretty much writing like editorials, ads, and I'm like, this is just YouTube. Like he's like, you need to like get right into it. Like somebody's gonna like they're gonna flip the page because he's talking about like ads and like catalogs, magazines. He's like, you need to grab their attention right away. You need to like instill like seeds of curiosity to keep them going. You need to have an image that grabs their attention and a little little blurb under that kind of like piques their curiosity even more. And I'm like, this book was written in like the 70s or the 80s, and it's just the same psychology. And he talks about kind of emotional things that grab people's attention. But yeah, that's one of my favorite books is that by Joe Sugarman, Cashvertising by Drew Whitman. It's another great book. And he talks about emotions and just like the psychology of what gets people's attention. That's a pretty short book, but it's an awesome one. And then the other one is Age of Propaganda by Andre Protkanis and somebody else, but it's Age of Propaganda. And those 3 books, I've probably read them 3, 4, or 5 times, and it's just psychology, which is the thing that I like to nerd out about the most is psychology and persuasion and getting people's attention. And those 3 books are perfect for anybody who is excited about YouTube titles and psychology, really just content marketing in general. Those 3 books will help you.
3 books every YouTube content creator should read: Adweek Guide to Copywriting, Cashvertising, and Age of Propaganda. And we'll of course link those up in the show notes. I actually am going to want to turn this into 2 parts if you've got the time. So I want to subscribe if you wanted to listen to part 2, because we're already 46 minutes into the convo. And I do want, though, to give a shout out to your stuff. If people want to connect with you, you have one of the most valuable newsletters, and we can link to that. But go ahead and describe that, as well as your software, whatever else, and we'll link it up in the show notes. So break it down.
Cool. Yeah. So you can find me on Twitter and LinkedIn at Jake Thomas. Just search Jake Thomas. You'll see a guy with a hat, a beard, and a golden retriever, and that is me. And then also creatorhooks.com. So we talked about like the Model 10 earlier, finding examples of successful titles outside of your niche. That's the newsletter is essentially like a done for you service of that. Like I'll send you 5 viral videos that did really well every single Monday morning, and then I'll kind of explain why they did well, and I'll share examples of how you could use that for I'll kind of break down that format or that framework, and then examples of how you could use it for your channel. So that's a newsletter, and then I have a Creator Hooks Pro, which is just like kind of an automated, more personalized version of this. We've talked about click triggers and formats, and you can plug in your video topic and it will use all of those click triggers and formats to come up with video titles for you, to kind of help you kind of see things from a different angle and get the wheels spinning, and then see, oh cool, like this, these 10 titles are awesome for my video. I'm going to use this title for my, this one for my title, this one for my thumbnail text, and like this one's going to, inspire my intro, my subheads. So yeah, creatorhooks.com is where you can learn about all that stuff.
And your newsletter is free.
Yes, newsletter's free.
It's a great deal. So check out show notes and resources in the show notes of the podcast. Like, rate, subscribe, share wherever you watch or listen. And really grateful for you being a part of our community. My name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel. And I can't wait to connect with you in a future episode. Buddy. Okay, I want to move on, but to go a little bit deeper on that, what are some practicals? Because in the context of everything you said about the various scandals, divorces, broke up families, people that have gotten derailed and maybe burnt out, blown up their life, these different things that can come, to your point, happens with celebrities. Certainly there's pressure with YouTube. There's guys like PewDiePie who's talked about alcoholism. Different people have shared about burnout, all different things of mental health struggles that it can all cause. Here's the real practical question is, how have you been intentional to protect your marriage and your family? And if you went like actually practical, is there boundaries, decisions? And I want to encourage, I think it's, I think sometimes people don't just fear failure, they fear success. There's some people listening to this right now that their hesitation to do YouTube is like, well, if I put myself in the public pressure, will it go to my head? Will it inflate my ego? Will I blow up my marriage? And because it's certainly a possibility, but it is anyways. But that's part of courage, because I think if we never put ourselves out there, not that we should be too risky. So what are some safeguards? Do you have anything like how that's again, one of the reasons why I respect you so much is because here you guys are, you've invested in your marriage, you've continued to build. And while many even in the family vlogger space have had crazy stuff happen in their families and marriages, you guys have, of course, none of us are perfect, but you've led a pretty remarkable character-filled life. What are some practicals of how you've been intentional about that?
Well, one was keep the circle small, right? Keep the people, like you said, that have your phone number small, that you care about what they think. Mm-hmm. And it's not because I'm against people I have that bigger circles, but it's just a lot easier to do. Also, when you have a stronger bond and a trust with people, you'll get more honest feedback too. And you have people that you can rely on. You and I can talk to each other when times are tough or whatever. And definitely for me, it's, of course, Judy is included on it. Third, or the second thing is to have mentors. Having mentors, I mean, this just goes without saying. It's people that have already lived the life you live. See, what's unique though about creators, there was no mentors yet. Mm-hmm. It's like we were writing the blueprint about it. For me, I just had your traditional mentors. I had talked about my Christian mentor. I have a mentor from, when I was working at the YMCA. I have a mentor for speaking who just teaches me about life and wisdom. And they are people I go to for questions. And I think a lot of Christians do this through prayer and through their preacher, okay? So I'm always looking to get an answer from a wiser source. That's for me what I do, okay? And this actually kind of goes back, maybe this is a third aspect of it. It's not a new source. See, as creators, you have to be very careful. This is going like beyond. So like once you get started and you start building influence, you become like an influencer. Make sure you're getting advice too from people that have no skin in the game and aren't going to benefit from you. That people that are going to care about who are you going to become in the long term, right? So why I told you about our friendship and why it's important, because I've met a lot of people that want to work with us and they are going to benefit from us or they're going to make money from us. Worst way to get wisdom about anything, right? Because they're thinking about that potentially. I'm not saying it's always the case, but very likely human nature is normal to think about, hey, what's good for me? I like having those people that prior to that. That includes my friends too. You know, I value what they say of me, how they judge me. Sometimes straight is like, hey, what do you think about me? What do you like? And I did this once with you. It's a practice of getting like the top 10 to 15 people that you trust, care about. Could be a family member, could be a friend, could be a mentor, could be a business person, and be like, hey, I'm giving you freedom to critique me, tell me what are my strengths, what's my weaknesses, and what do you think? I actually did this for content, right? But I was doing it actually bigger picture for my life to know like I was on the right track. All those people came, I'd say like 95% from like my old school friends. That included you. And I think ultimately for me personally, this is why this is a unique thing to talk about, because what works for you is going to be different, just like you have to have a different strategy and bandwidth kind of like schedule for content creation. For me, it's my relationship with Judy and my relationship with God. Number one, I tell Judy everything. We communicate about everything. We talk all the time, right? Even when it's uncomfortable. And having that, because if you talk about, and for me, my ultimate friend, my best friend is actually Judy, because she's known me since the 90s. We had a friendship. So she knows the best of me. That's why I was poking fun at it when she's like, oh, you're becoming the Costco guy. But it has a bigger meaning too. She's like, hey, just be careful where you're going with this, like whatever. Now, of course, I know what I'm doing, right? It is fun for me to talk about it. And even though I take it seriously, her counsel, I also take it with a grain of salt if I know where I'm going with the plan. But the point is this, I trust her enough to be able to say it, and I'm not offended by it, right? Of course, I was like trying to justify and explain whatever, but my relationship. The other one is God and praying a lot, which I know if you're not a Christian, maybe this isn't your cup of tea, or maybe you're a new Christian and you haven't been able to do it. But in the beginning, when I prayed to God, I literally would ask my mentor, so am I supposed to hear something? And it's like, is there like supposed to be some kind of feedback or response? It's like, it doesn't always work like that. Even he says sometimes you get the stories where there's like a loud voice or there's like a crack in the clouds and the thunder comes out, whatever. For me, actually, it's never done that. But he said, what's going to happen, you're going to get more comfortable with just sharing your thoughts. This is even more important, set aside the Christian part of it, in today's society, because we're being influenced by social media and exterior factors. So the addiction of all sorts, and you named off a few of other people, which I could care less what they're into or why they got into it. But I do think a lot of it is social media related. It's technology related. So when you're praying, the way I do it, there's nothing on. I don't do it when TV's on. I don't do it when music is playing. I don't even do it when other people are around. I do sometimes, right? But oftentimes I'm by myself. My mentor, he has a room that's just built for praying by yourself.
Get quiet. Turn it all off.
You're going to have conversations with yourself. The most honest conversations are with God, because it's just you. And you can't lie to yourself. If you're lying to yourself, right? You're actually not lying to yourself. You're just like in denial. It's like hoarding, when people hoard. It's like, it's very clear you're hoarding. You're keeping all this stuff, but you're like living life like everything's normal. The outside looks clean, whatever. So when you're praying, Or in a way more practical for non-Christians, you're talking to yourself, like you have to be on yourself. So you have to reflect like, oh shit, that wasn't a good thing, or I could improve here. So that's for me, like at the core, beyond my relation with Judy, beyond, like having a small circle of previous to influence in business, having that trusted mentors, and then just like, that small circle of people around me. That is the thing that I do for myself. That's unique for me. That's what I do.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that. Okay, I do want to honor the question I brought up and promise that we would talk a little bit about monetization, and then we could touch on just maybe what you see for the future of YouTube, predictions and trends as we land the plane. And I actually get to a meeting here in a little bit. So hit monetization, though. People can subscribe to the channel. They can look in the library of the channel. They can watch video influencers. They can look at YouTube secrets. They can watch your free class. There's resources in the description. So we've touched a lot on monetization. Let's just isolate it around what are you doing and what are you thinking in terms of your Benji Travis channel, new era vlogging, monetization. What's the approach? What's happening with it?
So number one, before any kind of monetization, it's really important. There is no monetization without influence, okay? There is no monetization without views, and there's no monetization without videos. So when I set off to do this new style vlogging, this new era that I'm in for my food vlog, I was purely just thinking about what's content that people want to watch, that I can create, that I have fun doing. So that was my focus, because I know that the money will follow. Now, you and I both also understand, because we talk about this in YouTube Secrets, having kind of a general plan is going to be good, so you know where you're going towards. And I knew that AdSense is going to be a thing, brand deals is going to be a thing, and I could potentially sell my own products. But the thing about the new style vlogging, a lot of it leans on longer videos. Well, guess what loves longer videos? YouTube and Google AdSense, because it can run multiple ads. So what happened that I didn't expect, my AdSense went way up, my monetization. I made more from AdSense in the last 6 months than I actually believe any 6-month period ever before.
Wow.
On my food channel. And I would say like comparatively, in 6 months, more than 6 years. Okay, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Because not only am I making vlogs that people want to view, but also I'm doing longer ones. So I'm guessing multiple ads. I'm not even an expert at ads, right? But I just know generally how they work. They watch a video, they get an ad. The longer the video, the more ads that can play, okay? Secondly, when you're focused on a theme, right, mine being food, it's going to be easier to get brand deals. Now, I've been doing brand deals literally since the beginning of our YouTube. So I just knew inevitably, guess what would happen? I wouldn't even have to pitch brands. They would come to me. So guess what happened? I start getting more DMs. I start getting email inquiries like, hey, would you guys have this in your food vlog? This is the first time they're coming to me direct and not like it's CD's Life for Fan. But guess what? It's because it's Neville. It's going to happen because there's products, there's businesses, there's companies that need advertising. And I say this kind of bold. Influencer marketing will be the only marketing, in my opinion. Even if it's an ad, it'll be like an influencer, right? Whether it's a celebrity or creator, that's doing the ad, and that is a form of influencer marketing. And so my point is this. I knew that would happen. Without me having to go pitch it or like pursue it, people were pursuing me, pitching me. And so I did a brand deal not too long ago and it went really well. And funny enough, too, I'm vlogging in a way that I knew would be good for brands, but better for my viewers. And I knew that I wouldn't change anything. So when I do brand deals, I'm very like hardline about it. I'm not going to create a commercial for you. You're going to be integrated. So
integrated in
I don't do standalone. So like just the lingo is standalone versus integration. Standalone is where you almost become like a commercial, versus integration. They get to integrate their product or brand into my content and I get full creative, even if that means I have to say no to things. So that will happen, and that is happening for me, and I've got a whole bunch lined up. And then third, for me, long term would be selling my own product, because what happens after you get enough views? You're going to get subscribers and you're going to get fans, okay? Just a little funny last story about this. Why I know I'm getting new fans. typically our viewers for a family vlog, females, right? I think it's like 5 to 10% males, 90% females. So most people that approach us are females and they're of a certain demographic. I don't even have to go into it. But recently, I've been getting a lot more dudes come up to me. Guess where specifically?
Your channel.
No, in Costco.
They come up to a Costco. Makes sense.
Hey,
well, Judy was right. You're the Costco guy.
I'm the Costco, right? When I'm at Costco. They see me other places, but they're like, hey, really appreciate. Like, this is weird because this was not intentional, but inevitably it's happening because I'm hanging out with people for so long. This guy came up since Benji. I appreciate what you're doing for me on your channel. Thank you so much. And I know it was a Costco viewer because he was at Costco and he just went on. Because when I think about the topic or takeaway from my vlogs, what am I thinking? How can I help somebody? Because even though my food, if food is my theme, ultimately I'm thinking like, what is something they're going to walk away from that they're going to benefit? You do that enough times, people appreciate you. And he literally said this. So what's the next logical step? When I asked for something, they probably will reciprocate by buying merch, buying my cookbook, buying whatever I put out there. But what I knew in the beginning, this is why I started the answer with this. I'm starting with the value first and everything else will follow. And guess what? Even to this day, when I wake up, I'm not thinking, how do I monetize that video? I'm like, how do I make the best vlog that's going to help somebody today? And if you keep doing that, not only should your views go up, but also your ability to make money goes up. We don't have enough time right now to talk about it, but yes, all those other things, AdSense, brand deals, selling your own products can happen. Even like selling courses, by the way.
Yes. Well, I have one more question for you, but this has been an amazing conversation. So grateful you came on. And I want to encourage listeners a few things. One, if you love this idea of the new era of vlogging, Benji's class will break down what we've talked about and even more, totally free. You can go to vloggeracademy.com or just click the link in the description down below. And that's a free deep dive masterclass to tap into this. I really am excited because this is the easy vlogging method that really every creator could do to have more views. Not that you're just aspiring to be a vlogger, but if you want to incorporate this style in real estate, in business, in education, in niche, it actually, Benji's inspiring me because I want to get away from my desk. I've just at my desk so much, and I recognize that with my phone, I got to get an Osmo. There's some at the studios in Vegas, but I got to get that. So anyways, check out that class. And also, at the end of the class, he'll let you know about his course on deep dive on this new era of vlogging. But we'll link directly to that in the show notes, too, if you just want to skip to that to learn about it. Super great price. I think you're going to raise the price in the future. But right now, it's super affordable and totally worth your time because you can think about how that could get more views. Anyways, check all that out. Additionally, second edition of YouTube Secrets is out. I mean, that's kind of exciting. It's been out for a while, and I don't know if we've been together in this format since I've had a beard even.
Yeah.
And since the second edition has come out, I think we did something digital, but here we are in terms of physically. So by the way, if anyone was curious, Sean Cannell and Benji Travis, this is Benji Travis, second edition of YouTube Secrets, like almost 100 new pages, new chapters, deleted some chapters, a couple other resources.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
After doing this for 6 years, you and I have different eras. One of the number one questions is it too late? It's definitely not too late. In fact, I think that YouTube has legs to go on for much longer than I've ever thought. But more importantly, if you're a creator and you know how to create content that people want to watch, man, the future looks bright for you. Because one thing we didn't talk about is cable cutting, people not signing up for satellite TV, even canceling their streaming services. And the default app that they're opening up and watching content on is YouTube. And that's what's crazy about YouTube Secrets. We wrote it in a way that it would be timeless. Naturally, there's some things that might change and get adjusted, but the principles in there will last you as long as YouTube is doing it, even for shorts. And I have to say, which we have kind of like a shorts.
There is one thing that's already outdated. YouTube canceled stories. YouTube stories are
But
gone.
it was like a short.
It was a tiny blurb, but it's just funny. So, I don't know, someday 3rd edition. I can promise listeners that everything else, though, I mean, it's Shorts is in there, community tab, and so anyways, but I do want to, let's land the plane on that question. Like, for the future of YouTube, predictions, trends, and just to affirm what you're saying, I mentioned it earlier, but like, it's wild. We're in an era right now that small creators, new creators are being recommended. And YouTube has a dedicated team. They've said themselves 2 small channels that to program the algorithm, to tweak the algorithm, to promote and make it possible. Because it's also in their own interest. You could think like, oh, they're being so generous to creators. No, they're actually trying to make sure the ecosystem doesn't die. They win if people can continue to create great content, if viewers are continue to be satisfied, if they have more content to run ads on, then everybody wins. It's the only platform that is 50-50 splitting money with creators and has actually made that model work. So for you, what do you see as the future of YouTube, trends, and anything as a final thought?
The short-term future is, even though we talked about the new era of YouTube and the new era of vlogging, there's something for everybody. So you don't have to just vlog. You can still do shorts. You can do like more optimized content that's ranking. Everything. Gary Vaynerchuk says you can mow your lawn for like an hour. I'm not guaranteeing you get views, but even live streaming. TikTok, maybe getting banned, maybe not getting banned. That's all going to be great for YouTube, because guess what? Even if it doesn't get banned, traffic is lowering there. Creators are leaving there, and a lot of them have wanted to and are finding a place on YouTube. So YouTube's just going to get more, more relevant. And the last thing I would say is, and this just came out recently, PBD talks about this on his podcast. He said even YouTube TV is getting less people signing up for it. But guess what? YouTube is growing. So I believe that planting your flag on YouTube, which is crazy because we changed the title of our book because we saw this, is going to be a good place to do it. And YouTube, if you do what I'm talking about and build up a core audience, you could be doing this for the next 10 years, and it's going to be all upside as long as you follow your fun and you always think about what's good for the viewers. And I think YouTube will be the best place to do it for the next decade.
Benji Travis, links in the description to check out Benji on Instagram and everything else that we talked about. Thank you, Think Media Podcast, for hanging out. Like, rate, review, share this out. My name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel. We'll catch you in the next one.
I'm so tired of seeing content creators be more concerned about what people will think about them than speaking the truth.
Cody Sanchez, I think she makes some of the best content on all social media as it comes to business. She's brilliant. You're going to take a ton of notes.
Today, it's a special treat. Cody Sanchez in the house.
We are in the most competitive business that exists in the world right now, content. I simultaneously have to compete with Mr. Beast giving away $1 million, The Rock's 24-pack, and whatever new movie he has coming out, the news that comes out every single day. I think when it comes to content, one of the reasons we've had some success, I think there's 2 reasons, actually. Get in the room where other people are already playing the game that you want to learn to play. Curiosity beats intellect almost any day of the week.
You have a formula. It's called the Spark Content Formula. I love this. And could you walk us through that?
Sure.
Cody, if you explain who you are and what you do, how do you explain that?
Depends who I'm talking to. If I'm on a airplane and I don't want to talk to somebody, I tell them I'm in financial sales, which does the trick every time. Nobody wants to get sold finance products. To simplify it, I basically say that I invest in Main Street businesses. I invest in Main Street companies, the likes of which you use every single day, and now I talk about it on the internet. And we do it in 3 components. We have Main Street Holding Company, which is where we hold all the assets. We have Contrarian Thinking Capital, which is venture capital fund. And then we have Contrarian Thinking Media, which is the stuff that has all of our courses and community and the social media that maybe some of you guys follow online.
Yeah, well, recently you crossed 1 million subscribers.
I did on YouTube.
On YouTube.
Yeah, totally.
Congratulations. Cross platforms, it's zillions and billions across platforms.
Wow.
But we're here at Grow Up Video Live, and everybody in the room is wanting to create content. They've maybe started already creating content. There's some huge channels here, millions of subscribers, and some people that are just getting started. Here's my first question for you. Why content?
Naval Ravikant came up with this idea that I really thought highly of. He was the founder of AngelList and a bunch of other companies. And I remember seeing this years ago. He basically said there are layers to what's called leverage in the world. And the very first lever was labor, right? It was first just work. If you wanted to get more done, you had more workers, more employees back in the day, slaves. And then the second lever that created more wealth than labor ever did in some ways was capital. And so that was like when the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, the titans of US industry were created, was right about the same time the banking laws changed to allow them access to other people's money, capital. And then we've had the most recent one, which is code, right? So the ability for Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk to create an army of labor and an army of capital in the form of robots, but code online, right? And then I think today the most democratized, easily accessible way for all of us to get access to the next lever is audience. And so, for years I had run a large Latin American investment firm at a company called First Trust, and we had $1 billion in assets under management. I remember specifically talking to the CEO of that company. We were walking along the beach at the Montage in California, and I was trying to explain to him this idea. I'm like, listen, I got us to $1 billion using your way. And your way was like steak dinners, shaking hands, knowing the centers of influence, going into government institutions and asking for permission to manage our money. That's how we got here. If I want to create the next $10 billion, the way to do it is not to shake hands. The way to do it is create something once and distribute it continuously through the internet. And Jim is the man, and we're still very close, and he's still more of a billionaire than I am, so he's doing a few things right, but he disagreed with me. He was like, categorically, no. If you're going to be at this firm, you cannot get on TV, you cannot go and talk about this online, you cannot create newsletters. And he said, and I'll never forget, Cody, at this firm, we get rich quietly. And I sat with that for a long time, and now that I'm pretty public, I understand why he might say that. There's a lot of downside to being public. But at that point, I said, Jim, if I disagree with you and I want to go this other direction with my part of the company, I owned part of the Latin American division, what are we going to do? And he said, if you want to play poker, you need to get your own chips. And so, yeah. And you know what? He was right. He was right. And so thankfully, he, for all intents and purposes, said, either start rowing or get off the boat. So I got off the boat. And yeah, you guys have all probably had a moment where you did that, right? Where other people told you you shouldn't be creating online content. This is ridiculous. Why do you think you can? Are you a fake guru online? All of the things. And if you haven't heard those yet, just wait. And yet, he reached out to me maybe a month ago and said, I think it's really incredible what you're doing. What are the next steps, et cetera? Where do you think this is going to go? And I kind of chuckled, and I was like, you kicking me out the door was the single best thing that could have happened to me, because now we have a holding company that does hundreds of millions of dollars in annual revenue. We own dozens and dozens of companies, and we have more attention in one email I send than his entire company. And that is the power of the internet.
Wow. You graduated early from Arizona State University with a degree in journalism.
Harvard of the West, really.
Did you learn any lessons from journalism that you apply today when it comes to creating the content you create?
Yeah, curiosity beats intellect almost any day of the week. How many intelligent humans have you met that could not thread a needle through a hole? There are so many people who think that being intelligent is the key to success. And if you actually look at many different data sets, what you find is that the smartest people, in fact, those at the far end of the curve, have some of the lowest levels of success, aka wealth, relationships, happiness index. And so, if I could take one skill and transport it to just about anybody else, it would be curiosity. And if you're curious, and then you learn something, and then you iterate on that thing, and then you innovate on that thing, then you eventually win. And so journalism, I think, taught me two things. Journalism I had originally applied to invest in, because if you want to be a good investor, what are you essentially doing? You're trying to ask questions to see if people are lying to you or not, in order for you to give them money or not. Like, that's kind of what investing is. Do I believe what I'm being told? And if I believe what I'm being told, should I allocate resources or money to this thing? And what's interesting is that's what journalism does. You go and you ask hard questions to find answers. And I think when it comes to content, one of the reasons we've had some success, I think there's two reasons, actually. The main reason is I'm really curious. I just cannot imagine a world in which we are given this incredible cranium we all have with these neurons firing, and we don't try to squeeze every bit of information out of this life that we humanly can. Like, how sad a world if we do not try to take the things that, in my mind, God gave us and apply them to the maximum amount possible. I hate that idea. And so I think that's one reason we've been successful. And the second reason is because if you guys are creating online, there's one thing that I think is more important than anything else. Forget the Instagram reel versus the TikTok versus the hook versus the first 30 seconds. It's, do you think you're the hero? Or are the people that you're serving the heroes? Are you the Luke Skywalker, or are the people that are watching your videos the Luke Skywalker? And I remember reading some parts of this originally from Storyteller Brand.
Donald Miller, Storybrand.
And when he said that to me, it hit. Because when I'm on a stage like this, I don't actually think it's about me. I think it's about how do I meet as many of yous, because the bigger ripple is not Cody gets bigger. The bigger ripple is, what do you think is easier for me to do? There's 600 people here in this room, right? Is it easier for Cody to get 600 million followers? Or would it be easier for this crowd cumulatively to get 600 million? What's easier? You guys, right? So how much more powerful are my ripples if what I can do is influence others to live incredible lives, to get bigger, to create greater, and I can just be like the little Yoda whispering in the ear of the heroes, which is all of you. And so, I have a book coming out this December. Sean was incredible and a very early supporter of it, which I take very seriously, so thank you. And they tried to I remember they did this mock-up, and you guys, you've seen what books look like, and it's like a book mock-up, and I have all these photos from different things that we've shot, and so they sent me the mock-up, and it was like Cody Sanchez, on the cover. And I was like, delete this immediately. Absolutely not. This book is not about me. It is about everybody who wants to be the thing that we are talking about in this book. And I think if we all remember that, then we have audience that has real connection, as opposed to try to become a celebrity. And the only thing that happens when you try to become a celebrity is you eventually become cringe. And so that is what I want to stay away from.
In just a second, I want to learn about your Spark content formula, but I want to hang on the journalism for a second, because you won an award. You did some work that really impacted some of the atrocities with sex trafficking. Can you tell that story?
Yeah. So where I started creating content, I guess, but I never would have thought about it that way back then, was I graduated a year early from Harvard of the West, and due to the crazy curriculum I had some free time. And so I decided to partner with something called the Howard F. Buffett Foundation, which is Warren Buffett's son for print journalism. And my last name's Sanchez. I'm Latina, and I lived in Arizona at the time. That's where I was raised. And what was fascinating is we were given a grant to cover stories along the U.S.-Mexico border with this idea of like what happens at divisions that humans create, like what happens at these divisive points. And so I've crossed the border actually illegally, like I can't even tell you the number of times, with human traffickers and individuals trying to cross the border. And this was in 2007, 8, something like that, writing stories about what it's really like down there. And what was interesting is I met this one guy whose name was Neftali Fuentes, and and he had crossed the border. I'm going to mess up the number, but he was 17 or 18 years old, and he had crossed the border like over 100 times. And not like back and forth because he wanted to, like 100 times but couldn't get in, like kept getting kicked back. And I remember sitting down with him and talking about like, what is it that drives you to be here? Like, what other way could we get you here? And it was like sort of at that moment where I realized, man, if we are given probably one of the biggest gifts out there in the world, which is the ability to be a citizen of America, and we have the ability to produce at the highest level of which we are physically capable. Like, there is no real foot on your neck of progress in this country. Sometimes I think we might be trending towards that, but today, right now, there's just about nowhere better in the world if you want to produce in a capitalistic society. No better place. And so, yeah, it feels me. And I think it's our duty as content creators to push that forward. And so when I was writing those stories about human trafficking and Neftali Fuentes, and when I saw what happened to women in Agua Prieta who are being murdered, it's called La Ciudad de Muerte, the city of death, because every single day women would be found strewn across the border in the city of El Paso, across from El Paso, which is called Juarez. And I would go to the morgue and I would identify body parts, like how many people were actually killed. So like, you know, if a woman is in 6 parts, are we noting that as 6 women? Are we sure that's not just one? And when I was watching all that, I thought, God, what is the difference between me and them? My last name's Sanchez. I'm a young woman. They worked in the things called maquiladores along the U.S.-Mexico border, which is basically like warehouse factories for like Lowe's or Home Depot down there. And they would get shipped in from southern Mexico to sort of these shanty towns to work in these warehouses. And it was a much better life for those women there than down south. More pay, more opportunity, except for this pernicious violence that we've never been able to find out. Hundreds of women are murdered every year in Juarez, or found murdered. I imagine the number is actually quite higher. And so what I realized in that moment, and I think one of the big reasons that I'm into content today, is I do not think we should get rich quietly. I think the difference between getting rich quietly and getting rich together is actually we make more money and we have more impact, not less. And I think the difference between me and those women was simply I was born an American citizen with the ability to earn. And what if we could teach more people that? So that's why I'm loud on the internet and why I'm pretty mission driven. And I think maybe what I would try to proselytize or tell to all of you is like, the world is full of self-help books as business cards. We don't need more of those. Yes. The world is full of YouTube channels touting 21-year-old morons who are trying to tell you how to live your life. I want the confidence of a 21-year-old life coach. Could you imagine a life coach? I'm 37. I would never be a life coach. I barely got it figured out. And so I just think if we're going to create content online, we need to make sure we're doing it for a reason. We need to make sure we stand for something. We need to make sure we're serving somebody else and not ourselves. And that is how we can feel good about it and not go down the, like, you know, porno rabbit hole of chasing clicks and clickbait, which eventually ends at, you know, YouPorn. And so we don't want that. We want to create things that matter, that last through the test of time. And so it started at human trafficking, but it's transcended all the way to why does it matter that we each are rich, and how can we talk about that online? So for you guys, I would say, what is that mission for you? Because you all uniquely have something to share. Every single human does. And make sure that what you share matters, isn't just chasing number of views on videos. And I've met so many billionaires, Sean, I'm sure you have too. Like, by now, like, most of them aren't happy. You know, most of them aren't very happy. And I had a friend that ran a family office for like a name that you would know, one of the richest guys in the world. And I remember one day I was asking him about it. He was telling me some ridiculous stories. And then I was telling him my plan and how I want to build this $1 billion company. And he stopped me and he goes, I wish you not one more penny than $299 million. And I said, well, that's rude, because I'd like more than that. And I said, why? And he said, because past that point, you get into a sea of sycophants where you start to believe the things that you don't even really know to be true. And nobody tells you one way or the other. And so I know there are a lot of people online that say, I want to be a billionaire. My purpose
this is a billionaire. That's not deep enough, guys. Because once you get there, you're going to realize it's just the next billion and the next billion and the next billion. And one thing that I will say is I am so tired of seeing content creators be more concerned about their own skin and what people will think about them than speaking the truth. How many of you guys have seen that? You know, they won't get into politics, they won't get into pushing back, they won't get into saying the truth because they don't want to mess up their views. And I think that if you have the unique ability to get attention on the internet, you should use it as a force for good. And that's what I'm trying to do, but often fall far short of.
So this is very inspiring. And now if we get technical, and you have a formula, it's called the Spark Content Formula. I love this. And could you walk us through that?
Sure. I don't remember all of it, so read it for me first.
All right. So you could write this down, 5 steps. Spark. Number 1 is speak to a specific persona.
So one of the interesting parts about how we do content at Contrarian Thinking is I have a team of people who are really good at technical. And we have a belief that every time, it's called the rule of 3, every time you do things more than 3 times that has more than 3 steps, you should write it down and create an SOP, which is called a system and process for it. And so the Spark formula, how we actually use this, these processes get framed inside of Contrarian Thinking on our best days, but not always, so that the people who are new to the team realize how we do content. And so one of the things that I think is really important for you and your team, as you get bigger, you'll have a bunch of people who are kind of like your mini voice in some ways. They're repackaging content, they're pulling stuff together. And every so often something awful will have happened to you. Like I remember one time, it was like President's Day, I think, or it might have been Memorial Day, which would have been worse. It was like Memorial Day, and the picture that got posted was like Cody in a bikini with like a Theodore Roosevelt quote. And I was like, who's getting fired here? Because this is not what we're trying to do. And so so the Spark formula's ideation and origination is the fact that we have these SOPs and processes that have everything that we do inside of them. But as you can probably tell from now, I work a lot from gut as opposed to technicality. And so when I say speak to a specific person, I think the easiest way to start when you are growing a channel is if you go out and you want to be, I don't know if she's relevant anymore, but like Emma Chamberlain, where she's just like laying in her bed kind of talking about coffee or like whatever else happens in the world in her day with no particular niche, it's really hard to grow. If you want to grow faster, you actually do the counterintuitive thing, which is you skinny it down. I want to talk to, in my world, people who want to buy laundromats. Think about how small that niche was that I started in. Laundromat buyers. I don't even know if there were people on the internet that did it, but I thought it was interesting. It was my specific niche. Then I go, okay, maybe car washes, maybe boring businesses in general, maybe people who care about business, maybe people who care about community and business, maybe people who care about an impact on the world through community and business. See how it kind of branches out? So in the beginning, you go really specific, and then after you've gone specific, you get an allowance from your heroes, your audience, to go wider. But in the beginning, they haven't given you that allowance. They don't know if they care about you yet. So you got to get permission for them to care about you. What's the next one?
Number 2, platform proficiency.
Oh, this one's interesting. Like you'll see Tanner running around here. Tanner's my head of production. And what we realized in the beginning is that running a content business is not that dissimilar from running an investment firm in a lot of ways. It's a lot of feedback loops based on data and getting better at using signals to determine next steps, which is very similar to investing, actually. And so what we realized is we have an idea, and that idea has to be served differently on every single platform. And then a lot of people talk about repurposing. That's like sort of old news. Gary Vaynerchuk, made that very normalized. But here's what I think they left out. I think each platform has a personality, and you need to understand who you're serving on each platform. And so maybe you guys have already talked about this, but like TikTok is like, your 17-year-old kind of shithead nephew, right? That's TikTok. He's got ADD. He's also a little angry sometimes, but sometimes he wants to be inspired. He'd like you to dance. TikTok. Okay, so if I'm going to serve something to TikTok and I don't pay a lot of attention attention to that platform for personal like decisions. Like it is a great platform. I don't support the ethics and morals of it. But if I was going to serve TikTok aggressively, I would think, would my 17-year-old kind of shithead cousin like what I'm about to create? Am I speaking specifically to him? Because many of you are probably parents and friends of young people. The way that you're going to communicate something to a 17-year-old, nothing else withstanding, as opposed to 45-year-old, very different, right? And so that's TikTok. And then we've got Instagram, which I always kind of think of like, young, like a 30-year-old mom with a couple kids, likes pumpkin spice latte, matching outfits, suede boots. And how do I get to that? Because you see who has the most engagement on the platform. And it's like mom bloggers crush that platform. Like there's one that I love, her name's Dani Austin, if you guys know her. And she's created like multiple brands on top of it. She kind of does these goofy dances. Everybody loves the kid content. Okay, that's Instagram. And then we've got Twitter, which I think about like Twitter. I think about Twitter like maybe, slightly disgruntled tech bros and real estate entrepreneurs that never quite achieved what they wanted to achieve. And when I think about it that way, I'm really thoughtful on how I serve each platform. And I'm going to like the most base, like almost bad negative connotation of each platform, because I do think if you understand people's pain points, you can better serve them. If I go to their highest self, your highest self is very easy to serve, but we often don't sit there, especially on social media platforms. And so when I go to Twitter, I just know that, it's going to react differently than Instagram. Instagram's going to be probably a little bit nicer than Twitter. And then YouTube, I think, is the one place where there's like a lot of separation of audience in a big way. And you can have totally disparate types of people. And so there it becomes a lot more about what does the algorithm serve up for the first 30, 60, 90 seconds? How do you title, thumbnail, and package? And then are you serving your current audience, but are you sprinkling in a little bit more of what your next audience is? And my friend Kim Kopp, she's also a great follow on Instagram, but she does merchandise for like the biggest celebrities out there. And she was explaining to me how she thinks about YouTube, which is she thinks about it like, I think the guy's name is like Shawn Mendes, singer, right? You guys know who that is? Okay. So Shawn Mendes, the other day it was funny. I like saw a video of him dancing and he was singing, and I sent it to Kim. I was like, oh, this kid's pretty good. He's probably going places. She's like, you idiot. He's like huge on the internet apparently. I don't know anything about pop culture. So anyway, she was explaining to me that Shawn Mendes typically speaks to like the Taylor Swift audience. It's like, 10 to 20-year-old young girls, they're in love with him, a little bit teeny boppy. Well, Shawn had that audience served, right? One of the biggest names in the world on it. But Shawn, which typically happens with creators and artists, wanted to like sophisticate a little bit, right? So I don't know if you guys have ever had a video and you're like, even Mr. Beast, he's like, yeah, I want to serve the 15-year-olds, but I also want to be taken seriously, philanthropy channel, right? And so he went from serving these teeny boppers to then serving what he really wanted to do, which he's like, I want to be a serious artist. I want to be like John Mayer. And so because of that, he started flipping a few of the things he did with his channel, but he had to do it really slowly, because if right away he went from teeny bopper to, sort of like middle-aged, timeless music listeners, he would have lost this audience entirely and never gotten to this audience. And so that's what I mean by platform specifically.
Number 3, always show up, and you talk about input versus output. What does that mean?
Game of numbers. I've never met anybody that got 1 million followers from one video. And so I think, if you have to choose between quality and quantity, choose quantity. It's easier. If you have to choose between acting slowly, acting fastly, act fastly. You'll have a higher data set and feedback loop coming back to you. And if you're going to play this game, realize it's almost just like any other job in the world, which is that you have to show up consistently. You can't wait for the muse. You have to continue to execute at a high level, or you are very easily forgotten about. We all are. And so, first, like in our business, first you have to like you yourself have to figure out, what do I want to talk about? Who am I? What do I want to cover in this world? And then you have to think about, okay, how can I start covering that in some way, shape, or form? So that's like systems and processes. And then you have to think about, okay, now that I know what I want to do, I know how we're going to do it, how can I do it consistently? And then after you get to it consistently, you can say, how can I do it exceptionally? But I think a lot of people skip steps in between those four.
Do you remember when you posted your first video?
Well, I posted my first YouTube video like 3 years ago, probably. And then I stopped for a year. So there's Cody talking out of two sides of her mouth. And then I came back to it, I think about like a year and a half ago, I think is our anniversary. And I only came back to YouTube once I knew what I wanted to talk about, how we were going to do it, with consistency, that I committed to doing it. And then hopefully, we're still, I think, getting to the point where we're trying for exceptional, but we're not there yet.
And when you did that first video, when you first started, what was it like compared to like the tech, getting it done, compared to like the operation you're running now?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the first piece of content I ever created, so there's the lowest barrier of entry ever, if you guys want to, was a newsletter. So it required basically no technological proficiency. It required no ability to film videos or edit them. To be honest, I have no idea how to edit a video. Zero idea. Like if you told me, if you got rid of my whole team right now and they're like, go edit this video, I would create zero content. I don't know how to edit. Let's see. I don't know how to find, trending sounds on TikTok. I don't know how to post on most channels. The only place that I post myself natively every single time is Twitter. I batch almost every single thing that I do, but my eyes are on every single piece of content we create. Ideally, and sometimes it happens, but I get mad, like nothing goes out without my review of it, even today. And we create thousands of pieces of content a year, and I run another company, so it is a big commitment from that standpoint. But I just say that because I think it's important for you to know, like you can have different unfair advantages. My unfair advantage was I've worked for a long time in finance. I know a lot about investing. I have ideas. These ideas and frameworks and formulas are interesting, I think, and then I have proof. I've been doing this for a while. Like before I got on the internet, telling you guys about making money in finance, I'd actually made money and I had built things. And then the third is that I'm still building them live with you. And so you get to see real time, you get to see past time, and you get to see professional proficiency. Those were my three examples. Now you could have a totally different skill set, which is maybe you don't have crazy ideas, maybe you don't have professional proficiency, maybe you don't build in public right now, but you're really good at editing videos, you're obsessed with the craft, and you love making content. Or maybe you're great at finding viral sounds. So I don't think there's like there's no perfect soup, right? Some people like gazpacho, some people like chicken noodle soup. Both of them can be exceptional. You just have to be really honest with yourself and self-aware about what are you? Are you the gazpacho or are you the chicken noodle soup? And if you try to do all of it, you're just gonna drive yourself crazy.
Question: are you interested in learning the best strategies that are working right now to get views and subscribers on YouTube? Well, I want to invite you to our free 5-day Tube 1K challenge, where I'm going to be going through our 7-step YouTube success system entirely for free. Over 10,000 people have used this exact framework to start and grow successful YouTube channels, whether for their business, whether as a side hustle or as a creator, or even as a ministry and a nonprofit. And I'm going to be teaching through these 7 steps at tube1kchallenge.com. Every one of the 5 challenge sessions will include a strategy that you can immediately apply to start growing your channel, as well as a challenge, something to do that'll get you moving, taking action, and creating content that will lead to growth. Plus, there's going to be software giveaways, tech giveaways, and even a brand new YouTube camera. So if you're interested, just go to tube1kchallenge.com or click the link in the show notes. And now let's get back into the episode. Speak to a specific persona, platform proficiency, always show up. Number 4, relieve pain points. Forget about vitamins. We're in the painkiller business. Break it down.
It's a good line, isn't it? So there's an old saying that we used to say in finance, which is that people want to take vitamins, but people actually take painkillers. And so if you think about that with content, I think you have to put yourself in the user's shoes. And so when I think about what we create, I realized something the other day, which is we are in the most competitive business that exists in the world right now. Content. Why? It's permissionless. Anybody can do it. I simultaneously have to compete with Mr. Beast giving away $1 million, with, whatever, The Rock's 24 pack and whatever new movie he has coming out, with Trump and the presidential election, with the news that comes out every single day. Like, what other industry do you have where your competitors are literally the top of the attention takers in the world? It's a really interesting model. And we think that it's not that competitive because it's not that hard to start. There's no capital expenditures, money up front. There's no real barriers to entry, so you can just get going. But don't be confused for 1 second that this game is incredibly competitive, because it is. And so when I think about what I serve our users, I'm obsessive. Like, my team will tell you I'm maniacal about it, because I think every moment that somebody spends with our content is me taking a small piece of their life. Tiny little moment, because we only get so many of them. And if they are going to give me that tiny little moment, I better give them back something worthwhile. I better give them back something that maybe could create more moments in their life. And I never want to give them junk food, which is both fattening and calorie deficient simultaneously. I want to give them something that can actually fuel them. And so because we take that really seriously, I think people watch our content a lot, because maybe there's this trust that I am actually going to deliver on the most valuable thing that they have, which is their time.
Number 5, keep repackaging.
Oh, yeah. Well, we kind of touched on this a little bit, which is, you guys will have, I use Twitter a lot because Twitter's like my thoughts. So I'm, kind of randomly as I'm going, tweeting ideas, things that are happening. And I don't really consume anything on Twitter. I don't really consume news very often. I do it in specific segments, but I'll post a lot on Twitter about what I'm thinking at the current moment. And then I like to use Twitter as a feedback loop. So what are people resonating with? Why do I use Twitter? It's the easiest type of content to put out. It's simply words, put out immediately. Also, it's highly shareable, so Twitter people can share stuff a lot, as opposed to you just get engagement with your own audience on Instagram. And so I find that Twitter is an interesting place for ideas to spark. Look at that, little pun. And so with that, I will then take those tweets and you'll see them like layered throughout different types of our content. Those tweets will turn into Instagram reels. Those Instagram reels, if I have a deeper thought on it, I might flush that out and put those into part of our YouTube videos. I like to put some of the tweets at the bottom of our emails. And so it's not, I don't do it like some do, which is they're like, every piece of content must become 10 pieces of content. The truth of it is, when you look at most channels' performance, there's an 80-20 rule in everything in life, right? Pareto's principle. The best things that you create will be outsized drivers of your return, which is probably right in the realm of 80-20. And so I'd rather find the real gems and then repurpose those.
So strong. So I looked up some of your top videos, and I'm curious some of the things you think about in YouTube when it comes to packaging.
Yeah.
And so let's see. Let's talk about the million viewed videos. Anything your thought? Do you remember making a video a year ago? I bought land for $10K and makes me $1,500 a month. That got 1.5 million views. Any thoughts on that video, or just thoughts on the 80-20 rule? Some of the ones that blew up, and you look shocked. There's a tent that is making $1,500 a month in the thumbnail. Like, what goes into your process for creating? That's a good video, a viral video, over 1 million views.
A couple things. So I already told you, I have to feel like the video is going to serve the audience, right? So that's base level. I have to feel like on YouTube in particular, we have an avatar we talk to. We have a human every day that I talk to on YouTube that I'm trying to serve. And that is anyone who feels like, we call him Working John. And for Working John, who is he? He is somebody who wants more out of his life, probably located in the US, who is a builder and a doer and a charger, but feels like he hasn't quite hit the financial freedom numbers that he wants. He's looking for the things that will allow him to focus more of his time on the things that he loves, as opposed to more of the time on the things that he has to do. And so when I'm YouTubing, I'm thinking very specifically, can we help this person? So the videos where we've done poorly is like, we did a video, we actually pulled it, we need to repackage it somehow, but we did a video that was like, here's how these like celebrities made their money. And I thought it was interesting because I was breaking down all of the influencers' businesses and like who makes the worst and why do I like this business versus that business. This audience would probably really like it. You'd be like, wait, why do you think, Reese Witherspoon's business is better than The Rock's, and The Rock's is actually better than Terramana, which is George Clooney, and like what makes those businesses different and what are the multiples on those businesses? It's kind of interesting. If you're creating content, you really want to understand what's the highest ROI that I can put in front of my audience that, can make me money, but also serve them. But Working John doesn't give a and so, I have to make sure that sometimes I just serve myself in videos, which is okay. You need to create things that you love. But every time we don't go viral is because I haven't made it accessible enough. I haven't made it look like it's possible for them. I haven't made it believable enough. So like, show me the proof, show me the data. And I haven't really served that audience and thought about what their highest and best use was. And every time I do that, we have a viral video. And every time I forget it, we don't.
That's incredible. Now, you're in the top 1% of content creators for entrepreneur content creators. Very inspiring. It's obviously, that's such a niche within a niche. And so to hit 1 million subscribers in like business advice and boring businesses. And so I'm curious if you can rattle off the top of your mind, how much time weekly do you spend? And then, for it might be more advanced, building out a media company, what kind of roles are on your staff and how do you delegate editing, researching? Do you have researchers? How's it kind of break down?
Yeah, it's a really good point that you started out with, Sean, which is the business niche is incredibly small and the entrepreneurship niche is incredibly small. And I'm like force functioning people to care about business. Most people don't care. My mom watches my videos and she goes, that's cute. I like that part. I'm like, what'd you like? She's like, all of it. So, you do have to realize that the games that you play have repercussions. And the repercussion of me thinking that business and entrepreneurship is really important and everybody should have ownership in something and it will change their life is that I probably will never get as many views as a Kardashian wannabe applying 13 levels of lipstick. And so you just got to decide what you want to do. You know, if you want to go really viral easily, I say easily, none of it's easy, but if you want to go really viral, like makeup and beauty channels have like 8x the level of engagement of most other channels. They also sell almost more products than any other channels. So when you think the Kardashians aren't that smart, you're wrong. They're incredibly intelligent. They apply the fact that they know that these channels are going to hit and then create brands around them. And so I just don't think the world needs another one of those. I think there are plenty. I'm happy to buy from them. It's like not my jam. But I have actually started, I don't actually really care very much about clothes or makeup or any of that stuff. And you might be like, but Cody, your face is painted like a clown today. What do you mean you don't care? You have so much lipstick on. And part of the reason is because I've realized this is like it's something that I've done because I understand it now, but not because it's my natural state. I've realized that to reach women, they have to see things that they want of the life that we have. And so they're not as inspired by a big bank account. And this is gross generalization. Some of us are. But they're not as inspired about a big bank account. They're not as inspired about huge level of businesses. They're like, are you happy? You know? Do you still feel feminine? You know, are you and your husband happy too? And then also, can I be more financially free? And so I've started to realize like, oh, okay, kind of this personal brand really does matter. Because if it's up to me, all I want to hear from somebody is the tactics. I don't really care about anybody else. But again, the content's not for me, it's for another. And so I think that was a really important point. You guys should really think hard about what your niche is, because sometimes these smaller niches are really hard to grow. As far as a media company is concerned, so contrarian thinking overall, I want to build this. You know, you're bringing a guy that I have a massive amount of respect for, which is Dave Ramsey. And Dave Ramsey is incredible because Dave Ramsey has had something, probably the rarest thing that somebody online has had. What do you guys think it is? Longevity. Dave Ramsey has been doing this game forever. And he's done it in a way that hasn't degraded his reputation. He's done it in a way that shows categorically that he's helping people and cares about them. He's gone through periods of controversy, like we all will if we're on the internet. But man, the guy has legs. And so I have a lot of respect for him, and I want to build a similar company for the next generation. I want to build a media company, and we're plowing millions of dollars into it to help people not just save. This is where I disagree with Dave. I think saving your way to millions is really, really hard. Actually, I don't think that. The data shows it. It is much easier for you to earn more and thus get out of debt that way than it is for you to save your way out of debt. Very hard. Now, both can exist and should, and I'm very glad that a man like Dave Ramsey exists in this world. But I want to have a little bit of the counterpoint, which is how do we all get true agency and ownership? And so when it comes to how I build my team, I'm building it with the idea of, we just got an office in Austin, Texas. The office and studio, thank you. The office and studio is the first phase. We're going to turn that into a compound overall. We are hiring aggressively. If you guys can see the roles, if you go to contrarianthinking.co, you'll see we have a whole segment on team. What you'll also see there that's important is we have something called the Contrarian Creed, which are 13 principles that we drive as a company. 13 because we don't believe in luck. We try to make it. And at the company, you'll also see what it means to be part of this company. We're very mission driven. And I think Dave's done an incredible job of that. So when it comes to my time, you know, I believe in like integration and not separation. And so this week, I think I had 5 speeches because I'm working on this book coming out. That's abnormal. But in between the 5 speeches, we're doing like a very big acquisition, which part of my team is working on, and I'm on phone calls. We've got a huge product launch that we have coming out in like June or July, which is a SaaS business I bought that we're going to grow. And so we're kind of documenting all the things I'm doing. In the beginning, I shot 1 day a week. I had all the scripts prepared. I like went through all of them, and that worked. And then as we got bigger, I realized, why would I just try to come up with content when I can document as opposed to create? And so the cool part about it is if your content is authentic to you, you're probably already doing the thing that you're creating content about, right? So now there is some packaging and changing you need to make, but the best creators are the ones that are like, I'm building an aquarium. Also, there's a camera. And so that's how we should be with what we're doing. I'm buying businesses. Also, there's a camera. And that is also a way, I think, to not get burned out.
You're talking about contrarian thinking. You're building a media company, but you're also building a personal brand. What is your thought, personal brand versus media company, and how people should approach that with maybe their personal goal if they're a business owner and wondering if they should get on camera, and the power of personal brand? Is it right for them?
In my opinion, personal brands are easier to grow. Humans like and follow humans. We do not naturally like and follow logos. And so I took an easy path. The easy path was build Cody and then build contrarian thinking. And I'm not sure that's the right path, honestly. If I was better at brand building, I would obsess on making contrarian thinking bigger, which is going to be the next stage. I mean, how do you guys know I'm not good at brand building? Somebody try to spell contrarian, like immediately off there. There's like 6 vowels in there. There's like 4 R's. I mean, I should have 1 word. Instead, I have 2 words. One's really hard to spell, and there's like 13 I's between them. And so if I was to do it again, I would obsess on what my name was, not my name, but my brand's name, and I would make it short and pithy and really thoughtful. In the beginning, I completely disregarded that, because in finance, nobody cares. You know, you guys go to Merrill Lynch and Morgan Stanley and, you know, Baird, and nobody really even knows how to spell Baird. And so it didn't matter to me, but now I do think it matters. Easier to grow a personal brand, harder to grow a business brand, but the business should outlast you as a person. And unless you've created that, you have only created a very public job for yourself, not a real business. And so the next stage of what we're doing is really building out the Contrarian Thinking Media Company as a whole. And with that comes, we now have 2 newsletters. We just launched a podcast. The podcast is called The Big Deal Podcast. That can transcend past Cody. We have multiple social media channels, and now we have social media channels for the podcast. And we need to do a better job of the overall company brand building. And I think if you guys are in it, don't forget that, because it is the only thing that will help you eventually create a business, not a job, that transcends the time and hours you work in it.
So Goldman Sachs research said that the creator economy, the total addressable market, could double in the next 3 years. That right now it's about $250 billion industry, and that it's going to be $500 billion by 2027. And this creator economy, a little bit different, where yes, there's maybe some entrepreneurs that start creating content, but then in and of itself, it's its own business in some cases. Yahoo Finance said the creator economy is the fastest growing small business type. Wall Street Journal was talking about how YouTube is the most consequential technology